I want to emphasize that this course is designed really as a kind of an introductory survey, just a sort of a touching of the surface of this whole incredibly deep and rich area of studies. And yet I hope that we will be able to invite you into a long period of investigation in depth about these topics and these issues. By the end of tonight, I hope I'll be able to express to you some of the reasons why I think this particular kind of study is so important for us, perhaps more than ever today in the contemporary situation in which we find ourselves. Let me just say one more word about myself and my interest in this. I have been interested in the comparative study of psychology and the human sciences in relationship to world mythology and world mystical tradition for what is now several decades. And so this is a topic of great dearness to me, and it's one that I've spent a great deal of time working with, and I find that I am more and more interested in it as I proceed. So I hope you'll find the kind of questions we'll be raising as interesting and exciting as I do. Now let me just refer you to our method of procedure. I hope you've all got your catalog, because what I want to do is pretty straightforward. Tonight I want to sort of set the scene, and I want us to get a sense through this work together of the variety, the incredible variety of attitudes toward and theories of mythology today. And I want to just say a little bit tonight about the incredible complexity of studies in this area. And then I want to give us tonight a kind of a as clear as possible differentiation between a Jungian perspective on the study of myth and all of the others, because it's radically different from all of the other approaches to mythology. And as I like to say to people, if Jung is right about some of the most fundamental assumptions that he had, then looking at myth we have to look at myth for very different purposes and with different kind of expectancies about what we're going to find. So we're going to try to set that kind of context tonight, and I'll be laying out for you what I think the radical differences are between Jungian and non-Jungian approaches to myth. And then we will, before the break, I'll try to go fast so that before the break we can get most of this sort of introductory stuff in, and then we can discuss after you come back from the break. Then I want us to just briefly talk tonight about some of these different topics we'll be going through in the successive weeks and how they sort of fit into the significance of the study of myth. Now, there are mythologies of everything. I have selected for our common work what I believe to be a coherent set of topics in myth that I think you'll be able to see how they fit together and how they articulate together in an approach, a Jungian approach to mythology. And so we will be dealing with each one of these in some depth. Now, I'm happy that you all showed up tonight, because I was kind of afraid after everybody saw that reading list that they published that it might kind of decimate my class. But actually, what I really wanted to do is to just share with you what I think are some really fine books for you to look into as you deepen your work on this. I'm not expecting to give you pop quizzes on these each week, but these are books which touch on some of these themes and topics. If you have an opportunity to look at them during our course, that would be great. But if you don't, this is something that you will be hopefully inspired to look into further. And if you take other courses, deepen into this. So this is my thought about how we would proceed. Tonight we'll have this introduction, and then we will go from creation to the apocalypse in 6 weeks. And I think that if we really work together on that, you'll be able to see how this is related to the human struggle for selfhood and a just and peaceful community. And I think the way in which mythology relates to creativity and healing and the great themes of evil and chaos and disorder and so forth, I think that will become more and more evident. Now, are there any questions about this? If we had a lot more time, I would invite each of you to share what your particular passion in mythology is for and what it's about. Perhaps during our discussion, when you comment, you can tell us your name and something about your interest in myth, and then make your comment. Any comment or question about how we want to proceed? Okay, then let's jump in, and we'll go as quickly as possible so that we can take a good long break at 8 o'clock and get you some coffee, and then we'll come back and discuss some. First, I'd like to just point out to us and remind us that for aeons, back into prehistory, human beings lived in myth. They did not have theories of myth. They did not interpret myth. Tribal peoples around the world lived in myth. And, of course, many of you may be thinking, well, so do we. And I agree. More than people know. But there were not what we would call today scientific theories or sort of systematic theories of mythology. When we really first began to be aware of what is known today by us in comparative mythology circles as myth was really in the periods of colonialism, and particularly early colonialism, when the Christian missionaries from Europe were going out around the world and with the intentions of not only claiming those lands, etc., for their rulers, but with the intention of spreading the hegemony of Christian dogma. One of the things we'll want to think about is the relationship between myth and dogma, as Jung saw it. But they had the intention of spreading Christian dogma. And what was shocking to many of these early missionaries as they went around the world is they began to hear stories from the people, from the indigenous peoples that they were observing, which had themes which were very similar to Christian stories. This was not something they had any preparation for. They did not expect to hear stories of redeemers who were born in miraculous birth, who came with a teaching of love or of salvation, and so forth and so on. They did not expect to hear stories with motifs which sounded for all the world like Christian dogma, but were presented from a different point of view, a different type of narrative. Their initial response to this was that the devil had been there before them and had been seeding these indigenous peoples with demonic influences so as to confuse them when they were exposed to the true gospel. But for our purposes, it's just important for us to realize that there was no awareness to speak of in early Christian circles of the other tribal myths. And the first encounter was a shock to find that other peoples had stories. Not only did they have stories, these stories had structures and themes which were hauntingly parallel to many of the themes and stories of the biblical tradition. So this was the beginning of the encounter of European culture with its sort of detached attitudes toward these other peoples of the world with mythology. The first systematic studies in the history of the West of mythology came out of the growing interest of these colonial cultures in these indigenous cultures. The rise of anthropology, many of you already know, really came out of the development of the initial interest of the great trading companies. A lot of the first sort of proto-anthropologists were members of the staff of trading companies that went out across the world bargaining for various goods to bring back to European cultures. Early anthropology actually developed out of that tradition of studies and continued the suspicion and derogation of the attitudes toward the myths of tribal and indigenous peoples, and considered them primitive superstitions. Brought a little more scholarly attitude toward it. Well, we know these people are inferior to Christians and Christian culture, and yet, by golly, studying them is very interesting. And so they began to send Oxford-trained and University of Berlin-trained people to study around the world. And out of that grew the kind of traditions of cultural anthropology, gradually more and more systematic, more and more reflective, that we've come to know of as the anthropology of religion, the history of the anthropology of religion today. If you have no background in that, let me recommend that you get this reader by Lessa and Vogt. I think they're pronouncing Vogt. Just called a Reader in Comparative Religion. And it's got a lot of the little excerpts from the history of comparative anthropology of religion. And the study of myth and ritual is laid out there, the history of it, the different theories developed by different early anthropologists. Now, remember, if you're coming from a dominant Christian culture and you assume these people had to be wrong, and you assume that you were in the highest possible civilization, a lot of it was prior to World War I, prior to the sinking of the Titanic. Titanic had not yet, the unsinkable ship had not yet been sunk. And so it still had this attitude of study from a superior place. They began to systematize it and try to explain why all these stories existed, similar stories across cultures. And they came up with a number of explanations, usually some form of social reductionism. Usually using the mythology to in some way which would be related to patterns of dominance in the culture, kinship patterns, that the myths and the ritual practices in the culture establish patterns of domination, systems of legitimacy of power, rationalizations for kinship, rationalizations for the social organizations in that particular tribe or in that particular culture. There were a number of these, all of them pretty much mechanistic models, as reflected the 19th century kind of attitudes towards science that later on Freud and his approach to religion and mythology would reflect. So they were reductionistic models. They were models which were what we might call dynamic models, reflecting social dynamics. And were not deemed to be reflective of any kind of sacred reality, any kind of essential human psychic reality, but actually sort of primitive science, primitive methods of social control. This has pretty much continued a great deal in the 20th century. If you study the anthropology of religion today, you still get a lot of sort of sociological reductionism, emphasizing the ways in which mythology reflects and supports structure of dominance. And that they used this sort of approach before Marxist theories, and when Marxist theories in the universities became fashionable, that was adopted and turned into a high art. Today, it has evolved on the cutting edge in the universities to what one might call postmodernist theories of myth, deconstructionist theories of myth, all of which get further and further into the reflection of how the fantasy materials of a particular culture or social location are used to justify the particular oppressions of that particular group. And so these models continue on to this day. I mean, the attitudes and the models continue on to this day. It's very interesting to me that even among the people that are considered by the scholars in the better universities today as the experts on the study of myth, myth is treated very reductively. It is not really seen as having all that much to say to contemporary human beings. And the attitude increasingly is, actually, you have no business really messing with other people's myths. You're basically, if you're studying other people's myths and stories, you have to really watch it if you're not going to become a sort of a rapist, colonial rapist of their tradition. And this has made people even more reluctant to try to look at mythologies of tribal or indigenous peoples as resources for contemporary reflection. You might want to look at some of the work that's come out of the University of Chicago Divinity School of late. Attitudes toward other people's myths is something that's been a theme of much discussion there. Now, this kind of attitude toward the study of myth began to be reflected in psychology in a serious way only with the rise of the classical Freudians. Freud himself was a person who was fascinated by the study of mythology, more so than a lot of people realize, and was deeply interested in comparative mythology. And you really have to get back into his work to see just how much he was interested in myth. And he really did organize most of his early thought around Greek themes in mythology. And it's very interesting, if you have never done so, to go back into the early community of Freudians and look at the attention that those early Freudians paid to the study of myth. I have put here on your reading list the work of Otto Rank, who was an early Freudian scholar. But Otto Rank is not the only one by any means. There were many of the early Freudians who worked on the study of myth. Again, looking at mythology as reflecting dynamics certainly of social conflict around sex and aggression, Oedipal conflicts, but again, not something you look at for any kind of guidance for contemporary people. You look at, if you're looking at a myth from a Freudian point of view, you are looking for clues about the way in which human beings typically use myth to mask unacceptable instinctual drives, find ways through ritualization, not a positive thing in Freudian circles, through ritualization to avoid too much consciousness with regard to these drives. And so again, in Freudian circles, you had the same sort of 19th century cosmology, scientific cosmology with regard to myth, reductionistic, emphasis on the role of myth in supporting dynamics, though this with the emphasis not on psychosocial dynamics, but on intrapsychic dynamics. So there's been an enormous amount of study, and I want to refer you, for those of you that are really into studying this stuff, to the work of a friend of mine, Robert Siegel, S-E-G-A-L, who is a religious scholar who has written extensively on theories of myths in the academic literature, comparing and contrasting a number of these traditions. I'll get the reference on his book. I've got a copy of it. I just don't remember the exact title for you for next week. Now, if you're coming for an orientation from a Jungian point of view about the study of mythology, it's important for you to realize the dominant traditions with regard to attitudes toward myth. These dominant traditions in the attitude toward myth also have been reflected among Christian theologians. So it's not just been the anthropologist and the Freudian psychologist who depreciated myth in our culture. There have been a lot of people in philosophy and in theology as well who have depreciated myth and reduced it to something primitive, quote unquote, and sub-modern, I might say. So this I present to you as a context and a background, and also as a contemporary context, because the dominant attitudes toward myth in universities across the country today, including the one here, is in that tradition, not in the tradition that I'm going to lay out for you in a moment. And so you need to realize that if you start looking at mythology from a Jungian point of view, you are going against the grain. You are in many ways marginal to the dominant academic culture. And you need to understand that if people find that you are studying Jung, and certainly that you're using Jung to interpret myth, you will not find among most people that consider themselves experts on this topic, you will not find them pleased that you're doing that. They will try to restrain their revulsion towards you because you're doing that, and they will go take Pepto-Bismol after, they finish talking with you or something like that, if they can refrain from blasting you about this. Now, why is that? Well, there are lots of reasons for that, and I will just name a few that you don't need to know this week or next week or during this course, but sometime as you struggle with these issues, you will want to become more and more aware of what the culture of modernity is. And I recommend to you the work of an outstanding sociologist, one that I admire a great deal, Peter Berger. And I'd recommend that you read his books, The Sacred Canopy and The Homeless Mind, as two books which treat the culture of modernization as it affects our culture in particularly. That is, you've got to get a sense for modern culture, the modern mind, and what it can and cannot do, what it has difficulty with. And those books will help you a great deal looking at that. Another book that you should put on your reading list for that purpose is the fine book by Peter Homans called Jung in Context, Modernity and the Making of a Psychology. Homans is not a Jungian, and he has a fascination with Jung. I always told him he should have probably gotten into Jungian analysis to writing that book, but it's a fine book, and it treats this particular issue of modernization. In short, modern culture has a tremendous difficulty with the idea that there may be underlying structures of meaning which can be discovered. Modern culture has a distinct sort of implicit deconstructionist bias. I like to say that what is called deconstructionism or postmodernism today in the universities is really hypermodernism. It's not postmodernism at all. It is a tendency to analyze and dissect structures of meaning until they disappear in your hand. There is no capacity to get down into any underlying structures of meaning that the ego has not constructed. And this is where Jung parts company with all the modernists, all of them, all the contemporary ones. And it is at this point that we need to introduce the kind of assumption that we need to be aware of if we're going to get a sense for what a distinctively Jungian understanding of myth would be. And it has to do with understandings about the structure of the human mind, about the structure of the unconscious itself. If you are in a Freudian tradition, for example, the unconscious is a result of repression, essentially, of unacceptable instinctual contents that you do not want to face because of fear and guilt. And the personal unconscious, or the unconscious, therefore, is really essentially a matter of personal repression. The unconscious is not something which is continuous between the two of us and the rest of the class. In other words, the personal unconscious, if you're a Freudian, everybody in this class would have Oedipal issues. We would know what myth we would need to study in order to get at the mythology of our psyches. We'd have to study Oedipus Rex. And we would know that you all had triangulation issues with the parent of the other sex. See? But we would not be looking to your unconscious for guidance for either you or for the world. We would be looking at your unconscious to figure out the exact kind of expression that your Oedipal conflict is having in your life. And so it's very important for you to see this. The theory of the unconscious. In a Freudian theory of the unconscious, it is not collective, it's not species-wide, and it is not a source of guidance toward wholeness. Jung's classical theory of the unconscious, and I want to distinguish here between a Jungian point of view and a so-called post-Jungian point of view, because from Jung's point of view, the unconscious is layered. He agreed with Freud and Adler that there was a personal level to the unconscious. Each one of us is different in terms of the traumas we've had. You know, for Adler, if you were a youngest child, you had different personal traumas than you would have if you were a middle child. And if you were an older child, you'd have different personal traumas that would be reflected in your behavior than a twin, so to speak. And with Freud, depending on how well your family handled your incestuous wishes, the way in which you had been able to come to terms with that would differ with each of us. But with Jung, you get a totally different vision of the unconscious. You get a layered unconscious, which includes that we talked about in Freud and Adler, but which includes a layer which is universal to the human species. You've, of course, talked about this as the collective unconscious. Let me just read you a short paragraph from this study guide that I want you to recommend to you for the serious students of Jung's work. Abstracts of the collected works of Carl Jung, which is available. Guide to the collected works. If you do around in this stuff a lot, you ought to get you a copy of this. I think it's available in paperback. This is a comment from the just summary section on volume 9.1, Archetypes of the Collective Unconscious. Let me just read this in the context of our class tonight. In this volume, that's volume 9.1, the concept of archetypes as the mode of expression of the collective unconscious is discussed. In addition to the purely personal unconscious hypothesized by Freud, a deeper unconscious level is felt to exist. This deeper level manifests itself in universal archaic images expressed in dreams, religious beliefs, myths, and fairy tales. The archetypes, as unfiltered psychic experience, appear sometimes in their most primitive and native forms in dreams, sometimes in a considerably more complex form due to the operation of conscious elaboration in myths. So there is your tie in Jung's thought between his theory of the unconscious, the reality of the dream, and a collective representation as seen in myth. Archetypal images expressed in religious dogma are elaborated into formalized structures which, by expressing the unconscious in a circuitous manner, prevent direct confrontation with it. So we'll want to think about dogma and myth as we go later. Okay, so Jung postulated a collective unconscious. If you're going to take a Jungian approach to myth, one of the tasks is to ask yourself, what is the collective unconscious, or as some call it, the objective psyche? What is its role? How is it expressed in myth? And if we are going to look at mythology from a Jungian point of view, what is it that we're trying to do that would be different from, say, what a Freudian would be doing? And so let me just ask you that question now, based on what I have said, and have you tell me, based on what you've heard, what a Jungian might be doing by studying myths of different peoples, as opposed to what the Freudian might be doing. Let's just, you tell me what you think, and then I'll tell you some of the thoughts I have on that. Just any of you, just speak up. What might a Jungian be trying to do if myths reflect a collective unconscious? Yes.
Brahmin cannot humans, regardless of race or ethnic group.
Certainly, if you had the concept of a collective unconscious as a concept, you would want to be exploring what in fact was collective about that unconscious. And so you would be building, you could be indeed building evidence for what is common to all people by studying world mythology. So you would have a very different attitude if your intention is to look for what's common rather than to look for what's different. That's really a big difference between students. So that's one way to think about it. What else might you be doing? If you're a psychological scientist thinking with Jung. What else might you be doing? Yeah, go ahead.
Well, we identify some of the building blocks, I guess, so basic building blocks without pulling up things and then testing.
Yeah, it's like he's saying that you might be trying to identify some of the basic building blocks of human experience. That is to say, this would not be some empty activity. Unlike a Freudian who knows what he's going to find before he studies it. He knows what myth he's going to find, and he knows what it means. So he really wouldn't have to study it. And I haven't said much about Adlerians, but Adlerians, once they've done your lifestyle assessment and interpreted your early memories, they know, they think, what your lifestyle is. And therefore, they don't need to look at myths to figure out your lifestyle. So this is a different kind of attitude. If you're looking to find something that you might not have known. And so this is something that people today miss a lot about Jung's work. They like to talk about Jung as being somehow mystical, sort of out of the world and, not really down to earth. But in a way, there's a sense in which Jung has an empirical scientific attitude in the study of mythology. He's trying to find out stuff about human beings by studying it. So he is looking for things he did not know when he is studying these things comparatively. Okay, anyone else with an idea? What you might say, yes.
And there was some type of relationship for the Fensenian stone.
Okay. He says that one might be doing it to establish a relation to the transcendent or to the sacred. Now, that is a very complicated issue. I think the way Jung would talk about that, it would be in the context of what he, following Rudolf Otto, called the study of the numinous, the sacred manifesting as the numinous. We'll get into that just in a minute, talking about Eliade, but I think you're right. That is to say, Jung believed, contrary to all other psychologists, that healing, real healing, comes with an encounter with the numinous, or what you might say with the sacred, or with the transcendent. And so part of your, if you were a psychologist and you were studying what really today is called ethnopsychiatry, if you're studying these cultures, you would be studying their healing practices. Now, you would not be doing that simply as a museum piece. You would be studying their healing practices so you might actually learn something about how they facilitated experiences which were healing for people that our psychiatrists today do not know how to do. If we had time, I could take the class, and we could go to some Illinois state mental hospitals. And we could see how our best and brightest have absolutely no idea how to actually heal people who are dominated by experiences of the numinous. They know how to medicate them, and they seek to contain them, but it does not occur to most of the best and brightest from our best medical schools that studying the practices, healing practices of indigenous peoples and their rituals might actually contain clues to how actually to heal schizophrenia and psychotic kinds of states rather than merely warehousing them. But that would be another example related to what you're saying. Anyone else want to comment about what a Jungian scientist might be doing with this type of thing? Okay, well, that's a lot in itself. And that, I think, provides an excellent context for us. And one of the things that I'll recommend for you to do as we work on this material is to read the work of Mircea Eliade. Particularly look at his book, The Sacred and the Profane, and I recommended this Myth and Reality book. But basically, any of Eliade's work is treating this topic that we're working with. It is treating the human world as a mythic world, and a world which is lived in and through mythical themes and motifs and ritual practices associated with them. So that point that you raised there is central here. Now, to tie it to our interest, I think, I would like to just elaborate some more assertions that I want to make out of my own point of view about this before we take a break. I come out of a tradition in Jungian thought that emphasizes the importance of the collective unconscious, not de-emphasizes it. I believe there's nothing more critical in our time than finding a way back to a sense of the unity of the human species. That is, of all of the critical issues right now on the planet Earth, what Erik Erikson called the human tendency to pseudo-speciate, to turn itself into a splitting of different beings and not recognizing other humans as really us. So much of the tragedy on our earth right now, from Somalia to Eastern Europe, to Northern Ireland, to Israel in the Middle East, to the streets of Chicago, the resurgence worldwide of racism. These things are all related to what Erikson was talking about as pseudo-speciation, the inability that we have to recognize ourselves as one species, to be able to utilize the resources in us as a species, to cooperate with each other in building an habitat that is sustainable and humane, one which is at least humane. In the time in which we live in probably what is probably the most critical time in the history of our species. We run the risk in a very short time of creating an ecological situation in which it will be impossible for our children and their children to have a rich human existence, rich in the sense of aesthetics and experience of nature that is not toxic. I don't know whether any of you saw the special the other night about the eco spy, who has been using his camcorder to record the devastation of the environment wholesale by so many big companies around the world. And he's been using it to get leverage for the stopping of the slaughter of the dolphins and other species. And he was speaking very passionately. I really was really touched. He was speaking very passionately about a time when your children are going to say, "Dad, tell me what a grizzly was like. Tell me what a grizzly was like." And he went on and on about that. And he was pointing out that in a very short time, the children of the human race are going to live in a incredibly toxic emotional and spiritual environment because of the devastation that is coming so rapidly upon us. Now, what's this got to do with the pseudo-speciation idea? If human beings cannot find a way to cooperate for a planetary future, a humane habitat for their species that includes a rich ecological environment, then this narrow window that we have to turn things right side up is going to be gone. So what's this got to do with the study of myth and psyche? I think it has tremendous things to do with myth and psyche. And let me just say a number of those things that I think it has where they touch. No tribal people ever set out to be tribal. They all were seeking to establish a center from which to build a cosmos, a world, which was in tune with sacred patterns. And if Eliade has one theme that he emphasizes about the nature of mythology, which distinguishes it from folklore, he says that it is in human mythology that human beings point back to the original center at which the world was established. Creation was formed. Right relationships between men and women were imagined and struggled with fitfully until they could begin to get it right. And the reality of evil entered, and then humans discovered how to encounter it and how to recognize it and how to struggle with it successfully. Illness was encountered, and then means of healing were discovered and ways to get back to the center, the fountain of blessing and healing and regeneration, so that that healing could be brought back into the human community to restore the patterns which had been there at the beginning, as Eliade says, in illo tempore, in the beginning. And so tribal peoples were not trying to create a tribal reality. They weren't trying to be Hopi or Zuni or Zulu or Apache. They were getting to a center to become humans as they could be, the best that they could be, to be as true to the vision of what the human could be as was possible. Now, here's my assertion. This is in our hardwiring as a species. You can take the particular form of ape that we are, and you can sit us down anywhere, and this particular ape will make myths, and it will use whatever raw materials are there. If all they have is red clay, the myths will be all full of red clay. And the story will be that, well, they emerged out of this red clay hut, but they would emerge, see. If all they had was bamboo, then the myths would talk about bamboo and the first bamboo shoot that came up, and the first people came down that bamboo shoot. But wherever you put that human ape, they would create myths. And in it, they would create themes and stories addressing these major human issues about finding the center, creating cosmos or world, understanding the forces of creativity and how ambivalent they are, how evil comes in right along with creation, see, right at the creative moment. How men and women have to struggle in order to find a way to relate to each other. What regeneration and healing are about, and how they're related to creation. What is initiation or maturation or full empowerment? And what is transformation? What is the end or goal of all of this? So all those themes are addressed by this particular ape wherever you put it. And it uses the resources that are at its disposal to deal with these themes. Now, I said that it's hardwired, and I want to point out that we are the species that seeks to create a self and images that in terms of a world often a holy city. We'll get into that in the discussion after the break if you'd like. And that is constantly seeking to understand the relationship between selfhood, world, and community. And you look at any of these mythic traditions, you will see them struggling with those issues. So, this is the kind of thing that I want us to be thinking about. As you look at these different motifs and themes that we'll be looking at together, be thinking about our situation today. And along with Joseph Campbell, another great mythologist that I haven't had a chance to talk about yet, think about the radical time we're in terms of myth-making. If you look at that little book, The Inner Reaches of Outer Space, Campbell is saying that we're in a time where, for the first time, since we can see Earth from space, we're really able to conceive of Earth's men and Earth women, Earth community. And I don't know if you've seen Al Gore's book, Earth in the Balance, but as he has put it, for the first time now, there's really a possibility to think about an Earth ethic, a species ethic. And so my comment before we take our break now is that we are at one of the most exciting possible times in the history of this myth-making ape. Just think about the history of this particular ape, because its incredible evolved forebrain has now enabled it to get a perspective from space back on its origins, which for the first time may be able to imagine itself as a species. In other words, there may be a sense in which there has never been an imagining of the human before. And I would invite you to think about the possibility that our studies of myth and the way we steward our studies of comparative mythology today may be our way of bringing into the collective consciousness some of the resources that we may need to revision the ape that we are in a way that's whole enough and healthy enough for us to have a chance for the future. Let me just open it up now, and let's discuss and raise questions and dialogue around any of these issues that you wish. We'll go on until 9 o'clock sharp, and then we'll let you go. So feel free to disrobe. Sauna, we'll have a sauna fee. Yeah, right. Paradisial notion there, utopia. Okay, let's just jump in. Comments, questions, reflections, myths, dreams, yeah.
Campbell, especially in things so which camp?
Yes. One thing I did not point out is there's a tradition behind this Jungian tradition, and let me just mention what I think it is. And as we get our curriculum at the Institute developing, we probably will teach some courses on this particular tradition and get it more fleshed out. But the earliest representation of the tradition that Jung is in is an anthropologist at the University of Berlin called Adolf Bastian, Bastin. And he was one of the very first to affirm the psychic unity of the human species. And he said that there are elementary ideas that are common to all peoples. Elementary ideas. And you would never know he ever existed by studying in American anthropology departments. And I think it's really wonderful that there's been a fine little book that's come out on him recently, but was it published by an American university press? No. Where was it published? In an Australian university where they don't give a damn about what American ideology with regard to this is. So the Australians come and they publish the shadow things in the American intellectual establishment. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Thing is opposite to the statement, though, don't they?
Well, it depends. Yeah, he says that Campbell didn't seem to be as open to the sacred. Well, let's draw a little finer focus on that. Campbell was not a person whose interpretation was balanced on these matters. He did not like the peoples of the book. Now, people have emphasized and said that he's anti-Semitic. Well, he did not like, certainly did not like Judaism. But then we have to understand he didn't like Catholicism either. And he especially didn't like Islam. He didn't like any of the religions of the book. He didn't like traditions that had a lot of emphasis on authoritative priesthoods and revelations. So clearly, he did not like the traditions about the sacred, which are characteristics of the peoples of the book. However, if your definition of the sacred is large enough to include Hindu and Buddhist traditions, he loved Hindu and Buddhist traditions with regard to spirituality, and though he tended to appreciate those that were more, quote, atheistic traditions with regard to the sacred. Now, if that sounds confusing, then what you need to do is probably get a good survey textbook on the history of religions, which most of these good surveys explain about the sacred and non-theistic forms, which is pretty much accepted by everyone today, the scholar in the field. So that's a way to think about it. Campbell was not balanced. He was biased toward Hinduism and Buddhism and Asian traditions. He really couldn't stand to look at this. He would not, for example, give you the time of day to study the mythic dimensions of the book of Samuel. Now, if you take a more open sort of Eliade point of view to the manifestation of the sacred, and you start coming, as my colleague Andre Lecoq, for example, does, to the Hebrew Scriptures with a kind of an Eliade, Paul Ricoeur mindset, and you start looking at the creation stories and the Ark of the Covenant and the formation of the Davidic kingdom and all these things, then you begin to see all of these mythic motifs expressed in the Hebrew Scriptures that, of course, if you had a Bible professor, he never told you were there most of the time. So it's really the kind of open interpretive framework you bring to the tradition that helps you see its mythic motifs. One of the things I want us to do, and when when we're talking about the divine child, the mythology of the divine child, I want to talk a little bit about Christian, because Christianity is a wonderful, in its mythology, the mythology of the divine child, the way it relates to everything is so clear there. So anyway, you got to see that Campbell is not very balanced. Eliade is much more open to the sacred and, everything from a rock to Western traditions, Eastern traditions, native traditions, whatever. Other comments, questions? Yeah.
Feel the substance abuse. I was very interested in what Eliade said about destructiveness. And there was a lot of analogy between how myths are structured and how they are ritualized and how they are taught, and with AA.
Yeah.
And the meetings, the AA meetings, AA literature, as when you look at it, you can see how it's set up as a myth. And in fact, one of the people that started AA did work with Jung, and he said that in order to recover, you have to have a stack of spoons. But I thought that it was very, very important to think of in particular, and also I suppose other institutions in terms of how they have a life of their own, or they become something more than just an organization.
They mediate the mythic imagination, even though they may not say this is mythology. They mediate, and see, that's what I was trying to say about this ape that we are. Anything we do, to the extent that we create an institution or a community, if you've got these eyes, if you study this material and you have eyes to see, you'll start seeing the way in which we are trying to form a cosmos. People in AA are trying to get the chaos regulated, and they're coming up with ritual forms to help with that. And they're trying to get a sense of the mediation of the sacred in various ways. So I think you're absolutely right, and it would be a rich way to approach thinking about that. Also, we'll get into this as we go. You know, to the extent that one is not somewhat reflective about one's mythology, then it tends to take on a very dogmatic flavor. It begins to be systematized and become rigidified. And if one doesn't develop what Jung talked about as the ego archetype axis, or the ego-self connection, then one can't really be very aware of how one is using, say, another person. We need to think about how we use other persons mythically. Because, for example, in psychoanalysis today, we talk about idealizing transferences, which we make projections we have on someone else. I'm always saying to people I work with, well, notice when you're with someone and you feel weak and disempowered. If you're with them and you feel weak and disempowered, you are actually projecting an idealization to someone or something in your environment at that point. Now, in the context of our class tonight, that is a mythic imagining of the person that you're feeling weak before. They stopped being human. They have become, in some sense, divine. And you are experiencing what Rudolf Otto called mysterium tremendum in their presence. Oh, you almighty CEO, thou art the source of all good, and I am merely a little supplicant, see. I could never bring my report into you, see, without shivering and that sort of thing. And that's very common in people's experience. Other comments or questions or thoughts? Yes.
Let's lead into how would you read about Eliade, the thing that been missed from folklore, and how would they would exist from whatever else?
Yeah. Well, I really think Eliade is very. The question is, how do you distinguish myth from whatever else is out there? There are a number of levels to that. First of all, I'm very appreciative of the emphasis that people like Ernst Cassirer and other people have made that the human has a mythic imagination. So there is a sense in which we as individuals, as communities, and as institutions, and as societies, and now as a planet, we're mythologizing now. And even, for example, when we plan a Mars mission, and we think as scientists about staffing the Mars probe, we decide scientifically that there should be 4 couples staffing that. Of course, these people don't realize that that's a fundamental mythic motif, that at the beginning of creation, arriving from the other world, there were 4 couples in the cosmic egg. See, some of the most ancient mythology. So in other words, we're mythologizing continually, particularly when it's on the edge of the unknown. So there's that kind of general dimension that we have to know that human beings are the animal which mythologizes, and so that's a general imagination, particularly at the edges. But I also think that more specifically, Eliade points out, say, folklore deals with much more regional, much more specific sort of conflictual issues, what you and I might call wisdom literature, or what the Adlerians call Menschenkenntnis. It's sort of like wise human knowledge. And so folklore it focuses on archetypal motifs, but the archetypal motifs you find a lot in folklore are much more limited, practical, everyday concerns that you may find in your life as an adolescent, or in your life as a young man, or your life as a young woman, as you're struggling to deal with your mother-in-law or whatever. It is a much more regional, much more special kind of motif. Whereas I think Eliade is right in emphasizing that myth is always related to creation. You cannot understand, according to Eliade, you cannot understand human mythology without understanding that it's related to the creative beginnings, the creative orderings of the beginnings. And I agree with that, because I think we have to see this in the context of the psychology of the self. And I think we have to be aware that we're all in a struggle against chaos. And we're all in a struggle to find a meaningfully ordered world. And to be able to experience that, first of all, in our center. And the fact is that if you look carefully around you and in you, you will notice at what an enormous struggle it is to find a center where you can stand to build your world. I mean, this is the struggle that we have. What is individuation? Individuation is the struggle to find a center from which one can move toward wholeness. And so I think that if we're going to talk about the deeper layers of myths, we're looking at how to create world and selfhood, how to sustain it, how to mend it when it is broken, how to keep it from self-destructing. And so that is the way I think, I think that's Eliade's genius. I think, incredibly, it is consistent with Jung's psychology, but even more interesting to me, it is Eliade's point of view on this, that we'll elaborate a lot next week, is even more consistent with recent findings in other schools of psychoanalysis about the self, the formation of the self, structure of the self. Yes.
In terms of Campbell's book, which you would recommend, it was effective which has the cutting and the distinctions, the difference between the Freudian,
yes,
you made and Jungian.
Yes.
Now, in Eliade states that it is not down to be the best complexity in experience.
Yes.
That kind, one has with the Jung, this grounded in the biological,
yes,
on in the biological organ and the part of the business creators. Now,
yes,
my question is that he created this possible in the short period to elaborate on these biological organs, because in my view of things, that the interpretation is one part to interpret the experience or reality, there is not one way of constructing the mood. At least two ways that Jung mentioned in the source with the self. So, for instance, we talk about sensation as one way, one method.
Yes.
Excuse my rigor term, but sensation is one feeling, thinking.
Typological framework about it, yeah.
How do you connect these methodological kinetic movements to winkification, cosmology, the article?
Yes. Well, what I would recommend, the question is really, and he's really pointing to a very important distinction that we mentioned earlier between the Freudian point of view and Jungian point of view. That is the classical Jungian point of view. That is the emphasis in Jung that there is a biological substrate to the mythology. And he's raising the question about some of the distinctions made, typological distinctions that Jung makes in interpreting mythology and other fantasy material and imaginative material. The way I think that if you're interested in the relationship between the biological and the imaginative, I would recommend that you look at Anthony Stevens' work. Start with his little book on Jung, which is a nice little introduction in this tradition of thought. You got to remember, you look at Andrew Samuel's book, Jung and the Post-Jungians. There are schools of Jungian thought now. You can't be sure when anybody's up talking as a Jungian. You can't be sure what they think. So you need to be able to ask yourself, is this person a developmentalist? Is this person an archetypalist? Is this person more of a classical Jungian? The point of view I'm presenting comes out of more of a classical tradition. I reject the label post-Jungian. I consider myself a Jungian, or I consider myself an analytical psychologist who affirms the centrality and importance of not only the concept of the collective unconscious, but the archetypal self. Anthony Stevens' work is the work that brings together the most systematic scientific evidence relating it to biology, to the kind of thing we're talking about. So start with On Jung and then look at Archetypes, a Natural History of the Self, which will give a more elaborate treatment of this tradition, sort of the grounds in this tradition. The typological issue, we can get into that more later. I personally think that leads you down a little red lane somewhere away from the most fundamental issues, because I think in my own work I've come to believe that there are far more profound and significant psychological roots of the human tendency to see the world quadrated, that is in a fourfold form, than the psychological typology. I don't believe that the psychological typology is a decoding of the human fourfoldness of the human psyche. So Jung did a lot of work on the typology. I won't be emphasizing that because I personally did not really think that particular line of investigation proved very fruitful. I think the line represented by his disciple Tony Wolff was far more a fruitful line than one that got dropped. But we'll get into that more as we go. But anyway, Stevens is the best source for that kind of study, yes.
Why did they didn't come out like Johnson?
Well, Robert Johnson is a creative, classical Jungian writer, and is useful as you sort of kind of explore your way around and sort of traditions with regard to masculine and feminine psychology and other topics. I don't think people really think of him as a specialist in mythology and psychology of mythology in the way that you would consider Campbell or Eliade. He is a fascinating, intuitive interpreter of those traditions, and you can do well to read all of his books and to use his book, Inner Work, as a sort of a handbook to get into dream interpretation and active imagination. We can talk about those as personal mythic work. But that would be something that I would put on my bibliography if I had a long bibliography, but I wouldn't ask you to read that first.
He invested his work with free analysis in Kentucky.
Yes.
Spoke the Lord and how it does it.
Yes.
And foundational does how about free analysis?
Well, dreams, see, one of the things that I think that I want to be pointing out more and more as we go is that if you're not into the more recent sort of so-called post-Jungian camp, and you still believe that with Jung that there's an archetypal self that is an axial, crystalline axial structure that is there as a potential structure through which one's individual location and resources around which it can crystallize and form a self. If you do believe there is this crystalline axial structure to the self as sort of a blueprint for the developing human self, as Jung did and as I do, then you apply the same kind of attitude toward dreaming as you are looking at individual dreams as you would toward individual motifs from different cultures. That is, in our DNA, I would argue, is coded a rich potential for the individual representations of our species, individual representatives of our species. In that code, I think, are a number of, shall we say, mature expressions of very conflictual contents. That is, there's a code, I think, for maturation along different lines of development. Just to give the line, I think that there is coded in our DNA a patterning of a healthy expression of aggression for our species, what that aggression evolved for. And I think that if you look at different cultures, you will see that different cultures pick up and express different motifs about aggression, and they're not the same. If we looked at your dreams, and we looked at them long enough, we would find dreams dealing with your struggle with your aggression. And if we took the dreams of all of our class members, we would notice in all of our dreams our individual struggles with our aggression. And there would be very significant differences between our dreams, just as there are significant differences between the mythological stories with regard to this motif in different cultures. So we can say that I would say that dreams come from this deep level, coming off of the sort of promptings of this implicate order. This implicate order that's in the DNA, trying to correct the conscious attitudes of the ego, perhaps. And since we would be misshapen in very individual ways, our dreams with regard to that motif would be expressing very different kinds of things. But if you're a classical Jungian, we would assume that the unconscious is attempting to help you regulate your integration of that particular line of development. See? And so in terms of different cultures, we notice, for example, if you study aggression in different, you notice that they do not have the same relationship to aggression, all of them. They all struggle with it. And there's so much to be said about that in this context. It's like, is the culture that teaches that love is the answer superior to the culture that gets aggression conscious and has it dealt with consciously and upfront in a ritualized way? Now, there are people that argue all over the place about that. Now, you see the issues here. You have to think about your assumptions about the psyche here. My assumptions in that are that an individual or a culture that is not conscious about aggression and has not taken conscious responsibility for it is, number one, either going to be acting out aggressively on its neighbors and on its own community unnecessarily, or it's going to be a tremendously vulnerable community when some colonists come by that want their gold, or want their women, or want their children to sell them into slavery or something. So that's a long, roundabout way to come to your question, but I think that's the way we need to work with this. Because my assumption is, and my own approach to this, following Jung's tradition, is that just as we need to look at all of our dreams as a series to get a sense about how the objective psyche is trying to correct our relationship to our different lines of development in our psyche, the potential that's there in us, we have to look at world mythology so that we can begin to think about our culture more consciously, about what our particular religious tradition and spiritual tradition does with regard to these particular developmental lines. Ask yourself this question. Do you think Christian teaching about aggression in women is the most adaptive kind of point of view to further the evolution of the human female? Now think about that. We could say it for the human male. Do you think that Christian teaching is likely to help us deal adequately with aggression in the streets? See, my assumption is that Christian teaching is very unconscious about aggression, puts it in the shadow. And wherever Christian culture exists, it does not do a good job of taking responsibility for aggression consciously. It demonizes it, puts it in the unconscious, so that it ensures that people are sadomasochistic on some end of the sadomasochistic continuum. Either we take a masochistic pole to somebody else's sadism, or we play sadist to their masochism. Yeah. And so that is an argument that is simply one expression of the kind of thing I think we have to do on a very wide basis. That would work something like this. We have a spiritual treasure house in world mythology. If we hold that treasure house that we have and we don't let it disappear, and in fact, we've got to slow down the rate of its disappearance. We have some possibility for experiencing some of the wholeness of the possibilities of the human species. We even have some possibility of backing off a little bit and getting some sense of the nuances and shadings of our ape, so we may be more conscious about thinking about the future. So there's a methodological principle in here that I'm going to be pushing for, from my point of view, that in these coming weeks. Other comments or questions? Let's take another one before we go. Anybody else want to raise something? Yeah, Charles.
My question here has to do with this. There's a troubled relationship in our society between white and black.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, there is a lot of clothing in the African American community called Afrocentrism.
Yes.
And on one end of that Afrocentrism, the idea is to actually go back, say, to the creation Africans in Africa.
Yes.
And for an African American to come to some sense of their identity, there has to be an integrated, organic understanding of that whole history up to the present.
Yes.
That's who would argue that's the elevator that can anything is undefined identity.
Yes.
My question has to be in terms of Jungian thought, what about the dreams of all the different things on that? Would you agree with the perspective behind that?
Yeah, now that let me just repeat some of that for the tape. Charles is suggesting that in our particular time and culture, that there are a lot of people in the Afro-American community who are emphasizing the importance of people with African ancestry to take African mythology extremely seriously, to get grounded in that, to stand in that, in order to really find a sense of coherence, coherent selfhood and identity. Now, is that Jungian? Well, now, this is a very fascinating kind of thing. See, here we get to the relationship between tribal perspectives and the possible post-tribalism of our time. Now, Jung never depreciated tribal tradition. In fact, if anything, he emphasized the importance of honoring your own tradition in your search for selfhood. For example, if he was treating an Irish person who was very troubled and did not know anything about Celtic mythology, he would put that person into the study of Celtic mythology as a first kind of study. He would often find that people who were very troubled would have dreams that were bringing up motifs from their own tribal mythical traditions that they did not know anything about and could not recognize as being from their tribal mythical tradition. So the first thing I think we'd have to say is that it is extremely important for one to find and honor one's own tribal roots. And so in that respect, I think that would be very consistent with Jung's point of view. In fact, he would even say today, he would say something I wouldn't say. He would say, if you're a Westerner, don't be studying Buddhism, for your own spiritual practice. I mean, study alchemy, study something Western. So he had that kind of emphasis on honoring your own tribe's myth. I don't think it's necessary to disagree with that, to emphasize the human unity. In other words, I think we all study our tribal traditions and affirm that as a part of our cultural unconscious. It's there. And it has come into you in ways, even if you're an Irish person and you don't even think of yourself as Irish. There are ways in which Irish mythology is in your bones, and you need to make it conscious. But I want to affirm something that a lot of people today have a hard time affirming, and that is with Bastian and Campbell and Eliade and Jung, I want to affirm that the next task then is to claim the entire riches of the human mythic tradition as our tradition. That is really not popular today. It's not politically correct in the universities at all to affirm that. That is considered fascist, arrogant, whatever, to claim some human ownership or stewardship of these traditions. I think that we must affirm this necessity of honoring all of these traditions and learning as much about them as possible. So I think we can affirm that search for the African centering for people of African tradition. But I recently sat with a whole bunch of ordinary American men who listened to an elder of the Dagara tribe in Africa talking about his community, what it was like for babies to be born into his community, the relationship in the life cycle between the babies, the mothers, the fathers, the grandfathers, and the ancestors, that whole intergenerational, that whole life cycle web of relatedness. I heard him describe this in such a way that these ordinary men listening to him were getting in touch with the situation in American culture with regard to isolation of children from birth, the way in which we do not ritualize birth adequately. We do not do ritual bonding in an adequate way with anyone, really, in our culture. And they were able to learn very important things about their own experiences and their own culture by listening to what he had to teach. And so I think that is another expression of this. We get in touch with our tribal traditions and we bring it and tell the other folk, the other apes, what the apes over in our corner learned when we were making our myths. And by sharing this, I think we have a chance to come to a new kind of human wisdom. Now, that will not be accepted by a lot of people today. But I think it's really, there's a watershed coming up soon. And it's going to be very important soon to declare ourselves as to whether we believe there is a human species or not. And be very clear about it. Either there's a human species or there's not. If there's not a human species, then the current rise in racism from all corners and the rise in ethnocentrism is just going to grow and grow by leaps and bounds, and we'll just see who can buy the most smart bombs and, see which one is superior by, who's got the most AK-47s and smart bombs. Or we can try to learn some new respect for each other, and that's our challenge. I think that Jung was making clear a stance that we are one species. And that's the tradition that I'm teaching from anyway. So that's what we'll be working on. Okay, folks, you've got your assignment. Myth of Creation next week. Be ready to tell us a couple. And then we will kick it around. Now, last time we did a lot of shoveling of elephant manure, but stuff that I think is important because there's nothing more practical than a good theory. And one of the things that is so important in our time, and unfortunately in our time, the movement is toward more superficial modes of thinking, shallower modes, simplistic modes, soundbite modes, one-liner modes. For those of you listening on the tape, we're just in the midst of a presidential campaign now with the debates. And one of the things I want us to do tonight is to be aware of the mythic dimensions of the space-time that's created in our nation right now. I mean, we should be very aware of these things during this course because during this course, we're going to live through a sort of all sorts of cosmogonic fantasies, world-creating fantasies, fantasies of evil, fantasies of the hero, all sorts of things. And so we should be aware that if Jung was right, and if I was right in what I was affirming last week, that we are the animal that mythologizes everything. If it moves, we mythologize it. If it doesn't move, we mythologize it. So this is a very mythological time space we're living in. And one of one of the important things to do, for us to do together as we study together, is to get some sense of the sacred geography that myth, the study of myth can provide us. If you really have a sense that human beings come with an inner geography, that's one of the most fundamental axioms on which I live, that there's an inner geography, and we project this everywhere that outer geography becomes a little fuzzy or uncertain. So the more fuzzy the times are, the more uncertain the times are, and the less clarity there is in the outer world, we fill that up with our projections. And human beings being what we are, we are prone to identify with projections. We call that projective identification in psychoanalysis. It's just a fancy way of saying we tend to identify with the most powerful projections that are around. Because, and we'll be seeing why that is the case as we go on, because we don't like anxiety as human beings, and we try to find cosmos. And so one of the things that I'll be trying to do as we go through these weeks is to help us understand the relationship in the inner geography between the struggle for selfhood and the struggle for cosmos, or a meaningful, ordered world. Come on in. Now I'm going to address you to get you to notice your itinerary here. Tonight we're going to be focusing on the mythology of creation. But as I told you last week, I want us to follow the tradition of Jung and Campbell and Eliade, which emphasizes that these different forms of mythology are not just discrete. In other words, this is the world we're trying to get to know is not an atomistic world. It's not a world which is sort of mechanical with cogs and bells and whistles and things that we can undo and just kind of deal with them discreetly without any reference to each other. So what I want to suggest is that we look tonight creation, next week the divine child, the following week the hero, the following week the shaman, and the following week the apocalypse. I want us to be thinking all this time about the way these things relate to each other, because I think that if you have a sense for human inner geography, that you'll begin to see that there is an overall struggle that humans are working with in all this. And I might add that the thing that I didn't get to talk about much here, I've lectured on it in other lectures for the Institute, but during our discussion of the struggle of the hero and the struggle of the shaman and the struggle of the apocalypse, we'll be talking about the psychology and mythology of evil. So here's the way it's going to work. We're going to talk about the beginnings tonight and why that seems to be so ubiquitously important for humans. Then we're going to talk about the personification of the agent of the new world. Because the divine child is not innocuous. Herod wasn't a fool about this. The divine child is the bearer of a radical reorientation, a new cosmos. So we're going to be talking about myth, the formation of world. We're going to talk about what happens when the world seems to have fallen into disarray. United States, 1992. And this divine child coming into the midst of this. We'll talk about the vulnerability of the child next week. In other words, that child, for example, in the Christian myth, has to be taken down into Egypt for protection. We'll be thinking about the vulnerability of this child. We'll think about what that child is mythically and its vulnerability. And then we'll have a lot better sense about why there must be a hero journey. That is, why one must connect with the unique energies of the heroic. Because the world prior to the decisive struggles is not safe from monsters of all kinds. And so, tonight we're talking about the formation of cosmos or world, but what we have to be really focusing on during these weeks is the human awareness that a livable world that is worthy of human habitation is so fragile that it can easily be lost before it can mature. It's immensely fragile. And so then we'll look at the rise into consciousness of the kind of the mature healer, the mature wisdom which can lead to personal and communal healing, and the mythology of what kind of consciousness is that can see the things and know the things and take the kind of risk which must be taken in order that the world be renewed or healed or protected from the destructive forces that are present. And then we'll look at this whole cosmic struggle dimension, the final evening, in which the images abound throughout the world of the decisive struggle through which, depending on the tradition, Shambhala is finally manifest. Or Jerusalem is finally secured and the temple is rebuilt. Or in the Christian mythology, in which the New Jerusalem is formed, comes down, a city built 4 square, etc. So that's the suite. So what I want to just emphasize is that if you're into one of those sort of reductionistic, minimalist, dwarf theories of myth, you may not be able to see any connection between these different forms. But if you are coming at this from the tradition that we outlined last week, these things hold together. Human beings were involved in the human project. And so let me invite you. I gave you an assignment last week, and I did my homework. And I want to give you a chance. I just want to ask now, when you were looking for creation stories about how the world was created, what did you find? Can you just give us, I'll repeat after you, if you'll just tell us some of the different ways that you know of in your own studies that the world was created. And just speak up, yes. Ordering the chaos. Okay. Now, what tradition did you have in mind? Okay. That's a theme that runs widely through world mythology, and different symbols and images used to express that ordering of the chaos. What else? Other motifs that come up that you know of, yes. The Big Bang Theory. We're going to have fun with that one. I mean, just thinking about the Big Bang Theory as myth, not science in this sense, but as a contemporary parallel to the human concerns of these others. Of course, to any myth teller, it's not myth. I mean, when a Zuni is telling their myth, they do not intend for you to view this as myth. They intend you. This is the way it was in the beginning. So that's probably very similar. Other ways that the world came into being that you're familiar with, yes. Right. He's naming the monotheistic traditions of the God separate from the world who creates the world, as some of the traditions say, ex nihilo, out of nothing, by a divine fiat. There are many versions of that. The Judeo-Christian tradition certainly is the great exemplar of that. Others, yes.
No, I thought earlier at the rabbis time, the world over here, and I'm going to stand this word, the other for each other, and both hands of a sword. And this gets real close, and most they still liveliness and creation is in the world, though the adults will, as the though they don't.
Well, here's the rabbi. He's saying that he was at this wedding where the rabbi talked about the man and the woman being married as the first man and the first woman. Now, that is approaching the kind of mythic consciousness that Eliade will be talking about tonight from Eliade. The idea of the return to the beginnings for a fresh start. Maybe they'll get it right this time, yeah. And so other modes in which the world came. Know any Native American ones or any? Yes, many mentioning the traditions. Certainly, they are there in Hinduism, but also other places in the world where the divine would lonely, and created the world to have something much more interesting and to do. And this is not just Indian, but it's very widespread throughout the world. Any other motifs that you know about? Yes. Yes. It's coming together, get this now, here Jung would love this, coming together of extreme cold and extreme heat. Coming together of the opposites. Coming together, and out of the union of the opposites comes something radically new. The world. One recurrent motif that you see a lot is the motif of being created from a void. That's that there is a void, nothingness, and the world issues from the void. One of the things that we'll think about a little bit, maybe in our discussion after our break, is the way in which, if you study human spiritual and mythical traditions, and you really look at them deeply, you will find that there's a great tendency for the concept of emptiness and the concept of fullness to merge. That's not, if you haven't studied these traditions, they sound like they're light years apart, emptiness and fullness. But we'll get into that later, that those that have studied Buddhism, great Buddhist traditions of the nature of reality, they have discovered that a lot of these concepts are very similar to classical Western ideas of fullness, pleroma. because they are prior to differentiation. So one of the things that we'll be thinking about tonight is the relationship between fullness and differentiation. And one of the things you want to be kind of playing with in your mind is this struggle, this ambivalence we humans have about merger and individuation. Separation, oneness, and separateness. Because if you look carefully at these motifs in creation stories, you will see sort of a reflection again on things that we struggle with all the time in our lives, in our relationships, in our community life. And we will see that they're reflected in these mythic motifs. Another one, cosmic egg. You know, there was a great cosmic egg in which all was one. There was no differentiation. And then that egg split. This is ancient Egypt. And out of that egg came the 4 couples, the first inhabitants of the world. But there are many, many other cosmic egg stories around the world. So many, many of the stories deal with, even though they may have different, some of them, certain parts of the world may not touch the void. Some of them in other parts of the world may not touch the cosmic egg imagery. But there are similar motifs which are present. Now let's see if we can name together some of these before I go into some of Eliade's understanding of this. If you read creation myths, creation stories, what kinds of accounts do you normally get? I mean, what are some of the things that are talked about in those stories? Anybody? Just jump in. Yes.
You're set out into the void is what would have done she talked about me, very to the cast as great as right?
Okay. So there is a separation of light and darkness. That's a very common motif. And contrary to those that are just studied Western tradition, it's not just Western. There's a lot of emphasis made on the beginnings of distinctions between light and darkness. What other kinds of distinctions? What other kinds of yes?
Where Jungian talked about the ability to separate there.
Exactly. Now I want us to hold on to that, and let's remember to come back to that because that Native American tradition. I'm going to read you another tradition that I want you to think about in relationship to that one in a minute from I think Bulgaria, but I want you to notice that the separation of earth and sky. It seems that in the original situation, there's not much room for a cosmos in here. There's not much room for a world. Certainly, there's not much room for a human kind of world, where humans can do their things. So something has to happen in here between whether it's Father Earth and Mother Sky, as it is in some places, or Mother Earth and Father Sky. There is a differentiation in terms of creating a habitable space. Now, that's something we really need to think about in relationship to the struggle for selfhood, to the big issue. Habitable space. Okay. Now, one thing that often happens in creation stories, another element, and while we're just talking about elements, is the presence of a trickster figure. It's not always there, but in many, many cultures around the world, the trickster figure, and for those of you that have no background on this, you want to look at Jung's essays on the trickster and look at Paul Raden's book on the trickster. one of the interesting things is that the trickster is present during the creative process, but after the cosmos is established, you don't hear from him. So one of the things that I want us to kick around a little bit tonight is that, especially in relationship to the making space issue. Now let me read you a Bulgarian story which addresses this. You know, in many traditions, the trickster figure is considered the devil. That is, it's not always considered the devil, but if you want to know where the trickster is in Judeo-Christian traditions, it's Lucifer, carrying that trickster archetype. This is from Bulgaria. Once the earth was a tiny disk, only big enough for God and the devil to lie upon together, and everything else was sea. Now the devil did not care for this at all. He wanted to get rid of God and have the earth to himself. So he said to God, you know, you look tired. Why don't you lie down and sleep, and I will keep watch? God knew everything, and he knew the devil's mind precisely. Nevertheless, he lay down there and pretended to sleep. Then the devil crept up behind him, got hold of God's shoulders, and tried to push him into the sea. But he couldn't do it. Though he seemed to be on the brink of it, the shore kept stretching on, and the sea marched ever further away. And that was the north. So then the devil got hold of God's shoulders and pushed him toward the south. And again it was in vain. And again the shore expanded, and try as he might, he could not reach the sea. He tried pushing God to the east, the same. He tried pushing him to the west, the same again. And afterwards the earth reached as far as the eye could see, and that was the beginning of the world. So there is the trickster playing his role in the creation of the cosmos, a world which is large enough and has enough room for humans to inhabit. Now hang on to that, because I want to get us now. By the way, let me give you this reference. It's an older book. It's called Beginnings, Creation, Myths of the World, compiled and edited by Penelope Farmer. It's a fine compendium of creation stories from around the world, and if we had more time, I would read you a bunch more. What I'd like to do now is to have you hold that in your mind, and then I want to talk a little bit about Eliade's understanding of the creation mythology, and some of the salient characteristics of that are always present, and that I think that you and I need to be thinking about as we are thinking about creation mythology, and as a context for all these other things we're going to be talking about during the weeks to come. So if you got something to take notes on, write these things down, because I want to get to all these. We're going to talk about creativity, the sacred and creativity. We're going to talk about the role of the center. And we're going to come back to that issue that he raised about the issue of fullness and differentiation, the dialectic in creation between fullness and differentiation. We'll talk about Eliade's concept of hierophany in relationship to creation mythology. And we'll talk about the human utilization of rituals to get back to the forces that were present in illo tempore, as Eliade says, in the beginning, for purposes of renovatio, for purposes of renewal and regeneration. And we will end by just talking a little bit about the human fantasies of creation and then a kind of fall into fragmentation. And then I'll try to give a little psychological commentary on this before we take a break. But let me just jump in. I told you last week that I don't think anyone is superior to Eliade in understanding this material. He is able to focus the way in which humans are interested in creation myths, not just to be doing storytelling. This is not something that you just do to kind of pass the time. These are not pastimes for the homo religiosus, for the religious human being, for the human being that is aware of the power of the sacred, the experience of the sacred, the experience of the numinous, as we said last week. Or if you're thinking in Jungian terms, the power of the encounter with the objective psyche, the power of the encounter with the collective unconscious, the power of the encounter with the archetypal self within you, the great self that is not your ego. Those are parallels. They're not the same thing, they're not reducible one to the other, but they're parallels in terms of the plumbing, the way the plumbing works with humans. So just as a Jungian person that comes at life in a Jungian way is not interested in dreams just because they are kind of interesting, are not interested in connecting with archetypes simply because they're nice little pegs on which to hang experience or to argue about. These things are sources of energy, of regenerative energy, in a world that for human beings so often turns into a wasteland, a desert, a place without form or orientation. Eliade notes that in contrast to modernity, the way in which modern culture tries to teach us to live, human beings always have a sense of here's the technical phrase, the heterogeneity of space. I lectured on this in my lectures on sacred space at the Institute, and you can look into that if you've not got background in this. And I've published a number of articles on this, and I've got a book that will be coming out soon called The Magician and the Analyst, which will go into this in some detail. But the point is that human beings, in Eliade's view, and there's enormous evidence, I think that he's right about this, human beings have a totally different experience of the world when they feel in connection with the numinous or with the sacred, the center out there, and when they don't. Eliade pointed out that for pre-modern tribal peoples, they constantly were on the lookout for manifestations of the sacred in their world. The whole world may be peopled by spirits and so forth, but there would be particular places, times, things, persons, which were carriers of the sacred in a very special way. He called these hierophanies, manifestations of the sacred. Can anybody spell that? I always get the E and the I reversed, but I think it's Hierophanies. hierophany. Now, the interesting thing about a hierophany, any time you encounter the sacred, what happens? Well, a center is established. Write that with a capital C, because we want to make clear that this is not an ordinary point. When you experience the presence of the sacred, in terms of the mythic worldview of human beings or the mythic psychic experience of human beings, when you encounter the numinous, there is an interruption in ordinary space-time. We might say there is an interruption in our depression. In our chronic depression, there is a crack in the chronic depression. And Eliade, look at the book Patterns in Comparative Religion, because in that he shows, as I mentioned last week, he shows that it doesn't really, you can't tell what it's going to be that is the occasion for the crack in the ordinary, profane, sort of deteriorating, gray world. It can be a stone, it can be a bird, it can be a crow, it can be a brook, it can be a tree, it can be some strange bearded stranger that walks in and, as in Rumi's experience, and teaches you to dance, and some man that they all say is crazy, but your experience of him is that there's a sense in which God has walked in the room, and after that encounter, nothing is ever the same again. So if I had time, we could just and maybe we should after the break, talk a little bit about other ways in which you've known people or experienced in your own life manifestations of this numinosity. But the key thing Eliade says is that when that is encountered, you'd never experience it like you discovered it. You did it. You sort of found it. It in some way is experienced as having revealed itself to you. In other words, you experience the sacred as active toward you. There is a sense in which there is a fullness in it that corresponds to the emptiness in you. And so there's a flow that you experience when you encounter it. Now, according to Eliade, this moment, this point that forms, then expands. And Eliade points out in his incredible books the way in which this principle is at the heart of practically every aspect of human culture. That human beings, when they are seeking to build a house in past history, the center would have to be found. The point, which was the locus of a hierophany, would have to be found, and then that space, which could make it safe for that house and its inhabitants, could be consolidated. Think about the modern approach to architecture today. Not all of them. I know some architects that have a sense of this kind of stuff, but a lot of architects have a sense only of space as profane space. So it doesn't occur to them about the difference between an empty space or a deprived space and a full space, and a human emotionally full space. But in pre-modern approaches to architecture around the world, you had this sense of connecting with the center Remember, according to Eliade, the same center manifests all over the place. It is the same center of the world, the axis mundi, the navel of the world, the place where the creative energies flow into the world and resource the world, making it possible for a habitable human universe to be created. So we've got the human experience of a kind of hunger, chaotic, formlessness. The closest experience you and I might have to the profane space is a feeling when we feel abandoned. Think about the last time you felt abandoned by significant persons. That sense of being left without supports, without orientation, that sense of feeling left to die, that is a parallel to the pre-modern feeling about the world where you don't know where the navel of the world is. You find it unlimited resources. Think about the Christian myth. The Christian myth is you have to find the cross. You have to find the place where the divine regenerative energies enter the world through the sacrifice of Christ and through the transformation of through his offering of the body and the blood into the food of eternal life. And so in Christian mythology, the cross is the world tree, the sacred center through which all regeneration of all time occurs. And if you've never, for example, had the opportunity to study the theology of Karl Barth, you have to, if you want to get a feeling for the Christian myth, don't read a lot of contemporary theology. If you want a feeling for the Christian myth, read Karl Barth, and you get this sense that if you look anywhere, from Barth's point of view, you look anywhere in the world, and if you look close enough, there will be a finger pointing. Any place in all the world, in all history, in all time, in all past, in all future, if you look, you will find a finger, and that finger will be pointing to the center of all history, all time, all space, and that is all converged in the cross of the sacrifice of Christ. And now, I used to tease my theologian friends. I used to say, well, if you don't understand, Barthians didn't like to say that this is myth either, This is literal truth. And of course, if you come at this from a psychological position, anybody that thinks like a Barthian is psychotic. See, it's like if you are really into those ideas of reference, we call them ideas of reference in contemporary psychiatry in relationship to that sort of thing. In a secular world, a Barthian is crazy. But if you understand myth and a mythic imagination, then you can have a sense about what someone like Barth is trying to do. He's trying to give one a sense of the kind of orientation to the center which is possible if you participate in a mythic universe. Very similar things go on in Islam with the orientation toward the Kaaba and the pilgrimage to the center, which you can see on some anthropology films of the pilgrimage to Mecca. But anyway, so what do we know about that location at the center? Well, it is the point at which creative energy, all creativity flows in there, in that point. And it flows out of an unspeakable fullness or emptiness, as the case may be. It is that place that connects this world with the other worlds. So the hierophany is the manifestation of creativity. And in the human pre-modern world, you never saw myths unrelated to rituals. So human beings were always trying to be in this orientation to the center in order to find power to live. Another word that is related to the word hierophany, or a manifestation of the sacred, is Eliade's word kratophany, K-R-A-T-O-P-H-A-N-Y, meaning the manifestation of power. So if you understand a mythic view of creation myths, any creation myth is about the manifestation of power. What kind of power? Arbitrary power, not for the human beings involved here. This power for me to live. So why do I want to know about the creation stories? Because I need to get closer to the power to live. So when I try to get you to tell that you're the tribal elder in my tribe, why do I want to hear you recount this? Not just to show that I'm a good boy and I'm a good student. I want to hear this because I can get closer to the power. Closer to the power of creation, of healing, of regeneration. Closer to the power that I need to have courage so that I can face what I have to face every day. So, lo and behold, there is an existentialist dimension in this whole thing. That is, this is not abstract sort of coffee table philosophy. This is survival magic. And so when human beings, you might put it this way, I totally believe this, when human beings are honest, or they're not just eaten up with denial, number one, they admit how hard it is to find the power to live. And two, they have some sense that they're going to have to find a center some way and relate to that in some way so that they can reconnect with the power to live, because when they're honest, they realize their ego doesn't have it. You can think about, we can talk after the break, we can talk about addictions in this context as sort of an unconscious striving to find the center that has the power to connect me with these forces, which I know I need not to be chronically depressed and in order to live with something other than a gray ordinariness, a sort of a life of quiet desperation. So what when we say about creation mythology, it's always related to the ritual process of renewal and empowerment. Why did folks want that? Because they knew they had to have it to live. They were not into lives of quiet desperation. And it's quite interesting to think about the way in which people who participate in mythical visions tended to be far less gray than the sensibilities we have in this in modernity, and that's something we need to think about. Now let me get into a minute before we have to take a break. What's the problem here? There is something that we can see going on even in this story of the trickster, or in the story that I read you of Satan. there is a widespread understanding among humans that there's something about this divine energy that doesn't make room for humans. You see this all kinds of places. If you haven't had a chance to study the Kabbalah, you will find a very interesting way of thinking about God in the Kabbalah. There is something in God that is so generous that God will move over so that there's space for humans. So it's not just in the story we read. You see it in Jewish mystical tradition. You see it in this common presence of the trickster figure in creation stories. Something has to be there to limit let me put it this way, the imperialism of this creative entity. There's something about sacred energy, sacred creative energy that is imperialistic. It knows no boundaries. It primitive people, so-called, had a healthy respect for sacred energy, and they did not moralize it like liberal contemporaries. They had a sense that it was ambivalent. This was what Jung was trying to point out in his book, Answer to Job. There's something about the divine energy, creative energies, that is not friendly. And so it's fascinating to me, and I went into this in my trickster lectures, but I just want to emphasize to you, there's something about the need for a rebel in the presence of divine creative energies. Now I want you to read this as a parallel. The ego is rebel to the self. We Jungians tend to romanticize this a bit. Oh, well, we want to have this ego-self partnership or ego-self axis or something. Well, that's something to shoot for, but at the beginning, when you are trying to differentiate your ego from your archetypal self, you may have to be a rebel. You may have to get into a bit of a Lucifer complex. You may have to be in the coyote, trickster. You may have to do something to break up the totality of that flooding of divine power that doesn't leave any room for a human world. Now, a little bit later tonight, we'll talk about ways in which divine numinous energy in the psyche floods and doesn't leave room for a human world. But I think it's important to realize that in these creation cycles around the world, you usually have some figure that is going to help separate all this divinity. And the interesting thing about these trickster figures is they're not moral at all, typically. They're rebellious as hell and not moral, and they tend to be downright sociopathic. They tend to be downright anti-cosmic. Now, I think it's fascinating to think about that. Well, now, what is there in that that's true about humans? See, I think that we are not very advanced on our understanding of this psychologically today. I think we don't ask, how can we support the rebel in the psyche at those times in life when that rebel must be supported if there's going to be a development of a world for that individual. And you can be thinking about your own experience. When was your rebel ever supported by significant people in your life when you were trying to get out from under the imperialism of the divine powers of your family or your culture? So it's an important thing to reflect on, and it's an important thing in our current social setting to ask ourselves about the systemic role of sociopathic behavior in our culture. We kind of take a little family systems approach to our larger social world and think about it in terms of creation mythology, and reflect on this need to have some part of the psyche which pushes back to form a space for human habitation in the face of all this creativity. Okay. Now, that gets me to the point. Human beings have always been preoccupied with finding the axis mundi, the center, the source of creativity, the source where the world is connected with the other worlds, where all the fullness is, where we won't starve to death, where our herds will have births like they should and not monsters, where our own families will grow and prosper, where if we're hunters, where we'll be able to find game, if we are agricultural peoples, that our crops will grow, if we're Egyptians, that the Nile will flood on time, and that we will have adequate agriculture. So we've had that preoccupation, but there is something in us. If you study this cross-culturally, you'll find that there is a deep fear about connecting with that center. Because human beings know, and here's the thing that I will assert, we'll be coming back to this time and again. If you're in touch with that creative power, it can do many great and wonderful things. But it often overflows its boundaries and destroys the habitable human world. We can say demonic possession. In many of the traditions of the world, that's the way this is talked about. So when we get to the shaman later on, we'll be talking about the discernment, the task of the shamans discerning the places where this is happening. That is to say, if some evil is happening in the community, one way to think about it is some of this divine energy has gotten in places where it shouldn't be. And it is having an effect on the community. It's having an effect on the people, on the psyche of the people. It's having an effect on their bodies. And so when we get to the shaman, we will see the way in which the shaman has to be a master of these flow patterns of energy, a numinous energy in the world. So here's the thing, there's creation, but there is always this shakiness, that this creative energy may turn into something that's dangerous for the human community, and that there will be a fall into fragmentation, that the experience of the whole, which one comes to the center to find, may be lost, and that not only can there be fragmentation, but that monsters come then. So in traditional cultures, there's a direct relationship between the rise of monsters and the connection with the creative energies. And then that's where you get to the point where you have to have some sacred technicians of the sacred who can help you understand about the containment and channeling and appropriate utilization of these creative energies, so that you can have them in your life without having them destroy you and your community and your world. So that is the way in which creation mythology functions, according to Eliade, and I think he's right. Not only do I think he's right in terms of an assessment of the way this plays itself out in human ritual behavior, I think it directly parallels the way in which human beings long for a connection with what some psychoanalysts they call the grandiose self, what Jung called the archetypal self, what the Naskapi called the great man within, what the Hindus call Brahman. That there's a direct line here between that, and that we have to understand something about the way in which this really tells us about our situation. And after our break, we'll come back and discuss the way in which we're in a period right now where people are longing for connection with the cosmic center, for regeneration. All of this economic fantasies that we've got now is put in a mythical context in the human psyche. And so we'll come back and chat. Let's take about 10 minutes. We'll come back and do some discussion of this creation modality. Some of you were having a little fun at the break thinking about looking around and seeing how we act out our quest for the center in our contemporary society. That's a fun way to think about this. What Joe was doing is raising the question of what kind of gods get worshipped, and I would want to draw a little finer beat on this and say, how is that related, the gods they worship, how is that related to the question of creation and cosmos and all of this sort of thing? Because these different expressions of Greek gods and goddesses relate to cosmos differently and relate to creation differently. So let's just take the case in point. If you look at Hollywood, he says that there's a lot of Aphrodite and a lot of Dionysian energy there. That's certainly true. Even there's a lot of trickster energy there, too. But the interesting point is that if you look carefully at that, none of it is cosmogonic in any kind of public way. That is to say, it is about worlds, spinning worlds, but the worlds are not the kind of worlds that create a habitat for humanity. So there are a lot of experiential worlds that people are invited into. So that would be one way to think about that. So anyway, if you think about this question about what different places and what different gods get honored, put it in the context of the human preoccupation with finding the axis mundi. So now there's no question that Americans are you have to think about the sacred role of our cinema. So that has a whole thing to do with that. I mean, the way in which film in America does serve a sort of a spiritual direction role, and people do flock to it to encounter some aspects of the numinous. So they're looking for that.
I thought it's not. It's the kind of, I think it's the kids start, that boys parade, and I think itself, it was a goddamn payment. Danny, Daddy, does not really how the Ghana, that is my is how,
She's saying for the tape, that in response to his question about the gods worshipped in Chicago, she's suggesting maybe Mars for Chicago. That's an interesting thought. We'll get... Yes.
Yeah, see, now that would connect more with, I think, with the economic people. I'm not understanding where he's in and took the aftermath. They had the stuff that you're able to be part of the historical society was incredibly long with that, with this book and them. It's a thing that's it's characters, you were the whole there are just enormous, enormously diverse types of goods for things that you never dreamed were made in Chicago have been made here really since the inception of the city. Another thing also is the obvious thing when we talk about the center of the city, if we're looking at it commercially, it's LaSalle Street. But when the average Chicagoan wants to renew himself or herself, where do we go? In Hyde Park.
Let's hear.
You go to the point. The lake. To the lake.
Okay, now let's hold that just for a minute.
We've got a huge number of people that that's very important.
Okay, now he says people go to the lake. Now there are all sorts of things here. We can talk about See, it's good to play with this like this because, the thing about symbols and the thing about these kinds of manifestations is that each of these is right in a certain way. That is to say, the Board of Trade is a certain manifestation of this kind of energy. I mean, there's an immense flow of energy through the Chicago Board of Trade. It is psychic energy, and if you ever get to know any traders, you can see what it does to their lives. If you know any traders, it's very hard not to have the sacred intrude on your human life if you're a trader. Do you know what I mean by that? I mean, if you're a trader, you're dealing in such huge amounts of resources, and you can become incredibly rich in one morning. And it is extremely difficult to maintain any sense of orientation when that sort of thing happens to you. So that's one thing. But now the lake. What do you know? If we stay with Eliade now, why might it be the case that going to the lake is a place for connecting with the numinous? And why would that be if you just stay with Eliade? Yeah. It is the source of renewal. It's the edge. See, you always, when you're seeking the encounter with the sacred, you always have to get out of ordinary space. And when you do that, you go to the edge. Humans always try to find the boundary because they're looking for the place where the ordinary world stops and the extraordinary world starts. And this is why people go to Las Vegas. They go to the desert. People go to the desert. They go to the mountains for very similar reasons. They go to the waterfront for very similar reasons. Yes.
Ones at which physical agree.
Yeah. She's suggesting a very important thing, that it is a place where different elements meet. Because anytime you get the real axis mundi, you get a union of opposites, you get the balancing of elements, you get the blurring of ordinary boundaries, you get the encounter with a significant sacred boundary, but you get a blurring of ordinary boundaries. It's what Victor Turner called liminoid and liminal experiences. They are at the edge. They are not ordinary. So that's very important. There's a lot of nightlife in Chicago. A lot of pub life. A lot of drinking. A lot of consumption of drugs. That's another place that Chicagoans turn to find the numerous and the sacred. If you want, maybe this is time for a little field research into our topic. Saturday night, you folks ought to take in, if you haven't been up to any of the blues bars up on the north side, or the south side for that matter. Because you get in a blues bar and along about 1:30 in the morning or 2, you will have a sense of the luminous. I kid you not. A lot of boundaries will begin to blur. And what Victor Turner, and I look, in the presence of the sacred, ordinary structural differentiations break down, always. If you're really in the presence of the sacred, the ordinary distinctions of status break down. They're not the same. Even the king or the chief in tribal society, in the presence of the sacred in its special modes, that will often create a reversal in which the chief begins to be a servant of the people in a very explicit way. So it's a reversal that occurs. Victor Turner's work, the ritual process, is a book to look at to get a sense of the ritual dimension of it. Other thoughts on this? Things coming to my head. Yes.
Points it's difficult to differentiate toward the side of the water and separate and the colorings to similar.
She says that the distinctions between water and sky are often blurred in the waterfront, and I think that's very true. And but now to keep it in focus for our thing tonight, that what one is questing here, one is on a quest for the regenerative center. Remember, for religious humanity, as opposed to modern humanity, the recounting of creation story was not abstract. It was a quest for the regenerative energies. It was an attempt to return to the regenerative center. Now, in the absence of awareness about this, it's great, isn't it? I mean, the ape that we are hasn't forgotten all this. Our culture's forgotten it, essentially, and our philosophers think philosophy is about destroying language, you know. But the ape that we are remembers this, and so it knows to go looking for it, and it will go on. It gets on its thing, and it goes on its questing mode, and it will look until it begins to find something that promises regeneration. If you want to comment again.
Would be said a comment about it. Fellow was talking about taking a trip every night to the lake, and in this day in Pennsylvania, what is about a lake could be caught as being a need to drive allowed to
drive around the lake. Palestine. And English would do this for the tape. He's raising a question about the sort of the urge of Chicagoans to drive around the lake. And would you say more about that, and then I will comment on that.
Living here in the city was large metropolitan area, and the need or the desire to see the rest of the lake, and from here we can all see to the road, and you can't see the other side of the lake distant the light. But there's, and we've all gone to Indiana, up Michigan, and then back down through Wisconsin, and we're getting rid of the not the feeling what you heard, but getting through the India Mustang first, and then traveling to the.
Fascinating. It's almost you're describing a sort of a cycle of moving to urbanization by through sort of what Eliade would talk about as the renovatio back into nature, the regeneration of nature back to the city. I want to point out something, though. Human beings always want to go around things. They circumambulate. All that spiral stuff in mythology, that's not just somebody's add-on. We tend to be territorial animals. I think this is in our sociobiology. We are the ape that circumambulates the territory. And it is part of the way in which we secure space. And it is part of the way we consecrate space, and it's part of the way we orient ourselves to the center. So there's a sense in which the lake then functions as a center, the lake itself. And it's very interesting. You know, the ancient Egyptians at their great temple complexes had sacred lakes. And they circumambulated those sacred lakes in a lot of their rituals. Circumambulate, that just means to walk around. But anyway, so this thing of the Eliade talking about the center, it's not an abstraction. It is real. And you want to orient your life to it when you find it. Yes.
In the water, when the worker with the water tower and the forest.
I'm sure he's talking about the Chicago's water tower being sort of an image of Orpheus. I think it is probably got all sorts of mythic connotations to people in the back of their minds. That which survives the conflagration, the phoenix, and all that sort of fantasy. Somebody back here, Charles.
I have some vanity about the way. And I just think it's important to keep it in the midway as opposed to why am I tending to be feeding symbolize to death? Out of death. And so it will allow them to respect, I think people do so sacred then.
Yes.
But the other thing that I think is important is that is self-transformation and doing around it. And that's money for individual working quality. I think that symbolizes, that's the concentration. I think it symbolizes what individuals are they'll try to do and then it gradually and vapor. But then the question becomes is what on ground is that my transformation begins to I'm going to keep building evilly down about it, and that's my best eating. And obviously the standard cloud can make mine until you can.
How would you define that? He's saying that if you circumambulate the center and you get in touch with the sacred, then you have to deal with evil. And he says that's one of the problems of the modern person. In what sense, John?
Well, I think that the title about the modern period, I think that how that needs to be different from everything as that we have to come up with a new reading of what humanity is about, or deeper faith.
Mm-hmm.
And the first latitude is to find that deep given ourselves. Mm-hmm. And so it comes out like drowns in. We need to be grounded in the depth of state that we contact limiting and then ourselves. But if we don't deal with our shadow of the body or the evil within our body.
Now we're getting to a Jungian take on this whole issue. He's saying that when you get in touch with the sacred, or you want to say psychologically the archetypal self, you immediately are running the risk there of inflation. And I think this is a parallel to what ancient peoples all had a sense for. And when you connect with this In fact, Jung pointed out that you immediately, when you get in touch with this, you kind of move into a monopersonality form, which you really become inflated and overestimate your insides. And the thing about it is you don't know it. When you're really inflated, you can't tell you're inflated. That's what people often don't realize, that it is when you're inflated that you're the most vulnerable, because you can't tell you're inflated. So that then comes, then what is there about modernity that makes this particularly problematic? I mean, what is there about our culture that makes it harder for us to deal with, in a constructive way, with these creative entities?
Well, on the same line, Potter built the 10 to the 9 jury lead person out there trying to make an individual for that's when you get his what and really he built. I mean, created men or a herd of animals in but a creature that's looking and the ability out there playing football home down and then there and then there that really on Bill or tool boy and that's.
He's pointing out that the tendency of modern culture to isolate us as individuals is really a problem in this context. And I just might add that a lot of the recent work done in psychoanalytic theory, not Jungian, but in contemporary psychoanalytic self-psychology, really underscores this. Because when you are isolated and you do not have, if you're not involved in ongoing supportive relationships, and I might even add it, voluntary organizations, voluntary associations. If you're not involved in what the feminists now call the sort of the web of relationship, and I think it's a good metaphor, then you are much more defenseless against the rush of this energy when it does come, and you don't have anyone to help you contain it, channel it, to kind of keep your feet on the ground a little bit, keep from flying off into some dangerous place. So I think that's a very important thing, and I think that when someone like Ewart Cousins talks about the second axial period, the possibility of a second axial period coming now in the history of religions, where we regain our sense of community and ritual and body, that is exactly what he's trying to get at, what your point is there. We're going to have to find some way to contain this energy again in a post-tribal way. Yes.
I just went down a couple of, being in Chicago.
Yeah.
I mean, we do have the global with it.
Yeah.
And, but that new thing that he did, he can claim the creation.
Yeah.
One of the other things as this building I think about the Chicago is, this active diversity. Because there's status in place, state, that has to be the body awareness. You were talking about those there out, and then you do it with the go. But as you begin being round and built legally, there has to be a bodying under the others demand that is brain with different kids, and that ethnic difference. And because of the present work, war is hard at ethnic differences.
Charles is pointing out the Chicago as a boiling pot of ethnic diversity as reflecting this. Now, I want to remind us that the word polis, from which politics comes, is a direct parallel to the word cosmos, for world. And that in a mythic imagination, anytime you have a city, it is a little microcosm. So in the city is the microcosm of world in general. And so, in other words, in order to understand world urbanization today, you should not leave out this quest for the center, which in the formation of cities in pre-modern world, always the city was the axis mundi. The center of the city was the axis mundi. And so Charles is raising some fascinating things now. Isn't it interesting that all over the world everybody's flooding into the cities? Well, what are they looking for? Sustenance, safety. They're misguided often, but they're in there. So there is this archetypal dimension to this worldwide quest toward urbanization. And it's very interesting to reflect on the breaking down of these ethnic barriers in a urban environment, if you're looking at it from a Jungian or a point of view like Eliade's. So, I mean, there's a lot. We could do a lot with that. And we probably ought to come back to that as we go because, in other words, it may be that the city is an opportunity, see, rather than the way in which people tend to appreciate and demonize it now. Yes.
A fragmentation of the resolution, that is the field. There's a 10 ultimate stage in history in the site, and that is when you have the manifestation of the appearance of the Messianic kind of order. Come on, let's go to the beginning. So let's have the manifestation once again. Let it come back and restrain all these things that are happening.
Now you have said a great deal. That you are, yes. Well, I mean, let me just sort of restate some of what I hear him saying for the take. I mean, it's a very rich comment. He's talking. He's emphasizing the way in which Eliade's understanding of the dialectics of the sacred can be used to do a sort of a reading of history in terms of the history of the human experience of the sacred, and that clearly you have the drive toward cosmos manifested in history, and then this what I would say is we've got to talk about evil a lot because of the interruption of that movement toward cosmos that is a continuing struggle, and he is almost you sound like you're almost raising the question of the normative vision of the intentionality of the sacred that lies behind all these hierophanies. Now, this would be not alien to Eliade's, I think, his own esoteric viewpoint, because I think it's quite clear if you read that book, The Quest. You should all get a copy of that sometime. The Quest. It's History and Meaning in Religions. And there's this his essay on a new humanism is in that book, and you have to kind of get behind the University of Chicago professor in Eliade to his vision, and I think it's very similar to what you're saying. He really did feel that the transconsciousness that is the locus of the structures of the sacred is really seeking to lead human beings toward a more universalized sense of world. And Bliss, we mentioned Campbell. Bliss is like Campbell's vision of the earth from space, saying that now is the time for a radical movement forward for our species, that we might see this whole more clearly and might move toward it. Eliade really believed it was possible for there to be a redeemed new humanity, a new humanism, one in which we would value all these hierophanies. Sounds Jungian almost, doesn't it? We would value these manifestations of the sacred, but we would understand that they are all partial in some way. All these historical hierophanies are looking toward a larger, inclusive experience. But I think that your comment about a sort of a telos in history, a sort of a his view of a sort of a underlying purposiveness behind manifestations of the sacred, I think that's pretty faithful. In fact, Joachim Bach, the great historian of religions, once said that if you look at these traditions and the phenomenology of religion, you can look back in there and there's almost a Whiteheadian metaphysics back in there behind that. And that is to say that there is a divine reality, and this divine reality is luring the consciousness of humans toward more harmony and intensity of feeling, as Whitehead would say. So there's a lot of evidence that could support what you were saying. Now get us back to Chicago, Joe.
Since the history of community,
okay, the history of Chicago, which we live.
as far as our auditors are concerned, Chicago as a big city strikes me as being conspicuous for its general ignorance of the Native Americans who were here.
Chicago is not famous for its sense of history. But now you've got a point you're making here in this.
Exactly down those things. We looked at when you start talking about a mythological consciousness. The mayors who have been in Chicago for all my life are people who have lived in very non-mythological areas.
Yeah. Now let's see.
But even if the city, Shaman.
What is it?
Explain out the chronicle. Reaching the Berlin part. We said that with our read out blindingly my institution.
Can you say anything about Burnham's vision, his consciousness about this? She's making a comment about the significance of the park system in Chicago. Burnham's park, she says it rightly, in the context of a sense of the sacred for the city. Now, does anyone know? Do you know about Burnham's vision of this?
The only point I know of relevance to make no small players.
Okay. Well, clearly, Burnham, let me just make a comment to show you the way that the grounding of this. Burnham was a Swedenborgian. And there is a mystical vision that is behind all of his work on the park system. Burnham believed that Chicago would be the location of the New Jerusalem. Now, but see, for our purposes, you have to get it. We are forever mythologizing our spaces, and if you dig, now see, we've got enough insights, enough points that's been raised tonight. We could go on and on and on and on about this because we could pursue the Native American issue, which is a very interesting and important thing in terms of our problem about the consciousness about that and what that does. There are a number of these other themes about the trains that she raised, the issue of Chicago as a hub. You've got to think about that in terms of this creation mythology. The mayor's attempt to get a casino, you've got to get clear about at the center the way in which Lady Luck is related to the sources of the sacred. There's no Vegas and every casino in the world is the same place. It's the same sacred space. See? And so this is all so rich, and we're getting close to being out of time for tonight. But see, you're doing the work for this. I just think it's important for us to keep several things in mind before we go. We're struggling right now on this planet for a sense of cosmos. Vast numbers of people are feeling hopeless about there being any larger, inclusive cosmos. we have to look at the way in which the enormity of the chronic depression that people are feeling today is related to these mythic motifs. And our attempts to self-medicate in all these ways that we do are a mythic action. And so...
And history itself using it.
Well, our particular historical our hermeneutics, our particular interpretations of history always have mythic motifs in them. And so among scholars today, we don't have a fantasy anymore of history as it really was. We understand that all historical interpretation is a construction to some degree, and what Eliade would add is that it always is influenced by mythological motifs. And when you go see Last of the Mohicans or Christopher Columbus, all these things, rather than simply getting into the politically correct, it would be useful to get into your analytical mind about the way in which humans tend to try to find the renovatio any which way they can. And if it's really unconscious, then we tend to get into sacrifice. That is, I will sacrifice you so that we can have a renovatio and return to the origins and have the fresh, brave new world. Now, this means that right now we're in an incredibly, what Paul Tillich called it what kind of time? Kairos. He said, this fits Eliade, ordinary time, depressed time is chronos, clock time. Tillich pointed out that for the Greeks, the pregnant time, the time that's the fullness of time, the time of creation is kairos. Well, it's quite clear to me that in terms of mythic scenarios, we are in a time in which in the human psyche we have this sense of pregnancy. We have this sense of impending fullness. You know, that thing about a sense of something lurching toward Bethlehem to be born, you know. That is a sense a lot of people have now, and people are terrified of monsters now. We are in very much now in an apocalyptic fantasy, and before we finish the course, we'll be thinking about our time as inviting these apocalyptic speculations. And one of the fascinating things about living now is that not only is the imagination structured in this way now as we approach 2000, those that are not in denial recognize that we really are in a critical time in which we've got to really be conscious as humans in a new way about this quest for renovatio, as Eliade calls it, for regeneration and a movement toward a new human. See, I mean, that is what Campbell envisioned. That's what Eliade envisioned. That is in the quest, in the press, in the psyche now. Now, there are a lot of scholars, a lot of theologians, a lot of psychologists who simply write all that off as simply archaic fantasies. And, you know, they may be right. Statistically speaking, they probably, if we're going to do it by probability and statistics, they're probably right. But if you would like to think the human race has a future, it may be that we may get conscious about this stuff a little bit, and that it may be possible that we can imagine a regeneration that will be post-tribal in some way. So, one comment, and then I want to give you your assignment.
And that is, I believe now, the scientists are talking about all good and common knowledge. So that we all have the in common, and that therefore there's such a reading. It really, we are all races from whatever originating from one single human being. The state their heartedness, because it means that actually, just as Joseph Campbell talks about the view of the world from a distance and how we can see the share of money, we can't cause now if we choose to charge with it. This is the outcome modern.
Common DNA. What a fascist idea. What a fascist idea. I mean, there are intellectuals in our universities today that really cannot stomach the idea of our talking about common DNA, you know. But that is part of the attempt to imagine, for the first time, to imagine the human. For the first time in all history, to imagine the human. And that's our challenge. Now, your assignment for next week is to not to lose your context of tonight, but to be reflecting on this mythology of the divine child. So if you get a chance, you know, if you're get into some of these stories about the birth of the divine child, birth of the Buddha, get Otto Romp's myth, the birth of the hero. Look at some of those birth of the divine child stories. Look at Karenyi. Look at some of Jung's stuff on that. And be thinking about, now, how does this relate? How does this divine child stuff related to this whole regenerative cycle in the human psyche? And also be thinking about your experiences of the divine child, either in yourself or in your spiritual experience or in other people, or maybe in the child next door, or maybe in your own child, in your experience of that. And get a sense for the majesty of this child. And I'll see you next week. Thanks a lot.
Well, welcome to the third session of our course on myth and psyche. And tonight we're going to be focusing on the child archetype in relationship to mythology. And what we're going to do, first of all, let me just give you a little preview of our assignments for coming week. You know, next week we're going to be looking at the hero. Actually, we're going to be continuing the hero, because tonight we're going to talk a little bit about the birth of the hero. And I'm going to give you a little bit of the hero cycle so we can context the birth part of it. And so I would suggest that you review your Joseph Campbell Hero with 1,000 Faces for next time. And how many of you got to see the Power of Myth series? That most of you, some of you didn't get to see that. See if you can go to your local video place and see if you can't work in some of Campbell's Power of Myth series. In fact, it'd be really good if you could manage to look at that series during this course. So if you can, for next time, if you can review the Hero with 1,000 Faces, and if you can find some of those Power of Myth. If you've already seen that and you haven't seen the series Transformation of Myth, which is another series of television lectures he did, it might be good for you to look at some of those too. Now, let me give you another, the week after that, we're going to be working on the mythology of the magician, the shaman I put down here. We'll be working with shamanism. But we're going to do a lot of themes that evening. So
we're going to touch on trickster mythology, which is one form of this magician aspect. I'll talk about more general magician mythology, and we will focus in that evening on the shaman. But we should be aware that there's a lot of mythological forms which underlie that, what I think is a full expression of the magician archetype. So the Eliade book on shamanism or any other of the good compendiums on shamanism would be good for that. I wanted to give you this reference there's a nice, my friend Robert Siegel is one of the brilliant theoreticians and comparative theory scholars on myth. He put together this really useful little book, and I think it's available through the Institute. It's a Princeton paperback, and it's entitled In Quest of the Hero, and it includes Otto Ranke's The Myth and the Birth of the Hero, Lord Raglan's The Hero, A Study in Tradition, Myth, and Drama, Part 2, and Alan Dundas' The Hero Pattern and the Life of Jesus. So right in one little paperback, you've got a lot of the resources for not only the hero, but as you'll see in a moment, for the divine child themes. So let me recommend this to you. It will be, for those of you that don't like hair-splitting theory, this would be a little turgid for you. But it's good, some good phenomenology, and he's got a good listing in here and discussion of a lot of the different founders of different hero figures. So tonight we're going to be focusing in on this child stuff, and we need to realize this is an enormous kind of area of thought. What I thought we would do is to start out with some of the birth of the hero material, and then I will go through Jung's essay with you from the volume 9, part 1 of the collected works on the child, and then I'll give you some of my own thoughts about this. Hopefully we can get all that in before Dan waves at me that it's time for the break, so that we can save a lot of our time after the break for engaging in some discussion on this. So let me start by referring to a summary that Dundas has done in this little book that I mentioned, In Quest of the Hero. And what I want to do is just to give you a sense of the hero cycle as is presented here on comparative form. And for tonight, this will be preparation for next week too, but for tonight I want you to listen to this, to the childhood, the birth parts of the stories. Now, these are three different theorists who have summarized hero patterns, hero cycles in comparative religion, comparative mythology, and comparative literature. The first is one of the oldest. It is a scholar by the name of von Hahn, H-A-H-N. The second one is Otto Ranke's summary, and the third is Lord Raglan's summary. And so I'm going to just take us quickly through that, and it's anticipating the whole cycle, but focus on what is common, what is different in these theorists. Okay, first, von Hahn, the hero is usually of illegitimate birth. Ronk, it's a child of distinguished parents. Raglan, the child's mother is a royal virgin. You try to hold those together in your mind because we're going to need to think about why there's some diversity in that. Second, Van Han, the mother is a princess. Locke, the father is a king. Raglan, the father is a king. Third, Van Han, the father is a god. Ronk, there is difficulty in conception. Raglan, the father is related to the mother. That is, blood relation. 4. Van Han, there is a prophecy of the child's ascendance. That is, his elevation. Ronk, there is a prophecy warning against the birth of the child. For example, there is a threat of parricide or the murder of the father if the child is allowed to be born. And Raglan says there is an unusual conception, something unusual about the circumstances of the conception. 5. Van Han, the hero as a child is abandoned. Ronk, the hero as a child is surrendered to the water in a box. When, as many of you probably have been noticing in your comparative work of how widespread that motif is. Raglan, the hero is reputed to be a son of God. 6. Van Han, the hero as a child is suckled by animals. Ronk, the hero as a child is saved by animals or by persons of low social position. And Raglan says there is an attempt, usually by the father, to kill the child. 7. Van Han, the hero child is raised by a childless shepherd couple. Ronk, the child is suckled by female animals or humble woman. And Raglan, the hero child is spirited away for protection. Now we want to be remembering that spiriting away for protection. Why does the hero child or the divine child have to be protected? Number 8, Van Han, the hero is high-spirited. There is no correlate to that in Ronk. And it's not a direct parallel from Raglan, but these foster parents in a far country rear the child. And often there is a emphasis on special gifts that child is noted to have, even though he's living with these humble parents. Van Han, number 9. As the child grows up, he seeks service in another land. Ronk, the child grows up. And Raglan, there's no parallel. Van Han, there is a triumphant homecoming. of the hero. In Rock, the hero finds the distinguished parents that he had been separated from. And in Raglan, the hero goes to the future kingdom where he's supposed to be king. 11. Fan Han. The hero slays the original persecutors and sets his mother free. Ron. The hero takes revenge on the father. Raglan. The hero is victor over the king, the giant dragon, or the wild beast. 12. Fan Han. The hero founds, that is, creates cities. Rock. The hero is acknowledged by the people. Raglan. The hero marries a princess, often the daughter of the predecessor. Fan Han says the hero then dies an extraordinary death. Rom says he achieves rank and honors. And Raglan says he becomes king. Fan Han 14 says he's reviled because of the incest that he participated in and dies young. And Rock has no more traits that from now on there's no Rock. Rock drops out of the discussion here. But Raglan says, for a time he reigns as king uneventfully. 15. Fan Han. The hero dies as an act of revenge by an insulted servant. Raglan says he prescribes laws for the kingdom, the new kingdom. 16. Fan Han says he murders his younger brother. Now remember that brother motif. That gets lost in here a lot. But I want us to remember the brother or the twin motif that is in here. We'll have to come back to it. Lord Raglan goes on, and I'll just list the ones that he has here that the other two don't. Later, the hero loses favor with the gods or his subjects. He's driven from the throne and the city. He meets with a mysterious death, often at the top of the hill. His children, if he has any, do not succeed him. His body is not buried, but he has one or more holy sepulchres. So now one of the things you get in this is the some of the parallels and some of the differences. And one of the things that Robert Siegel enjoys doing is pointing out that these theories of the hero cycle don't correspond too well to each other, and that they're not that comprehensive, and that no one of the examples fits all of the evidence or all of the theory. Now, you need to keep in mind a particular Jungian. Siegel is not a Jungian, and Siegel enjoys pressing the diversity case in all of this. But this gets us to Jung and his excellent essay on this. The single most important one for you to read in the collected works on this is The Psychology of the Child Archetype in Volume 9, Part 1. It is the essential, Jung's essential treatment of this, and one of the important things to look at this is the nice summary of Jung's theory of the archetype in relationship to myth that corresponds to what we talked about the first 9. And if you remember our discussion of that, if you look at the collective unconscious as the objective psyche and the way in which different families and cultures will embody only aspects of the totality of the archetypal pattern. It'll help you think about what you just heard. It'll help you think about the unity and diversity in those in that account that you just heard. In this tonight and next week, we'll want to be reflecting on ways of understanding some of this unity and diversity. But let me just run through this quickly with you, and then I will make some comments of my own about the importance of the child archetype, and then we'll take our break and then we'll discuss this together. But Jung starts out emphasizing as he puts it, the archetype as a link with the past. And here he wants to emphasize in his theory, the 2-million-year-old human as that is present in us biologically, and the difficulty of keeping that related to our contemporary culture and the ego which we have formed in this cultural context. And the thing he is really pressing us to get clear about is how easy it is for our ego to sort of wander off and thinking of itself as unrelated to this evolutionary past. I mean, this is something he really tries to drive home. And you know from your studies so far about Jung that Jung thinks that is catastrophic if you allow that to happen. So the thing he wants to say is that this child archetype is a very important image that is related to our trying to bridge the conscious mind of the present with the ancient person in us that ties us to our collective biological past. So that's the first thing he wants to emphasize to start out with. And he calls in this, that's really beautiful given the work of Eliade, he says that what you want to do with psychology is to come up with a way of thinking about the psyche anatomically, histologically, and embryologically, just in a way that's parallel to the way we look at the body. And now let me give you a quote. This would correspond, think about Eliade now as you hear this. This would correspond to an outline of archetypic phenomenology and its presentation in terms of comparative history. What he's saying is that if we're really going to help people maintain a tie to their collective past, what we need is a very elaborate phenomenology of the archetypal materials in our deep self, and with that presented in a context of comparative history. Now that is what Eliade has tried to do. So you can see right there the importance of Eliade in completing Jung's own understanding of his project. Now, so Jung believed that the function of this child archetype is to compensate or to correct the one-sidedness of the conscious ego. So in his sense that whenever this thing is emerging in your life, it is an attempt to reconnect. And he talks about the real meaning of the word religion, religio, to tie back. To tie back to what? To tie back to this ancient collective archetypal heritage. And his third point, this archetype, when it is manifest in dreams or in the fantasies or in the imagination of a person, is calling for a emphasis on the future in your life. that if you're dreaming of a child, that something fresh and new is constellating, and we need to talk about this a lot tonight, next week. There's something fresh and new in you that's constellating that is future-oriented and promises significant transformation in your life. Transformation, not just sort of alteration or adjustment or some sort of tuning up, some significant transformation. I think he says that the child paves the way for a future change of personality. I think that is probably his most common emphasis in dealing with the manifestation of this image in the psyche. Then it goes on and talks about the enormous variety of ways in which this thing is imaged in world mythology and folklore and in dream images. And one of the things which we'll have to think about is it sounds like sometimes when he's talking about the child, he's talking about the self. He almost uses it interchangeably with the archetypal self sometimes. He will talk about the child will be manifest as a mandala, or the child will be manifest as an animal, transformative animal of some kind. And so one of the things which we want to raise is, to what extent is the child a manifestation of the self? And if it is, how do we understand that? I mean, what is different about the manifestation of the child archetype as a manifestation of the self and other kinds of manifestations of the archetype of the self? So don't let me forget to come back to that. And then he moves into talking about phenomenology and more specifics. And he emphasizes a few points, and I just wanted to run through those together quickly. First, he talks about the way in which, and you just heard it in our summary of the hero cycle, that when this image is presented, it almost always emphasizes that this child is abandoned in some way. So flag these things. We want to come back to all these. First, abandonment of the child. That there are mysterious births, insignificant beginnings, and there is an experience of abandonment at the heart of this image. He tries to raise the question about what this could possibly mean, and he suggests that it's one way of reflecting on the way in which there is a separation implied here in the child. Because when you see the image of the child, it is an image of a reality that is going to move toward autonomy and independence. When you see the child, this is a being that has a telos, that is a sort of an innate purpose or goal that moves it towards, on a developmental line toward independence. And so there's a separation implied in the image. And Jung relates that to this inevitable experience of being abandoned. Now think about this in the context of autonomy versus shame and death, because that is the conflict that he's picking up on here. You get the divine child image, it's something new, there's going to be some kind of separation occurring from something old. So that's another motif we want to come back to. The invincibility of the child. Child is weak, child is abandoned, but somehow it doesn't die. And so what are we to make of that? Jung is emphasizing this as an an emphasis on its enormous, numinous potential that is imaged there. That while the child appears to be paradoxically weak, it also manifests enormous power. Third, he says, and this is somewhere I have a hard time following him here. He has a section he calls the hermaphroditism of the child. And in that section, he doesn't really talk about the child much. He talks about hermaphrodites. If you look very carefully, he discusses cosmogonic gods being bisexual, but he doesn't really talk about children much at all. What's going on there? Well, remember, the self unites opposites. And to the extent that the child manifests the archetype of self, it unites the opposites, and there's a sense in which the opposites of sexuality are united in the numinosity of the child. That's one thing. There's another thing which he doesn't say here, but I think instead of putting this section in, if I was his editor, I would have had him talk more about twins here, because he does not talk about the twin children as one of the primary motifs. And I wonder if it's talking about hermaphroditism, if he wasn't sort of intuiting there's two sexes here. There's a two-ness here in the child. He doesn't pick up that, but there's one of the things that I want to get us into a little bit more is this twin phenomenon, the two children. You will notice in your dreams that when you get into this kind of area, often you will not have one child, you'll have a little boy and a little girl. The only thing I could figure out about why that section in there, except just its general discussion of the child and the self, is that he was trying to he was right on the edge of getting into this two-ness, but he never got up into the twin section there to talk about like Romulus and Remus. He didn't really get up into that. Or if you remember in the Star Wars, Princess Leia and Luke, just you get the twins there. That comes right out of this archetype. The child is beginning and end, right? The child is a beginning and the child is an ending. How is the child a beginning and how is the child ending? And so those are the themes that he discusses in his article. He kind of chops it off at the end with some really interesting, very interesting kinds of comments right at the end of it, which he doesn't elaborate. Let me just call your attention to those. He says, when you really get around to it clinically, the way this child stuff shows up really is in your personal infantilisms. That's the first place you'll see it. In other words, those regressive aspects of your behavior that you may consider symptoms, or they may be manifesting as symptoms. But they are infantilisms. They're sort of immature, regressive behaviors in your personality, which if you don't understand about this archetype, you may just sort of pathologize them. And what he suggests is, and this is where the thing should have probably begun, this article begun clinically if he had a chance to continue it, to really elaborate what he's getting at here. But essentially what it sounds to me like he's saying is that when you're looking at your infantilism, what you need to be aware of is that this is this archetype trying to constellate, trying to make itself conscious in you, trying to call attention to itself. And that the task there is to start becoming aware of this, and in your personal inner work to acknowledge the archetype and what it's trying to do in your life consciously, so that it doesn't have to take you over and push you into infantile behaviors. So that's the first thing he says. And then he gives us really interesting shorthand of his view of the individuation process and analysis. He says, well, first it starts out with these infantilisms. And then as you work in therapy and you get more awareness and consciousness of this archetype as it's trying to embody in you, you start differentiating some, and then the first transformation occurs. You get out of the child into the heroes. So we're getting set up. Unconscious child in your infantile behavior, then into a conscious awareness of the child archetype, something new is trying to get born. Then, after some work, the movement goes into the hero phase. And you work on the hero phase and until you can differentiate yourself from the hero archetype. First, it'll sort of possess you. And then you differentiate yourself from that consciously. And if your analytical work is successful, then the image of the self will be manifesting in a more elaborate, whole, mature form. So it's child, hero, self in that movement. And in a really intriguing way, he emphasizes right at the last here that the child archetype, when it's manifest, has, he puts it, o'erweening pretensions. O'erweening pretensions. We would say lots of grandiosity. And then he talks about how the hero has a corresponding inflation, which we'll be talking about next week. To quote him, the colossal pretension grows into a conviction that one is something extraordinary, or the impossibility of the pretension of being fulfilled proves your inferiority. In that case, you become a heroic sufferer, a negative inflation. Both forms are identical because conscious megalomania is balanced by unconscious compensatory inferiority, and conscious inferiority is balanced by unconscious megalomania. You got that from Adler. Right out of Alfred Adler. Okay. Now, the reason I wanted to point that out is that's where I want to begin my comments about this. Because we need to think about, we've been talking about numinosity, the way in which myth mediates the world of significance, of specialness. There is no question that this child archetype manifested in mythology is a bearer of numinosity. Right at the end, Jung says, o'erweening pretension. We would say today in psychoanalysis, grandiosity. So one of the things we want to think about tonight is relationship between several things. What is the relationship between the self, grandiosity, the old world of the profane running down creation, the new creation of cosmos, and the onset of the divine child, later the manifestation of the hero, later the manifestation of the magician, later the manifestation of apocalypse. Because I think all these things, we need to be able to see some relationships between them. Now let me ask a few questions, and how much time do I have? Before the break. Okay, guilty time. Let's take the Christian mythology for a minute. In the mythology of the birth of Jesus, if you were to look at that as a way of communicating the manifestation of enormous numinosity or grandiosity, what motifs in that birth of Jesus story would you point to that might suggest some grandiosity or incredible claim for significance? What about the stars?
Stars, at least, this is spectacular.
Listen, when this being gets born, the stars even are organized to fit it, right?
And Star of Bethlehem show, and it says something to do with the planets they surround about that.
Now, that's a rationalist modern mind. He's talking about the planetarium, explaining all this by the conjunction of planets and so forth. And all you've got to realize is in the mythical minds, everything is more interlocking and synchronistically, although the mythic stuff would include all the scientific. You would just kind of absorb it. But you're really pointing to the important thing. The stars, see, you got to get a feeling for how great this being is. How great is this being? It's so great that the stars are attuned to it. You know, the psychiatrists talk about ideas of reference. This is the ultimate idea of reference. That is, not only is the CIA watching, the stars are watching. So that's when they. What else now? Let's stay with the story. How else would you see the importance, the size of the importance? And now, we've got to get a feeling for this. You can add examples from other stories.
Inherited all illegal.
Yes, Herod. According to the story, in this story, Herod tries to do away with all the little boy babies. Here's the fear. You know, you heard that in the hero cycle. This baby is going to be powerful. This baby is going to be so powerful that it's going to unseat all the centers of power. What else? What other themes about this? Yes.
Can you read about the modern day existence?
Yes, that's one of the motifs. The mother being a virgin is a motif in many of these stories of divine children or the hero child. You know, there are parallels between the stories of the birth of the god or gods and the birth of the heroes. In fact, there's some senses in which it's hard to distinguish these things. But the virgin birth, now what would that have to do with this? I mean, what would the point be? I mean, to emphasize that.
Well, so that is Mary who was impregnated by the Holy Spirit, the church personally minutes.
Right. So the emphasis being it's a son of God, that's another way of saying this is an extremely, extremely special child.
This is the line then.
For those that don't know what that is, what is the Annunciation?
You're very verbally into the start. Some absolutely that it doesn't wait. So they say this patient to angel, to minister, the very abilities to it.
Who indeed is going to be the child? Right.
All those abilities.
Yes. It's very important to go and to try to spend a little time looking at some of the art that exists on this. It would be useful to you on this. To get, I have this card that I just love that is around this archetype. It is a card that's done from a painting, and it is of Mary, who is on her way into Egypt, and she has the Christ child out. She's sitting on the Sphinx. And have you seen that? She's sitting on the Sphinx and she has the child. And it is just a magnificent expression of this archetype. But there are many of them. And if you look at the art and you can feel this, emotional, the luminosity of this thing so much better. What about the manger scene? You got any thoughts about the manger scene now? We've talked about the star, and you didn't really say much about the wise men yet, but yeah.
That signified that the child was exposed.
Yes.
Yes. Fancy.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, there are a number of themes here. I mean, she says that this signifies the child is exposed, and that's certainly one of the motifs that's common. It's very interesting the way that this archetype is so rich, it's so full, that it holds together a lot of other motifs too, though. It'll hold that one. But there's also the image of the animals being present. And there's also that motif about the animal helpers. So it's almost like the animals are there providing warmth, in effect, for the child as the special helpers of the child. Any other thoughts?
Seems like a lot you need to.
That's not right. Yeah. Yeah. We want to hold on to that one as the necessity of protecting. Let's hold on to that and come back. Make sure we come back to the protecting of the child, because we really need to go into that a lot tonight. What that would be about. But now we're back at the manger scene now. Yeah, Charles.
A cool spectrum there. You got with the animals, you got shepherds, and you got teams. Everything focusing on it to work with special institutes because
of this child. So you got the animal world, you got the stars, you've got the shepherds, and that, remember, the shepherds are a big motif in these hero stories. This is something that the shepherds see it before the powers that be see it. So there's a little commentary here about this greatness comes into insignificant places, what people think are insignificant places. And this greatness is noticed by people who are seemingly insignificant before the authorities notice it. So there's a lot of stuff going on there, and you'll be thinking about what that may mean for the psyche in a minute. Yeah.
the treaty of them is having been brought inside.
Yes.
The Old Testament, we always showing that every means will fill itself.
Yes. All right, but the whole role of prophecy, which is another thing that's common across a lot of these stories. Like I was just reading a lot of Tibetan traditions about Shambhala last night. And if you get into any of these traditions like this, mythic traditions, and the role of prophecy is so important. So I think you're really right that this is so important. This reality in the Shambhala tradition in Tibetan Buddhism, it's this king, this Chakravartin who's going to come, who's going to be the king who really consolidates Shambhala. Sound familiar? This is what is going to consolidate the truly heavenly kingdom. And so all these predictions are coming forth about him in prophecy. And so that is another part of the specialness. So the prophecies have occurred for hundreds of years, thousands of years. And it's the same thing that's foretold in the stars. And it's the same thing that the animals know and the shepherds know. And what is it they know? They know what majesty is here. They know this majesty that's suddenly hierophany. There's this hierophany of majesty, boom, right here. And Okay, so you've got the stable scene. Now let's come back to this thing about after the child is born. There is this theme of the flight. Notice in a lot of those aspects of the cycle, the hero cycle we talked about, the child, there's prophecies about the child's greatness. The child is feared by the powers that be. And often the child is ordered to be killed before its birth. And somebody intervenes to either they'll substitute a child or they'll say, yes, sir, I'm going to go expose the child. I'll go kill the child. And they go out and they don't. Something intervenes and this child is hidden. Now, this is a fascinating theme in itself clinically. And we should come back and talk about this because there are so many people that when you work with them a while, you get down to the fantasies and they will share with you after a while, I really don't think my parents are my parents. And I think I was really an orphan. Or this fantasy will come up. And this is the fantasy of the royal parents. And this is extremely widespread. It's much more wide. Jung didn't emphasize this very much. But if you look at the comparative phenomenology on this, it is an enormously widespread motif. The children who get separated from their royal parents and they are raised, and of course this is a motif we mentioned, they're raised by ordinary folk who are not their real parents. And we want to be talking about what that may be about. Yes?
First, in the house, no sense of merit in the house, just went on the literature, but pre-charity, the list on his.
Yep.
Not I get some Jordans and anything doing.
Yes. Yes, it is. And as we go tonight, we need to mention ones that come to your mind that are key ones, and so that we can kind of get a sense of that richness. Superman. Oh, yes. I mean, the first, if you look at the first Superman movie, the one that dealt with his childhood, I mean, it really conforms to this pattern very powerfully. But now let's think about that thing about the spiriting the child away. Now that is a very common motif. And what do you think is the issue there? Why does this child have to be spirited away at this point? Yeah.
It's part of the leg into which I wanted to parent and prices it the romantic fiction. It dangerous cutting and only civilness and the destruction as an enemy in that sign. They used to be shoved with insulation into the Sherman when the was goes back. We play instead of Wilson was the
Okay, let me hold on the main thing you're pushing there. He's talking about that there's a very big emphasis on the specialness of the time in which the baby Jesus is born, and that there is this almost a kairos, a pregnant time in the Roman Empire at this point, and that there is an emphasis here on the importance of the child having a time to mature before it is recognized. So now that's going to occupy us a good bit tonight after the break about what is that going on there psychodynamically. We look at that as the psychological process in us. But clearly, even though this child is so important and so powerful that the stars know where it's going to be born, as Jung says, it is vulnerable. It's vulnerable and invincible. Vulnerable and invincible. And before we get through tonight, we need to know, how is it vulnerable and how is it invincible, and what are we to make of that in relationship to numinosity and grandiosity, our numinosity and our grandiosity in relationship to ourself and our emerging new cosmos, the regenerated cosmos. Yes.
Seems to me that I already know where that reply that the Egypt had to do with the dream that Joseph has. I come up with the dreams that he takes the mother and the child. It's those needs, not just staying with child. They're in the relationship point of loving the child, and in this case, that's where he called a skin.
Yes.
Be loved.
Yeah. Well, and of course, she's picking up on something that has been carefully neglected for the tape. She's emphasizing the importance of the relationship between Mary and Jesus, Mary and the baby. And Orthodox theology has touched on that a lot, but the importance of the role of Mary in the regenerative process has not really been fully elaborated in Orthodox Christian theology, but it's getting a lot more attention now. That motif being picked up, her role as the carrier of the a carrier of the hierophany. How the way that she's, they call Theotokos, the mother of God, Mary, the mother of God. Yeah. Okay. Now, so let me just review what we'll be coming back to focus on. Okay, we've got all these mythic motifs about the child God and the hero child. They emphasize the enormity of the power of this being. They emphasize its invincibility and yet its vulnerability. Jung emphasizes its futurity and yet the way in which it ties to the human past. He emphasizes that it is somehow related to narcissism, as we would call it today, or pathological grandiosity. So your assignment is, in the 10 minutes of our break, get ready to come back and sort that out for us. And we will work that through. I think we'll see how that stuff holds together. It really does make a lot of sense. And so be thinking about that. Let's take about a no more than 15-minute break and come back and we'll jump in on those. Now, I want to invite us to not do what a lot of folks do and isolate these motifs from each other. I think we want to keep a sense about how all these things interlock with each other in the psyche. And I want us to remember our discussion of creation and think about our discussion about Eliade, the sacred and the profane, and the way in which so much of this stuff turns on the running down of the old, tired world and the need to have a new cosmogony, a new creation. Because it's quite clear to me that this child motif is cosmogonic. What I suggest that we need to do is to look at the way in which each of these motifs that we're looking at relate to this whole regeneration of the world, this whole cosmogonic, this whole renovation, regeneration of the world motif, and look at the way in which the child is really an oxus nundi. The child is the formation of a new center. It is the hierophany. The child is a manifestation of the sacred, the power of the sacred. Remember, we talked about how anytime the sacred manifests, it's a manifestation of power. And it forms the center. But what I think is really significant for us to think together about is the way in which the first connection with this kind of majesty and luminous power in our lives is very undifferentiated, very totalistic, and very fragile. Now, well, let me raise it this way. Yes. Whenever we touch some of our own creativity in life, whenever we touch some of these numinous energies of the self, the archetypal self, whenever we sense some power, some numinous power of creativity and regeneration in our life, one of the rules is that it is when we touch that and we experience that in our life, it is usually extremely fragile. Now, can you give me an example of that sort of experience in either your life or somebody's life that you know about, where they touch their creativity, they start having a sense of a new possibility, and it is so fragile that it can easily be destroyed. Joe.
Our raised to make this artist and now having showpiece until we both need active and every those seven.
Joe says that writers, this is very, very common experience with writers, and we might say artists in general. I remember Robert Bly, when he was talking a lot to young males about the fairy tale Iron John, emphasized the importance of not showing your goal too soon. And this is certainly one important example. There's something that the artist, the creative writer, intuits here. And what I want us to hold the potential connection of the child archetype here, the child motifs that we've been discussing. Are there other examples you can give us of that, when that creative moment comes in, or that sense of a new possibility, the fragility of it? Can you give us another example, anybody? Yes, Charles.
Rather than understand it, I think this point on and Steve has it put.
He's mentioning Darwin, not mentioning his theory of evolution for such a long time. Mm-hmm. Absolutely, that's exactly true. Yes, back here. Yes, but.
I think content of understanding against all agents, which.
And so here again, we're recounting examples of great writers or philosophers or literary persons who do not share their baby for a long time. They protect their baby. Other examples from your personal life that might illustrate this motif, Dan?
50 million. The secrecy, the privacy, not caught the black green and wearing it.
Yeah. Dan is pointing out it's very common among many therapists to try to help the person contain the process, not share it with just anybody, or not just talk about it as cocktail party conversation. And that probably is related to the sense of the fragility and vulnerability. Others, yes.
They feel like tell us it's equal for a while. And I state that in conduct as a part of that pendulum.
He's pointing out that when couples first realize that they're going to have a baby, that they are careful about articulating about that. It is very likely, it may be very likely this mythological motif, something intuitive about this mythological motif. I think that the important thing to realize, and this is related, I'd suggest that you put this in the context of psychoanalytic self-psychology out of the Kohut tradition, as well as Jung. Because one of the things that we've begun to do now, and this is one of the things I want to emphasize in our entire course together, that so many people have misunderstood the creative role of our grandiosity. That is our, as Jung put it, overweening pretensions. There's a sense even in which Jung himself didn't really connect with the positiveness of these overweening pretensions. That is, more and more now, we are beginning to detoxify and depathologize our numinous feelings, our sense of specialness. You know, Alfred Adler had the idea that if you felt you were special, that you were ill, and that you would not be really cured until you felt ordinary. While, we can understand that a person can be imprisoned by one's overweening pretensions. That is, I was aware this week of persons who never were frustrated. They didn't receive what Kohut called optimal frustration. So we know there's some truth in that. But I think the emphasis is important here. And I think what we have to do is to get the profundity of these child myths. That this child, this new being, as Paul Tillich might say, this new reality, this manifestation of being that is coming, is the harbinger and even the carrier. It's the herald, but more than that, it's the carrier of a radical new reality. And it is frankly grandiose by human standards. Yes.
Apologizing this time you speak on that and they do that.
Yes.
And the lies out and then you get guilty. And then fall to get this so forward. Right. And I said with Peter, I just just like steam those stuff. But early on, I stand a fisherman who knows maybe efficient from the spirit that they win. They sound as he followed the girl that's born while he did peanut. So they think blood saw it.
Old Dawkins. She's relating some of these mythological motifs as they're playing out in our presidential race.
And that's the event. That's and soon as they did and fight it with his ball. As when he was to cease his nomination before candidate. And you get it.
Yes. It's being, that's being orchestrated. And what we need to realize is that this is sacred biography that's being done by the handlers, and the hero journey is the thing that if Bill Clinton wins this election, he has got a mighty hero task that he's going to have to deal with, because there are going to be lots of dragons out to get him to kill himself through his own inflation, through the exaltation. But let's stay with this. Let's come back to this. That would be fun to get into that. But I'm not going to jinx the magic. I'm just going to... we will have a session after November 3rd and talk about all that. But...
Well, you know, and I'll be something about the dominant express and
Let me come back. I think that's fascinating, but let me come back to this child motif here now. The thing that I'm concerned that we see is that we look at the hierophany as a manifestation of these numinous, grandiose energies in the world, and that when this comes into our life, when we experience this at any location in our life, whether it's in a new relationship or whether it's in a possibility of thinking of getting to the point where you can actually think about a new career, or when you're getting into a place where you've been depressed, chronically depressed, maybe for a long time, and then suddenly you touch something and says, woo, what would it be like not to be depressed all the time? You know, that moment, that's the moment when this thing comes in. And this motif is talking about the fragility of this new experience of our own archetypal, numinous, grandiose self in there, yes.
Standing alongside there in the world.
Well, this child is objective, and it does stand outside your ego. This reality, I mean, he's asking the question about what is objective or what is ancient and archaic and outside about this. You got to understand, this manifestation of this child, the whole point of all these stories is this is special. This is not ordinary. This is a transpersonal event. This is not of your ego. And one of the important things for us to get is that when you run into this reality in your life, it is not experienced as something your ego did. It is experienced as something that comes in that is an agency from beyond the ego. And so the child archetype is we need to think about this in this developmental continuum. And this is what I want to add tonight. I would suggest that you always think about this divine child as the new king or the new queen, so to speak. That this is not separate. That this is, if you noticed in those hero cycles, this hero is going to be king in a lot of these cycles. So it is a transpersonal event which comes in, threatens the old order, and if it is not destroyed, that's the critical issue. It's not destroyed. If it's protected, it can develop into a full flowering of the mature person and their significant role. And we notice that when we get to this more next week, that a lot of times they fail. Some of you were talking to me at the break about heroes that get brought down. And we've got to think about this distinction between some of these figures that are elevated and become successful and do all these world building, city building, world building things, and some that are killed and never make it. And so we'll want to be thinking about that. Yes.
Important that a child it has to be right, it has to be out. And it is a charisma, the example again. It is not in the manifest. That a man's life goal to really has to value growth on earth, it has to be dependent. God is still really to set that. Yeah.
Julie is pointing out which is really a very important parallel, I think, the alchemical parallel here. And here again, you want to go back and look at Eliade's Forge in the Crucible and at the Jungian writings on alchemy, because it is precisely this being that comes in, but refinement has to occur. There's got to be a process of bringing out the gold. It can't, at the very beginning, there's an impotentia There's a potential there, but it can't be realized at this point. And I think that there is a direct alchemical parallel here, because Jung himself points out that there's a relationship between the child and the philosopher's stone of the alchemist.
Another kind of thing of like we don't have any specific scientific so on, and you really out blooming humanizing if there's in her okay.
There are all sorts of, he's talking about infancy narrative, there are all sorts of just intriguing stories about Jesus and his infancy, many of which emphasize miraculous powers and so forth. Yes, did you want to comment?
But the distinctiveness of the child, and this would a great comment and do that now, but both remainable or quadrivially or materialist.
Yes, I want us to raise, I just wanted us to be aware. See, I don't think it's enough just to say, well, this is a child, and it's sort of like the quaternity, and it's like the animals and other self-images. I think that misses the sort of inherent developmental process of these mythic cycles. Why is the child emphasized in the child expression? Because it is numinosity in its most dominant totalistic form. And when the baby is in the manger, the entire world is organized to focus on it. And everybody else is to shut up and adore. See? And so you got to get a sense about, I mean, we must get beyond our shame about that. When we touch our specialness, there is a point in your awareness of your significance and your specialness where you really do want people to shut up and adore. Right? The Freudians call that mirroring a mirror on, where we want people to pay attention to us and see us and not be interpreted. We don't want them giving us advice. We don't want them looking at their watch. We want them to look at and notice us right at those moments. Now, there's a lot of shaming of that kind of feeling in our world. But what we're realizing more and more today in analysis is that longing is there very much in the deep self. And what this child motif says is that it's precisely when something fresh and new and creative is kind of manifesting in you that you're likely to have those feelings. And so one of the things I want us to get out of this tonight is that we need to be more sensitive to those times when that is really embodying in us, when that's sort of manifesting in us, this transpersonal great self getting kind of born. And because if we do not nurture and protect that very carefully, then Herod's armies, or the armies of demons, as in the Buddha or Krishna, will succeed in killing that child. So one of the things we've got a sense for is that in our lives, it's not at all sure that child is safe. When that child comes into our lives, we look at the myths for what's supposed to happen. That child is supposed to have helpers. That child is supposed to have containment. That child is supposed to be protected until it's strong enough to get into the hero role. And then ideally that hero is supposed to have helpers and that help it guide and that help get it past its temptation, its Achilles heel. And we'll get into that next week. But what I think it's important for us to realize, this is happening to us a lot. Every time we touch the self in a deep sense, this numinosity within us, there will be this inflation, this primal inflation, this sense of the divine child in us, which is a new start, a new thing, and it demands attention. It demands attention from us, and it may demand attention from our friends or our partners or other surroundings. And I just think it's important for us tonight that we see, let's don't pathologize that. Let's try to understand what that is. It's not going to stay there. It's going to develop. if we nurture it. Yes.
And say, first you walk to the curse by alien and spend that first love of the body's how if the ritual say, you're the most important individual in girls, and there's in sort of this method could in
both.
The after then is beginning this hero's journey.
Yes.
And see, it is not everyone, is that one child is able to make it early if this does seem directing of but I said as as there was evidence with one and like that, then it gets stopped it on. So think all two things like that.
Well, I think that is one of the things that Jung really wants to emphasize. He's always emphasizing individuation is not a sure thing. Individuation is very difficult. It's not a sure thing. It is fraught with dangers. And I think that this child, this thing you're emphasizing, is a nice way to think about it. That in the context of AA, that a lot of people have been narcissistically wounded if they're addicts. A lot of the time we know that. And if you've been narcissistically wounded, one way to think about that is when you tried to trot out your divine child in your family, nobody adored. See? Or if they did adore, they didn't have any sense of helping you to kind of move out of that into the hero phase. Or, there are many different ways that can work, but anyway, leave you with a sort of a narcissistic vulnerability. And you're pointing out the way in which the AA context can welcome that and help a person move out. I think that's an important insight. But I think that this sense of the birth of the beginning of the new cosmos, starting with this child being very fragile and then continue to develop is an important thing. Others, you had other comments.
That at one point, spell is healing is landed at and the California suits in because they found that this kind of most important test is placed to his deployment as children. And team leading at a very large of the athlete and of the trial and called this the later bills that is. And all fellows helping you're to that child the divine addiction. Even in the mental grandiose business. That child will catch something still is.
Yes, I think that he's raising the issue about the way this relates to education, public education, and our educational tasks. I think it's one of the great tragedies of our time, the way in which our educational system doesn't protect the divine child very well, and doesn't help contain it in a way in which that grandiosity can be transformed and nurtured into healthy self-esteem, as she's saying. It's an enormous task. I think that's one of the important things about bringing these mythological perspectives to our contemporary life. Remember from our first night, in traditional cultures, there was much more sense of the way in which the myth and the ritual were interacting to help the person relate to significance in a way that served the community. And this is a big challenge for us. Other thoughts? Some of you had other thoughts you wanted to share. Yes?
Because it's better for you in any culture here at time. What I take to go, or could we put down the calendar before I need to be able to class. That's a kind of started in the like in the great.
In Tibetan culture at this time. Yeah.
Mark also has the Christ child. It's stumped out in the industry right that the beginning of the elders. It is separate. It's separate from the canon.
Yeah.
And that the elder the period out of the story.
Yeah.
And then he goes back and he stumped his statue.
Yeah.
They were very you are like about to with the fill they're going with it.
Yeah. And well, there's a lot of your comments. I mean, he's pointing out that the Tibetan practices around sort of protecting the specialness of the child, and he's talking about these infancy narratives of Jesus in which the elders affirm Jesus. One of the things we'll notice as we look at traditional cultures and even and indigenous cultures around the world. The indigenous cultures around the world still do this much better than moderns. The moderns have a very ambivalent relationship to specialness. We really need to get this conscious. If we don't do anything else in the course of our work together than to be really conscious about how ambivalent we are in our culture about specialness, we will have achieved something worthwhile. Because mythology serves human beings in a way to help them relate to specialness in a way which can warn them of the pitfalls of connecting with it. And on this divine child stuff, what does it say? It does a lot of things, but one of the things it says, if you touch your specialness, if the divine child gets born in your life, look out. Why? Because there's going to be forces constellated that will hate it. What might that be? Anybody? What are the forces that get constellated when this thing gets born in your life? What hates it? What hates the divine child? Yeah, he says envy hates the divine child. Absolutely. Okay, hang on now. We've got really important dimensions here. Let's work them a little bit, because the envy thing, get that Cinderella and her sisters. It's important to look at the phenomenon of envy in the context of this divine child, because it is envy that is fueling any manifestation of the hatred of any manifestation of specialness. And you'll find that you have inner persecutors inside, not just out there. There are things in your psyche that hate the specialness in you. And it will start attacking your sense of specialness whenever you let yourself experience it. So it's inner and outer too. So that's a really important thing to look at. And this, we will see, we will keep getting this motif as we go, the envy motif. But now we also said the powers that be, the vested interest powers that be, when that thing gets born in your life, what do they fear? Change. They fear change because it is a new center that is getting manifested. There are great things at stake here. The old order is indeed in question. And so there are forces that will not want you, get this, there are forces that will not want you to touch your specialness and be transformed into a more empowered, mature person. Are there ever any friends like that? I mean, see, one of the sad things is that our families and our friends are often the ones that resent it the most deeply when that thing gets born in us. Well, you know, that's an interesting question. She says, then that's not a true friend. Well, that's an interesting comment, but you know, I was just reading this wonderful little collection of, I can't ever pronounce this word, somebody pronounce it, Commersion. Or anyway, you get, there's this little book of collected sayings of Commersion. So, and one of them says, your friends will forgive you anything except success. There's some wonderful comments in that book about this, and it touches on the envy of friends and family when the specialness occurs to you. Yeah.
Well, it could be even good friends here change because that leads to abandonment. I mean, we're friends and we've changed too much.
Okay.
It becomes word that if someone else happens, then it comes up to the end.
Yes.
Yes. For what it is, what? Because the island has narrative discussion as the beach. Yeah. The ally has a narrow, I'll have to just deal with my down. That's more neat.
Now, see all this stuff, see this whole thing about how do we feel about specialness and self and others? That is really under the aegis of this manifestation of this child. And we can feel the energy about that you can see how risky it is to get born into the world as a divine child. I think that what we're dealing with here is sort of Jung always emphasized that individuation is really a sort of an incredible moral challenge. And I think one of the things we look at here is the shadow, our shadow. And the temptations that when we see that goal manifest anywhere, when we see that specialness manifest anywhere, we have to deal with our own shadow about that. And one of the things that I think is interesting is to the extent that I have not really welcomed that in me, I'm going to have a hard time welcoming it when it gets born in you. And so, we talk about the shadow a lot in Jungian psychology, but I think one of the things we need to think about a lot, and I think a lot of our colleagues in the Jungian circles think about this now, is your golden shadow. That is, the wonderful things about you that your conscious ego cannot accept, will not accept. Because in the family, many families that was tamed, or in many circles it was thought to be sinful to be cleaving of that. So that would be the moral challenge of individuation there. And I think you're talking about, sure, the goal is to I always say to admire people that was kind. That's the hopeful thing. Yeah, somebody else had their hand up. Yes.
I think for the thing very and restricted being used to with alcohol. They just they cut in their how did it say your eyes so that the argument on this so
yes. Kissed.
I mean, it can also be very theological if people say, tell me argument is.
You're so special. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes.
If you did church divide from the leaders like the Friday, which is also part of the thing, the idea of into bond each time, something special. The only word we have means is the English trust. It becomes a spinning of something.
Since says, oh yes, and I think that, but I think that thing, oh, you're so special. I think that is so widespread, and in traditional cultures, that's the evil eye, that's malokio. Because if something good, if you're in a village, and you have a baby, and the baby's healthy, you have to worry about the evil eye coming at you for that baby being born, that baby being healthy. I see some of you nodding, know about those feelings in villages, and so this is an ancient human awareness. We're not talking about something new. I think this is the pall that has hung over human worlds for aeons. And that Jung psychology gives us some insights into at least understanding the problem a little better. Yeah, Dan.
Social education is supposed to be everything outside the mainstream, which is the high hour.
Yeah.
Well, that it primarily is to take them over to the medial.
Yes. Yes, I think there's enormous. That's really good that you point out the enormity of our ambivalence, even expressed in language about specialness.
What was all he said, I think that
well, I think that there are many ways to look at that, and I think one thing, Matt Foss's emphasis on creation spirituality is very significant in this respect. Whatever your views of Matt Fox, I think that he is right to emphasize the importance of seeing original blessing, and that the divine reality of the numinous, when it breaks in, is manifesting creative power, which another way to say that is blessing. Blessing is a creative power that empowers. And so, I mean, you can just see all the way in which this opens up. Any other things we've left out now? What time is it, Dan? Okay, so we've got about 15 minutes. Unless if there's anything that we've left out and stirring the pot here on this child thing, bring it up. Yeah.
For the saying, it's about introduced that to the setting for pain. In the sense that, the child comes along, this is my child, and, I say it's a threat up into my style goes deeper than just a mere phone. I think what it is that, it confronts the world with the fact that it's wrong, that it's sane. And you see it in the child's eye, and they pick you up. It's there. And so I think it does repeat to the original sin.
Oh, I see.
Oh,
I see. I think that's very interesting. No, I don't. I think you're hitting right on the target of something. There is this. You're talking about sort of the prophetic reality of this new being in the child. There's a prophetic, not in the sense of predicting the future, but prophetic in the Hebrew tradition sense of a moral critique. And clearly, there is a wholeness. See, that's another thing. The child judges any possible ego or any possible culture. Why? Because it represents wholeness and balancing the opposites. And so it is a critique of any personality. It's a critique of any possible personality or any possible culture. So I think that's really, and you're emphasizing the shock of that. It's really a shock to the powers that be, whether it's the ego's powers that be in our personality or the... Yes.
I mean, they didn't go with Sarah, they need to look at him, and then he's done go on. I mean, it's just, then what happens is the upper sign of the world. I mean, it's soul mode.
Yes.
It's just a matter of time, and the only way you get to work.
Yeah.
And then, the best you got to then, people looking at babies, turning up and saying, well, how beautiful. Without really meaning it.
Yeah, or meaning it till they hit the second year. So when they become a person.
Say the emperor has not called.
Yeah.
Just to end with God.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that that's a whole... Alice Miller's writings really touch on the clash between the fresh honesty of the child's perspective and the accumulated false self agendas of the family system. And so I think that's really important stuff. Yeah, Charles.
I think that even relatively this is attitude. So then just say born into sin, but it's really relative to the context of it. How it is being that. For example, I say to a child is born divine child. If that child does not understand him and limitations that it needs to be solved, like how is things soon as the child is speaking when become bakaras. That would be as you write the word and see with children said and children. So it's about what's done that assumption so child is born in the city.
It's something you work out for reality, perhaps that is considered when a specific man and this is said I'm not going to see this stimulus dependent with a start probably some becoming of that
listen flowers good time to kill there. So and so the concept in that
state you not reaching seriously when they joke.
Did others see can differ. Looking the children.
A lot of hermeneutics here and the traditions of Christian theology, right?
Yeah. Well, the about just which I was thinking about it, and that's we're talking about Paul this was on the Vitus Edi's ward. A guy who was in secret. Well, in my estimate, something secret is what? And it was particularly the way in culture there, allowing them. And I was to that as Congress. And so, in sense, one way with this is that the divine style is something that is manifest to be secret or in the unconscious. A consciousness that wants that and for and regular that sort of wants to get. So,
well, and that's an important place for us to kind of draw things together. I mean, Charles is saying that and emphasizing, as Jung emphasized in this, that the child is really that agent of the unconscious that helps to bridge to us and is a compensation and a compensation for and a critique of our conscious attitude. And so, whatever else we can say about this, that there's this emphasis that the unconscious is forever trying to bring a corrective to our ego and to challenge our things that we think we know about ourselves. And I think one of the main things I want to say, if I'm on the air, I want to err on a side that our culture doesn't typically err on, really. I want to err that's saying that most of the people I see and most of the people I talk to, when you get really close to them, they tend not to think too highly of themselves. If you get beneath the bravado and you scratch in there, you will tend to find a lot of a lack of a sense of real specialness and importance that has some sort of meaning for empowering their lives and the significance of the world's community. And so I think that one of the main things that this child comes to do in our lives, in our dreams, and so forth, is to refresh us with a sense of our significance. And so with that, the twins. Oh, yeah. Wow, what time is it? I got 7 minutes to talk about the twins. Okay, well, I was surprised that Jung didn't make more of the twin motifs. Because I mean, and in fact, I'm surprised that Jungian researchers have not made more of the twin motif around the world, because it is an incredibly widespread theme. Now, let's take a moment. Name twins in mythology and folklore that you know of, at mythology, folklore, and religion.
You got stars home.
Well, I'm Milos and Remus. What was yours? Okay. Others?
I'm places are aligned that there was.
Yeah, who was that? Well, there are some Gnostic traditions that talk about Satan being Christ's twin. And you got Cain and Abel. Who else? Jacob and Esau.
You about to them?
Nope.
You know what? You mean that in the book?
The pairs that in Egyptian mythology, a lot of the time the pharaoh had to be married to a sister. There would be these royal couples that were brother and sister. Another important thing.
you can find it, bonds, find that regardless.
Yeah.
You see these. Here again, you get the theme of the opposites, the things that have to be balanced, manifesting even in the child, even in the childhood phase. And so that thing about the, as I said, Jung's pulling in the hermaphrodites there in such a strange way where he didn't even mention child in the whole section. I think he's picking up on this twinship and often male-female thing that you see so clearly in the Star Wars cycle of movies.
So the marrying gets another.
That would be the way I would think about it, that twins really express the theme of the hermaphrodite in a much more individuated, differentiated kind of form. So there's a sense in which even at the earliest moment of childhood, there is a sense for the duality of the divine. There's a sense of the positive and negative forms. Remember in some of those motifs I read to you, the hero has to overcome the brother. And this is this whole thing about the number one personality and the number two personality that we hear so much about. It is you and your shadow. And so from the very beginning, in other words, the shadow is included. The partner is included. And next week we'll be looking at the way in which the heroes struggle with the shadow. Usually some aspect of his shadow is a critical kind of challenge. Okay, it's fun to deal with a child, but we will move on now next week. I'll see you there. Well, welcome to our class on the mythology of the hero and its psychological significance, its archetypal dimensions. I have passed out a couple of handouts from my work over the past 20 years or so and trying to relate the different archetypes relating to the magician, sacred space, initiation, and in this evening we will see how, anticipating next week, really, so you want to bring this stuff with you next week too. Tonight, looking at the hero journey, let me just start out with just a few review comments now so that we can try to keep a thread of continuity. One of the things I wanted us to do in this course is to work at building your sense of a thread of continuity between these different mythic and archetypal structures. I like to say that I am a Jungian and not a post-Jungian. I've said that to you before. By that, I simply mean that I share Jung's fundamental metapsychological assumptions, the assumptions about the collective unconscious, the assumptions about the existence of an archetypal self, which contains within it a crystalline structure, which holds a blueprint for the evolving of a mature human male or female in their life journey. And that that therefore the unconscious, not only does it exist, which is something that most psychologists do not really want to talk about, but not only does it exist, but as Jung argued, it is, in contrast to a lot of the other schools of dynamic psychology, the unconscious is structured. Not only is it structured, it has a far more elaborate structure than Freud and the Neo-Freudians, any of the Neo-Freudians, even up through some of the best of the Freudian tradition, which I believe to be Kohut and his self-psychological tradition, that the unconscious is far more structured than any of them believe. And in my work, I have tried to take Jung's assumptions and to continue working with them to try to do more in terms of a decoding of these deep structures than Jung was able to get to because of the limitations, everyone's human limitations. I believe that if you look at the body of my work, one of the things you will get, it's very controversial, of course, especially since a great number of people in the Jungian community today have moved away from Jung's fundamental assumptions about the unconscious and about the collective psyche. And they tend to be, in my view, far more Adlerian than they are Jungian. That is to say, they look at structures of the imagination and view them as discrete and products of fictions, just fictions, imaginative fiction, which don't have any real structural ground in the psyche. They're not really related to any evolutionary, biological, biosocial, biopsychological structures. That is typically called archetypal psychology. That's not my wing of Jungian thought today. So, as I've said to you, I believe the unconscious is very structured, even more so than I think Jung believed. And following the kind of direction that took a cul-de-sac, in the early days with the direction taken by Tony Wolff. Actually, I stand really more in Tony Wolff's tradition than any of the other people because she is a person who really kept looking at structural forms in the unconscious. She focused on the feminine psyche, but she really realized they were distinct structural forms that could be discerned and that you could work carefully on understanding how those interacted in an individual personality. Well, I want us to be thinking about our course in that context because these different mythic images, if you take a classical Jungian point of view, really reflect the faces that different instinctual patterns turn to the world. And tonight we're going to be looking at the hero pattern. And I'm going to be going, before our break, I'm going to lay out the main things I want us to be aware of about this particular pattern. Last week I read to you some of the, when we were talking about the birth of the infant god or infant hero, I read to you some of the details of the hero cycle from different scholarly works. Tonight, we will look some at Joseph Campbell's representation, which I have passed out a kind of an adaptation from his work there. You can see it plotted on both of these handouts, which incidentally come from a forthcoming book, The Magician and the Analyst, Ritual, Sacred Space, and Psychotherapy, that should come out sometime in the winter. It's a technical monograph about ritual and psychotherapy. But anyway, so these come from that compiled together to show the structural relationships between these different archetypal dimensions of the magician in relationship to the journey of transformation. So one of the things I want to do, what I like to do is to have us look at that, the hero journey as Campbell talks about it. and look at the sort of assumptions. The assumptions have been made about the hero archetype, the popular way of talking about that in our culture today. And then I will be speaking a bit about why I view this as really an archetype of adolescence. And I will remind me if I get spacey and forget to do this, but I will relate this to what I believe to be the archetype of the warrior, which is a more mature form that this takes after initiation is more complete. So one of the things that I want to do is to characterize the way this archetype works in terms of maturation processes, in the life cycle. And then I will want to talk about its role in the ongoing struggle with archetypal powers, numinous powers that we've been talking about. That is, there is a sense in which encountering the unconscious always retains something of a heroic quality, because there really are great dragons and great giants that one continually throughout the life cycle has to contend with, and there are struggles in this that you cannot have much help with in terms of human groups. I mean, so we'll be talking about this in terms of its developmental role in the move to adulthood, and then we'll be talking about its role in the ongoing process of transformation that occurs time and time again in transition states through the human pilgrimage. If you look at the top of this yellow sheet, the thing you got cut off is the archetype of initiation up at the top there. And one of the things that's important to realize is that in transformative process, which is what you're into when you start talking about the archetype of the hero, that this quest, this transformative process, is something that is tripartite in its form. And we'll look at it as a left-to-right process on this sheet, and then we'll look at it the way Campbell has characterized it in Hero with 1,000 Faces. But what I wanted you to see from this yellow handout is that you can take a lot of different theorists, psychological, mythological, religious, magical, and plot them on a tripartite schema which goes from the ordinary, what we would call in this context of this course, profane time and space, to the threshold of the quest. And I'm going to ask you in a minute, according to Campbell, what kicks off the quest. But whatever it is, you get to that threshold where you go into the sacred space and time. That is the time that of what Victor Turner talked about as liminal space, a space-time that is not ordinary, that is what some people call a transition state. Think midlife crisis. Think adolescence. Think retirement. See? Any transition state. That's why I put on the back this thing about, and I want to be very clear, this thing from Daniel J. Levinson's Seasons of a Man's Life, this applies to males, not to females. But females have other predictable transitions in their life cycle journey. And you want to think about the recurrence of this move into transition states at times from adolescence right on up through old age and death. So the important thing here, we've been talking about in previous sessions, we've been talking about the sacred and the profane, the encounter with the numinous, the way in which new reality comes in and sort of manifests in a hierophany, which is very new and fragile and has to be protected. We would say that space of the hierophany and the sacred space is in the middle phase here. That is to say, the place where the new being manifests is in the liminal space between the old profane time and the ordinary time that will come after the transition state is complete, if it's ever complete. See? So it's just important for you to get a sense of the way this relates to the journey, the quest, the periodic movement through transition states in life. And one way to think about all of this, the heroic dimension of the human pilgrimage, is the way in which life, for each one of us, periodically dumps us in that middle phase of liminality, as Cynthia Trafford says in her book about divorce, crazy time, that middle phase of crazy time. And if you get the right ritual elders or the right magical helpers, you can cross that second threshold back into the world of structure and the public world, the world of relationships and structure and cosmos and world building again, to go on with your life. That's one of the things we'll need to talk about tonight, so don't let me forget. What happens if you don't get the helpers you need, or you don't listen to the helpers that are there, and you stay in a liminoid state? In other words, it's extraordinary space-time, but it's not transformative. You stay in what I have termed elsewhere chronic liminality. What is that like? And we need to reflect on ways that manifests itself in our culture today. But anyway, one of the easiest ways to think about this is in terms of, if you look down toward the bottom, the onset of any crisis in your life, loss, any major loss will kick you into this transitional space-time, whether it's a death, major loss through death, divorce, illness, whatever. The grief process is a time of liminality, or can be if it's adequately contained. And then the re-entry into a new being, if there's adequate resources and facilitation of that. So if you just kind of hold that, now what this is the same thing as this, except imaged in a different way. The second handout is taken directly from, with my little addendums, it's taken from the chart in Campbell's Hero with 1,000 Faces. And I have added to that ordinary profane space above the horizontal line and transformative space below the horizontal line to make clear what may not be quite clear if you just look at the diagrams in Campbell's book. But So in other words, this space beneath the horizontal line in that diagram corresponds to the middle phase in this one. So if you kind of look at it that way. Now, let's look at that mythic cycle diagram, because this is the characterization of Campbell's cycle of the hero. The time before the call to adventure for Campbell is characterized by what? What would you say? Before you go off on your quest, how does Campbell characterize that time before you take off, before you jump off, before you get knocked off? Anybody? Because it can be seen as a kind of ignorance, but now how does it's immaturity in a way, right? There's a kind of not knowing. What else? How else would you characterize it? Think of it before that fateful moment.
Well, these days, this is what's called.
Yes. Now this is right before the call. What's it like right before the call?
Recognition that one does not mention.
Yeah. Okay, so this recognition is a part of the call. So that time right before it, there's sort of a kind of an unknowing, a kind of a naivete, a kind of innocent denial, you might even say. I'd like to call it, in contemporary terms, a kind of a defense against recognition of the size of human life. And I think we've been talking about that some together. I think we need to realize how much people defend against any awareness of significance. Because if you get below that threshold, if you run into the possibility that life could be really significant, then that's going to change everything. Everything is going to change. As long as one can sort of be gray and ordinary and assume that everybody is gray and ordinary, and that anybody that thinks they're not gray and ordinary is just, they're just uppity, They're just sort of narcissistic personality disorders who haven't been adequately frustrated like the rest of us, and if they had been adequately frustrated, then they would shape up and be gray and ordinary. But according to Campbell, something comes in and tears the fabric of that old consciousness at the beginning of the hero journey. Now, give us some examples of what might come in and tear the old consciousness and put a crack in the cosmic egg that something might shine through. What sorts of experiences? Maybe you can subtly disguise the ones you've had. And tell us, what sort of thing may come in and crack the cosmic egg? Anybody, just jump in.
I remember mentioning that children wise might be a little more excited than current.
If a parent recognizes, really that thought becomes conscious. Oh, my child's life is so much more exciting and fulfilling than mine. That can be a rip. And they come, yes, what else?
And what doesn't see is goes out to me among writers, and you see their internal versions and the world.
Yeah. He's giving the example of the young Buddha, who was a young nobleman, and the parents in the myth, the parents had been told that they must never let him see the horrible things in the world. and therefore he had to be protected. So they did their best to try to keep him from ever seeing anything ugly. And yet one day he went out of the palace and he saw death, and he saw a number of things which tore the fabric that his home had tried to create. That's a beautiful example of it. That's a beautiful example. Yes.
Trying science will produce enough is enough. Like Dr. Kuhn came about with the parts was a spark for it. It kind of trust the condiments.
Yes, that's the kind of the hopeful, the human, we humans, we do have that. You can document that all over the world. We have this longing, and the worse the times, the more this hope for the liberator constellates. And I think that there's no question about it that really hard times. Well, what is there about hard times that facilitates this process? Just think about it. You can just see how it works. I mean, what is there about really rough times that facilitates the tear of the fabric of consciousness? Crisis. It's like denial works better if you're got plenty to eat and you have a good job, and all the banks aren't failing, and if and so on and so on. I mean, denial works better if everything is sort of hunky-dory. But if times are really looking frightening, it's harder to maintain. Denial takes energy. And so that's a really important thing to look at. And it's no accident, I think. It's interesting that William James didn't emphasize this very much. But if you look, you can study the varieties of religious experience that James wrote and never get the idea where it is that human beings have their most intense religious experiences. It's not in ordinary times. It is in crisis times where they have their most powerful experiences of the numinous. It's in that middle phase. Okay, what are some other things? She's got her finger on it there. It's the crisis. Whether it's illness, social catastrophe, major loss through death, or whether it's the birth of something new into your life. What else? Yes. So there's some event occurs which puts you in a position which suddenly calls out some potential in you that you had no idea that you had. I think this is why a lot of the time experiences in warfare have had so much numinous quality for humans, because in those kinds of experiences there are very often that kind of encounter with heroism that people didn't know existed before or after the experience. Yeah.
There isn't necessarily number yet. Shows itself over and over.
Yes. The records of wars are replete with so many kinds of expressions of this kind of archetypal deed. So anyway, somebody else, you have a comment for you? Yes. Well, you're emphasizing a couple of things. He's talking about the sort of the heralding of this, which in itself, if some interpretation is made that frames your life in a transcendent dimension, there's the crack right there. Because if you've been looking at your life in a profane way, ordinary way, and somebody reframes it as having a transcendent dimension, then that heralding right there may be the crack that breaks the cosmic egg and lets some of the light shine in. The other thing you're talking about, though, I think is important for us, certainly as Jungians, the idea of dreams and visions. Because it doesn't have to be an external event. It can be an internal psychic event. You can be, one thing you can do is get this book by R.M. Buck. It's an old book, came out around the turn of the century, but it's still in print. And it's just called Cosmic Consciousness. And what that book is, it's sort of a parallel volume with James's Varieties of Religious Experience. But what it is, it's an anthology of encounters with the holy. Narratives from the Buddha to Christ, to Paul, to all sorts of ordinary people. This medical man, R.M. Buck, who was a Canadian psychiatrist around the turn of the century, he went around collecting these things all his life and published this little classic, and you all ought to read it. It's really a magnificent example of this kind of thing, talking about the way in which a person, he relates one of his own. His son, I believe it was his son, had died. And he had been in great pain about this for some time. And he was in his carriage, or sort of a surrey-like thing, and he was riding through sort of a Canadian winter night. And he was just in very deep grief about this son. And suddenly, there in the night as he was riding, just sitting there in the, what we would call a bugboard or just sort of a light carriage, it was as if the third eye opened up. And suddenly he felt flooded with an what they call many places, the beatific vision, a sense of the reality of God, the presence of God. He was flooded. Everything began to shimmer for him with incredible beauty. And it was almost as if time stopped. I wish I'd brought that to read that section to you. And that lasted, it seemed like to him a long time. It was not long in clock time. But that experience transformed the rest of his life. The rest of his life, although that never occurred again in just the same way, his life never again had the sense of meaninglessness or lack of the presence of the divine that it had before that time. So that was just riding along, and it opens up. And there are many other accounts in that book of similar things. So this can come in from visions, or it can come, as many of you know, from archetypal dreams. Well, what Jungians call the big dreams that come and they wake you up. And they give you a sense of the reality of the numinous that is, as James would say, the reality of the unseen is so palpable that you can't deny it anymore. So these things that push you across the threshold. Now remember, this is getting you across the threshold, the first threshold, the call to adventure. And Campbell points out that you go through the threshold, and a lot of different things happen. And let's just be aware of what some of them are. And just from your own memory, just name the ones that have been most significant in your reading of that. After you go down through the hole in the world, what are some of the things that happen on the hero journey? Anybody? Yes.
You end up in a skull through the light.
Right. In other words, it isn't going to be a pleasant journey. You don't know that at first, but you're involved in an ordeal. There are going to be at least one major ordeal and probably a lot of ordeals. So that's very important And in terms of this whole, the hero myth and this archetypal structure, that is very, very key and very, very important. That you are deeply at risk in this. You are not safe anymore. If you ever were safe, who knows? But there's one thing you're sure now. You are really not safe now. And the hero often is not aware of that at first. And the hero can be going down through there and not realize that the hero's in danger. Yes. He persists. Yes. Now, he persists. Is he tempted not to persist? Yes. Often. Usually. Yes. Usually tempted not to persist. Usually tempted to give up. And the deeper the hero goes, the more the hero realizes. As that little movie that I love, when my mind is not working too well, I love to see things like this. The little movie Dragon Slayer. It portrays this hero side, but just like it was taken right from the book. The hero goes down into the cave, and it's a wonderful dragon cave, but there's no dragon there. And the young hero feels very confident and has his little sword out, And when there's no dragon to be seen, he feels that the dragon is run from him. And then we in the audience can see as he stands on these stones out in this underground lake that's bubbling with fire and smoke, we can see what the hero can't see. We can see this head beginning to come out of the water behind him. And as the head rises out of the water, soon we realize that the head of this dragon is taller than the hero is. And the hero narrowly misses being burned to death by the breath of the dragon as he runs for the exit. That's a typical scene in these hero stories, because the encounter with the dragon or with the threat the thing is much larger than the naive young hero thought. So that's another thing. What else would you add? Yeah, there are always these expressions of indeterminate time in which the hero is involved in there. And different fairy tales and different myths will represent it differently, but you can always be sure that that this takes a long time. I mean, the story's trying to say this is not something that happens quickly. The hero was thrown out and wandered around the world for X number of years, So the wandering is a motif in this. Not being disoriented, not really knowing. And then what happens? Normally. That's no question that he has to leave familiar territory. The familiar territory is not the realm of significant action. Usually when he's out wandering around, the helpers appear. Jung was very fond of pointing out all this stuff about the helpers. And Jung was very concerned to emphasize the way in which, from the point of view of the ego doesn't really want to accept the need for any helpers. Yeah. That would involve more humility to admit the need for helpers. And so the hero, very often in these stories, at first has a hard time realizing the need for any help. In fact, there are a lot of stories that have a series of brothers, each of which is a candidate hero. And the The first brother goes out to fulfill the heroic task, and he fails. The crow tried to talk to him, but he wouldn't listen. And so the second brother comes along. He's got the same hero task. The crow tries to talk to him. He won't listen to the crow. So he goes and attempts to eat, and he's killed. And then the bumbling little brother comes along. And he feels so incompetent. After all, my big brothers tried this, and then they were killed, but I'm going to try. But I can't imagine how to do it. So then the crow comes along, and he's the one that will talk to the crow. And that is a type of motif that is played and replayed time and time again. The helper is there, but the immature ego will not listen. And yes, go ahead. Often the trickster and the helper are conflated in the story. That's a very good point. The trickster figure often will manifest in these things, and as the helper, and the interplay between the hero and this trickster figure will often go on for a long time during the story. And finally, when the hero accepts the role of the trickster stops looking so demonic and starts looking more transformative. What we would say maybe picks up more of the material magician or shamanic aspect. Yeah.
Then said that the test the candidate, the stand for he as a man of character. So
test, she says. Test. I think that is a really big aspect of this. The ordeals are not just mindless ordeals often in these stories. They are tests of character to see if is this really the boy who should become king? Is this really the boy who should that's right, who can complete the heroic task? So this is the kind of aspect of the journey that Campbell talks about as the night sea journey, following all the old mythic motifs around Jonah and the whale, and the other stories about the hero embarking and being taken into the underworld, into the whale's belly, so forth. Okay, what are the other significant dimensions of the time spent in the underworld? Other major motifs. Campbell lays them out. We don't have to get them all in, but we should touch on some of the main ones about this, from the psychological dimension. Yes.
Where the stargaze with Russell.
Yes.
He was, I really liked that. I realized after reading that and placed a bronze figure of Diana White that might contour. And I don't think that actually she fit royalty as a student. And she did more evolving the temperament in his scene. But I thought that it was just independent that I instinctively when the space turned there.
Yeah. The guardians of the threshold, right? The sense that when you enter this transformative space or this night sea journey, that it's not a light thing. It's not a thing to be taken lightly. And that if you enter there is a sense that you do want you want the gods and the goddesses to be with you. That's one of the things that the hero or heroine has to learn. That they need the transpersonal helpers. And you and I tonight need to be thinking about how we understand that psychologically. I mean, what do we think that means psychologically from a Jungian point of view? And we'll take that up after our break. Yes.
Getting a guardian of the spiritual also helped to turn back thinking to our mind. Talks about Charles, and I thought that was interesting because whereas you see it and it's hard to always right.
Right.
Possibly these are to scare out the people that I've been ready for in the wheel of events.
Yes, and she's pointing out the role of the gargoyle or the guardian of the threshold to dissuade people who really aren't serious. And that's very important because this is not a romantic journey. It's like, sometimes you hear romantic Jungians talking about the individuation process, like this is a romantic journey. It's sort of like a nice tour on a nice liner, The night sea journey is, the Queen Elizabeth coup, when in fact, as Jung characterizes it, it's really a life and death struggle, and one you may lose. And so your point is very important. That is, people that try to enter the temple lightly are likely not to come back. It reminds me of Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. You go in there and the door slams behind you. Yes. And it's down and through or else. It's not turning around and going back. And that's one of the things we want to. Don't let us forget to talk tonight after the break about the concept that Jung had called the regressive restoration of the persona, the attempt at the regressive restoration of the persona, because that is related to this hero journey thing. What happens when you get in there and you get scared and you try to go back? We'll see tonight. Once you've really gotten into the underworld, there isn't any going back. You can chicken out and try to reestablish what existed before, but it doesn't work. And we'll want to talk about why that is later. Okay, what else happens? Yeah.
Well, since the news and John.
Yeah, one of my favorite things.
But, I see him at talks about the wound.
Yes.
But, you could also say, and within the downs and the betrayer, and but you might also say a sleeper or something.
Yeah.
And this does stays on fair or understand something.
Oh, cool. Well, I think it's important to look at that series. Joseph Campbell worked with Lucas on that series too, and they were looking at this thing. And in Raiders of the Lost Ark, it's a map the thing they're seeking is a map that will lead them to the Ark of the Covenants. Now, if that's not just archetypal of the core, I don't know what is, And in the Temple of Doom, it was looking for this place where the children have all been abducted to. And so it's the realm of the abducted, abused child that has to be found, and liberation has to occur. And then, of course, in the Last Crusade, it's looking for the Holy Grail, and so it's that same motif in each one of them. And it is the quest. He's talking about the boon, and that's one of the really important things. The hero going to find something that has great preciousness, and it has potential enlightening or liberating value for the world. But now Campbell is at great pains in the study of this hero myth to emphasize the temptation of the hero in this regards. And what is the temptation of the hero when it comes to this boon? Say the hero has already fought his way or her way down to the treasure room and has fought the dragon and has managed to get in there and get it. Then what is the temptation? Okay, so let's just list the temptation now. She's pointing out one temptation is, boy, this would bring a lot on the antiquities market. So it turns it into a thing of private gain. So there is a temptation that what could be and should be archetypally something that's redemptive for the larger world, that starts being only a manner of private gain. So that's one temptation that Campbell points out. What is another temptation?
That have to be with my personality. I mean, would that be the same thing?
Oh, that's a great question. He's saying, would that relate to Jung's idea of the monopersonality? I'm thinking certainly would relate to that, and we want to come back to that after the break and talk about how this relates to the numinosity of the unconscious and the monopersonality. So hold that point, and we'll come back to that because it's a very important insight. Okay, but what else is staying with the myth before the break? What else is the temptation of the hero after they find the thing? What else? Other temptations. One, to turn it into just your private thing. What else is a temptation? Yeah. Not to go back. Now, let's divide that one. He's pointing out the temptation not to go back, and I want to emphasize that the way Campbell talks about this in such a beautiful way, he helps us to see that there are various ways of being tempted not to go back. Not just one. There is the temptation not to go back where you stay in the underworld. That's one temptation. You go in there to Shangri-La, you find Shangri-La like the movie Lost Horizons. How many of you seen Lost Horizons? If you haven't seen it, you got to see that. It's great about this. You go up into the Tibet and up there into the Himalayas, and you find Shangri-La. But you just decide to stay. So that's one. Okay. Now, the other is you go to Shangri-La, you talk to the real Dalai Lama, and he tells you the secret, and you come back to New York City. And then what? You can go down Fifth Avenue, and you look at all the people, and you say, they don't deserve this. I thought they deserved this, but these people do not deserve this. So you get in your plane and you go back to Shangri-La. Or you forget the whole thing. We'll see. We need to ask afterwards how that plays itself out in actual psychological experience, because it does all the time. Yes. She says that was the Buddha's temptation. We need to realize the way in which, you can fail this hero. This hero myth has got so many places that you can fail. Right? Let's run through those quickly before we take our break. When the call comes, you can miss it. Here you are, you're sitting there, and the call comes, and you just think it was indigestion. All right? Or you wake up and you know people like this. They have a big dream, and they never heard of Jung or the dream interpretation. I say, boy, I must have eaten something bad, Must have been that Chinese foods. and they just miss it. And so they don't ever really understand that they have been called, or they have some catastrophe happen to them that tears up the old world, and rather than seeing this crisis as an opportunity, as the Chinese say, they simply become smaller and smaller as human beings, and cannot utilize that opportunity to open out into something new. So that's one thing. The getting down there, you can get involved in the struggle with the dragons, and the dragons can win. So the dragon can eat you. So that's one way. But you can make it through the dragons, you can get the boon, and you can decide it's such a beautiful place down there now that the dragon is dead that you don't ever want to come out. A lot of drug addicts in that place. Yes.
Things involved in the surrounds been using when you're thin.
Yes. 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 Yes, exactly. And this is what he's saying, that the person on this kind of quest can either himself interpret it this in a sort of a meaningless way, or other people in his environment can interpret it as such a meaningless thing that he can decide that he just needs lithium. A lot of the question whether you really had a hero journey or not, a lot of the time depends on who you go to for help. Because if you get to somebody that's part of the spiritual emergency network around the country, they may just kind of walk you through some of this stuff and help you get through the thresholds a little bit. If you go to the wrong people that have no place in their world, in their whole cognitive world for anything like this, they may so pathologize it for you that it ends up being like a similar thing. The other thing we were saying just before we got to this point was that you can come back and you can decide after you get back out into the light of the public world, the world of structure, that they either they don't deserve it, it's not worth it, or my boon isn't as significant as I thought. It's not as powerful as I thought. So you can become bored with your own revelation if you're not careful. It's that whole thing about not casting your pearls before swine. Because if you talk too carelessly about the revelation that you've had with the wrong people, it will lose its luminosity. And so that boon will be depotentiated. And we need to think about what that's like psychologically after our break. One more comment, and then let's take our... Yes?
But every person's behavior.
Well, she's raising, is it possible for everyone to be a hero? I think that what Campbell would be saying, and I think Jung would agree with this to a degree and qualify it. Campbell would say everyone has the hero challenge through their life at some point in their lives. And Jung would say, yes, they have that challenge. A lot of people do not respond to it well. And that a lot of people respond to it, and then they get afraid, and then, as we'll talk later, move into the regressive, the attempt to restore the persona. So some will just try to live a persona life. When Jung says people are just trying to live the persona, he's talking about people who have either not had the call or not heard the call and responded to it. So that's related to the concept of the persona. I think my own personal feeling would be that See, I don't agree with any of these psychologists that say that there are people without an inner life. There are very well-respected psychologists that claim that certain individuals do not have an inner life. I think that is ridiculous, not justifiable on any grounds. And so if you really think that the human psyche, barring major organic brain damage, has a depth dimension, then I think everyone is confronted with this challenge to widen and move toward individuation. We'll talk after our break about some of the things that make it more difficult, make the journey more difficult. So let's take about a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and try to think about this more psychologically together. Begin by making a few summary comments of my own about the some of the psychological dimensions that are being reflected by this mythology. As I said, I'd like to emphasize first that we can put these things in a developmental picture in the context of what we've been talking about in some of the earlier weeks. That is, moving from the experience of the divine child, which is an experience of enormous connection with the grandiosity in numinosity. That is, the incredible great energies in the self. Moving off of that and moving toward differentiation is a very perilous journey for human beings. And it's useful to think about this whole hero journey just in the sense of trying to establish a mature little s self, an ego self axis, ego archetype axis, as Edward Edinburgh talks about. So one of the struggles that's being portrayed here in this hero journey is the attempt of the human individual to be able to be in touch consciously with the great forces of the psyche without being destroyed by them or without forming an ego, and I get this, without forming an ego which is so identified with a persona and the ordinariness of the persona that it loses its transformative contact with the grandiosity or numinosity of the psyche. So let me go over that again. There is the challenge of becoming aware of the great forces of the psyche and being in conscious connection with them without either being possessed by them and destroyed by them, which is one thing that can happen, or becoming so afraid of them that one loses oneself in a patina or a veneer of ordinary persona and just begins to live out a gray, colorless life without any sense of any kind of transcendent or large dimension to it, heroic dimension to it. So that is a task that is on the maturation line, I believe. I mean, I think we have to think about this first of all, and just in terms of the struggle of the human person to form a mature, cohesive self-structure that is in touch with the great forces of the psyche, but not but not dominated by them. So that's one aspect. And I want to argue that the hero journey that is an image of moving from childhood through a healthy connection with one's great energies, this is an enormous task. And all of this mythology about encountering the great giants and slaying them so that there can be a world is an image. That's an image of maturation. So that's one dimension of it. The other thing is simply the enormous challenge of maintaining a connection with this archetypal potential, without which we begin to turn aside from the actual heroic challenges that face us all the time in our life. So there's the developmental dimension to get us to a mature adulthood, and then there's the ongoing challenge of trying not to lose touch with this ever-present challenge of this of the heroic dimensions of life. So those are two things that I want to lift up, and just to underline the temptation that we have toward getting into what Jung called the regressive restoration of the persona. We may have a touch of the numinous in our life and may go through some struggles and then just decide to try to cover it up and turn aside from it. So let me open it up now for your comments and questions, and we'll dialogue some. Yeah. Yeah, he's raising the issue about the meeting of the goddess in the male hero's journey. That's a fascinating business. I think one of the interesting things to look at in this, do some gender work with this. It's always kind of interesting to me how the male hero journeys talk about, for example, in Marduk and Tiamat, where you have the male hero that has to face the female dragon and has to kill the female dragon, and out of that body a world forms. And a lot of people have pointed out to that as being the boy facing up to his regressive ties with his mother and having to somehow get through that, get to the other side of that. And if you see the goddess face to face, if a male sees the goddess, then that is an encounter with the sort of numinous dimensions of the feminine that is often carried by the mother. It's not the mother, but it's often carried in projection by the mother. And of course, if you follow the Oedipal theories of Freud, you can do a reverse thing with the female. The female, then it's not talked about as much, but you just see the parallel. Female has a parallel kind of idealization of the masculine, which in the female's world, there would have to be a slaying of the numinous masculine if there's going to be a world beyond that regressive tie to the father. Now, the other side of that fascinates me just as much, because wherever you've got a male who has a regressive tie to a female figure, female dragon, there's also his shadow, which is a grandiose shadow, which is a male giant. I mean, that's also got to be slain. So, in other words, where a male may have you see this very clearly in something like the opera Tannhauser, where the human male is in a love relationship with the goddess, and it's regressive and it's trapping him. What you don't see so clearly is his inflation, his grandiosity. to be the partner of the goddess. So what I think we have to be aware of is that in the hero journey, not only do you need to break up the great imago of the parent of the other gender, but you also have one's own shadow, which is a giant or giantess of your own gender, your own shadow grandiosity that has to be slain. So that's all, I think, in that same area that you're talking about there in terms of the meeting of the giant, just of the goddess. Well, those are... No, I understand. Yes, I think that that when these figures come in dreams, and say if you, in this case, you slay this one in the dream and they don't stay dead, I think that's a pretty good representation of the way these figures are in the unconscious. I mean, these things are extremely powerful, and the whole mythology of Dracula and the undead, and the new movie of Dracula that's come out captures a lot of this stuff very well. These forces in the unconscious are enormous, and they are they metamorphize in all sorts of forms. The ego's task is to take a stand. Jung was always saying to take a stand against these contents so that there's a differentiation between them and the ego. And the hero, at the early stages of the journey, is not sure where he stops and the god or goddess starts. There's that merger. It's always related to a merger phenomenon. We almost always, if you look at if anybody in our room here, if we look carefully at our psyches, we'll find those places where we still are a little bit merged in regressive fusions with our parents. Maybe not here, maybe not there, but there's some place where there's still a little regressive fusion, and that's where we're grandiose and don't know it. And so if you see that in a dream, that's probably a good representation of some area where our grandiosity is still not very conscious. We haven't been able to get it very conscious and work with it. And I don't think it's something to pathologize about unduly. It's just something to become aware of, that we are in the struggle with the great self to get differentiated from it without losing it. That's what we need to think about. See, the first part, you may be absorbed by the great self in you, or you may become psychotic. That's one danger. The other danger is that you will lose touch with it. And so if it's coming to you in your dreams, you haven't lost touch with it. See? Yeah. Okay, now there are a lot of dimensions to what you're saying, all of which are really interesting, like you're talking about the potential for manipulation of this archetype, or the attempted manipulation of it. There's no doubt that Madison Avenue tries to do this all the time. Madison Avenue is very conscious of this pattern and tries to use it a lot in advertising. And there are a lot of people in engineering presidential campaigns that try to frame candidates in the context of this structure. In fact, the recent issue of the Journal of Psychohistory is looking at all the different presidential candidates in the context of the public's need to see this heroic dimension in the candidates. And there's no question about this, but let me first give you a psychological response and then maybe a more of a philosophical response. Psychologically speaking, you can manipulate the imagery, but you can't really create the hero journey. You can manipulate people, and you can put them into crises, but this is really about the relationship between the individual person's ego development and the unconscious matrix, the collective unconscious and their psyche, and why you can while you can manipulate individuals, there's no way. This stuff is not controllable in that sense. You can't create an authentic experience from the outside of this. And even if you're in your body fully and fully present and working very hard, there's no certainty if you're working at this that is most authentic nature. There's no guarantees about this at all in one's life. I think Jung was very adamant about pointing out how this is really his word for this hero journey is individuation, the individuation process, and he was very aware of its vicissitudes and its dangers. The other thing, if you look at this in terms of a philosophy or a theology, if you have any sense of a transcendent reality, a transconsciousness, or God, or any kind of divine reality, then you have to deal with the issue. I think maybe that's one thing you might have been getting at. Is there any transcendent ground for this calling? And I'm a Whiteheadian, so I believe in I have no trouble believing rationally in the idea of the divine initial aim that is constantly giving a call to each creature. And then, according to Whitehead's philosophy, the creature then disposes that the divine initiative will issue a lure in every moment, which is a kind of a hero call to the individual creature. And it's not just human creatures, according to Whitehead. According to Whitehead, every creature in every cosmic epoch is receiving a lure from the divine initiative. And so I think it's pretty easy to talk philosophically or theologically about the ground of this, the ontological ground for this lure that the myth is talking about. I don't have any problem talking about that, but the issue really is, okay, the call comes, whether you frame it psychologically or metaphysically or philosophically, and the thing I think this myth is trying to say is it's dangerous at best. There are no guarantees here. No, I mean, it's just trying to give us some sense of the adventure and the fearsomeness of this whole process. Other comments and questions and reflections, insights you want to share? Yes. Transpersonal? Yes, transpersonal helpers. Well, I just think that it's one aspect of this that as the ego's inflation is relativized, which is on, the myth, wherever you see it, the hero, if the hero is going to survive, the hero is going to have to gradually realize that he has been inflated or she has been inflated. And there's going to have to be a humility that is open to the manifestation of a helper coming from somewhere that you did not think was possible. This is one of the things I've noticed in people as they mature and as they grow. The more mature you get, the more you can ask for help. The more mature you get, it's like, I like to think of humility. What is humility? It's knowing your limitations and getting the help you need. And that seems to me to be right in the heart of this myth. Because the hero has to learn limitation. And the hero has to be able to accept help. And help from funny little people or funny little beings, weird little birds, and not from the people you would expect to get help from, the ones with the PhDs and the MDs and all that stuff. Those people are often just frauds. the help comes from little dwarfs, funny little beings that you would never want to grant any status to from the ordinary point of view. And this is something I think that is very common in a lot of these mythological stories. And remember, we saw this last time, and the hero comes from strange, ordinary, humble kind of places, unsuspected places. And here, help. Where does the help come from? Where you would least expect it. It doesn't come from the people you really think it's going to come from. So there's that true humility. Other comments? Yeah. Yes.
Same that I've been wondering about this linear tri-cars kind list of the different thoughts of, like I was saying, no get into your.
Yeah.
And one was about
Yes, it's a very good. Oh, yes.
With your.
Yeah, that's an important point. No, I didn't. At the time I was working with that stuff, I was not very familiar with Edinger's work, but Edinger's stuff in ego and archetype, you could plot it right on this. His cycle moving from identification with the self to alienation from the self to the ego self-axis would be right in the context that we're talking about. I think that's a very insightful comment. I'm very high on Edinger's work as a accurate explication of this material.
To be able to refinance is because where you talk.
Yes.
To confident about it. When I recently that folk did never feel willing to go at you.
Yeah. Yes. I don't think Edinger means to be talking. I think the comment's interesting, though. He's saying that, if you look at this talk about ego self-axis, and it gets presented in a real ordinary way, and it's sort of, it sounds so sort of domesticated, that, well, we get our ego self-axis, and then we get that and go to McDonald's, and, I think you're making a good point. But I don't think that's what Edinger means to be communicating, because I think if you look at the things he writes about and the way he writes about them, all these different, he has this sense, like he wrote this book on Moby Dick, and he's just got such a sense of the enormity of the unconscious. I don't think he would be wanting to communicate a sense of regressive restoration of the persona. The regressive restoration of the persona, that's when you have some experience of the numinous in your life, a religious experience, a really deep religious experience, or a mystical experience, and then you just try to go on and live your life like it was before then, and make out like nothing really happened. And I don't think that's what Edinger is trying to communicate at all. There's a sense that if you really have that relationship with the collective unconscious or with the archetypal self, it's going to constantly lead you onto this edge. That's why I say we've got to think the adolescent heroic journey. But then the heroic dimension of our life, if we're not in touch, I think that's what you're getting at. If we're not in touch with that heroic dimension of life every day, we're back in the regressive restoration of the persona. Isn't that what you're kind of touching on?
Well, I just want to know the thing is, this idea about being when a name cut.
Yes.
Things like this, it's like, I didn't put the X stops in the guys that be.
Yep.
But you're that it's a dirty script tag. And there was with the only.
Yeah.
It's personally had this one to be that you're not to be able to live and can jump. You would be exiled because you won't nail it. So whether it's a question on those memories that was dead, I don't know about.
Well, the alienation part, see, that would be more that would be more close to the idea of the regressive restoration of the persona. Because when Ettinger's talking about your being alienated from the archetypal self, that's when you don't have any sense of magic. That's when you don't have any sense of being special. And you're not in any danger of being psychotic because of your ideas of reference at that point. You don't feel like anything is important about you. And so I think that alienation point there is more like the actual fact of what it's like to have a... Yeah.
Or the view on the tree of the knowledge of the immovable, which would tend to be like rather than feel that there's nothing, that there's nothing special about anything. It's because everything is now. That you are your girlfriend and.
No, I think it's more. The self-psychologists have an idea here, and it's like when you touch the grandiose self in the unconscious. If your organization, if your self-organization is not very strong, you will often just defend against that experience from that point on. You will have a defense against the experience of your own grandiosity. And it won't be like you know anything. You took the bite of the apple, you saw the revelation, you experienced that, and it terrified you. And then you got out of the garden. And you're locked out by what? By your own defenses. I think that's what we need to realize, that whenever, that's what I like to think, whenever anybody is feeling really wooden and flat and dead and depressed and not significant, I think that is a defense against this realm, because it is so frightening. And if one is lacking the courage to go ahead and try to get into that cave, then one is going to have to convince oneself that the door is not there. It is like trying to convince yourself that there is, it's modern. It's like modern culture. You try to convince yourself that there isn't any sacred. You try to convince yourself that there is only one kind of space and time. Ordinary space and time, linear space and time, chronos. There's not really any kairos. There's not really any numinosity. There's not really any depth dimension. So I think you're right to think about it that way. That's what modern culture does. You can argue that modern culture, in fact, this is not my comment, I borrowed this from someone, that modern culture, you could argue, is a collective regressive restoration of the persona, that it is an attempt to defend against the experience of the sacred. And of course, then when you do that, then you become blind to, as Jung, this is just basic Jung, that you become blind to all the archetypal patterns then, and they come up and grab you from behind and get you and possess you. So the two dimensions here is that trying initially developing out of adolescence, childhood and adolescence, getting out of the enthrallment, the enchantment of the infantile grandiosity. That's one challenge. Getting liberated enough from that so that one is not overwhelmed by the grandiosity, the numinosity, and the psyche. But then the other challenge is not to lose touch with it, or not to give up on your hero journey just as you get to the point that you really might achieve something. And I think that's back to the comment the gentleman was making. That if you don't bring this back, that there's not any deep meaning in it. I mean, now think in our context. Think in our context right now. Think in our world context. Last night, I was coming back from being away on a speaking engagement and riding the elevated down through the city. And I don't know whether you've done much of that lately, riding the L at night in Chicago. Now, there's an interesting journey. I didn't have any intention of being on a hero journey, but it's really intriguing. You get to this place, and all of a sudden you find that they've taken the tracks out, and you have to get off of the thing and go down, you know. Well, I was fascinated because here, just as we're getting into the most scary parts of town, and it's really kind of a frightening experience. You're sitting there with your luggage, you know, and right down in the belly of the beast, and suddenly this group of young men get on, but they are the guardian angels. A young black man, a young Hispanic man, a young Caucasian man, and they are down there doing their hero bit. And I thought, I was thinking about this class for tonight. I was been sitting there thinking about this, you know, and I was thinking, well, there it is. There are a lot of challenges for the heroic in our culture, and there are those people that talk about it a lot. You know, have seminars about the hero, and then there are these young people that take their lives into their own, you know, into their hands, and they go down into the belly of the beast at night, and they put themselves on the line for strangers. Now, that's pretty heroic, and I really admire those young men. That is an example of the heroic, the real heroic challenges that exist, and they exist all over the place, and the interesting thing is how little we touch that. And certainly how little our leadership touches it. And so that's the thing that strikes me the most, that in our culture today, this dimension that Campbell's talking about is so much in need and so little touch. Somebody had their hand up back here. Yes. Well, now that's very interesting. He's talking about, for the tape, he's talking about Robert Kennedy and the way that in '68 he was going and showing his presence in a lot of places which were very, very much the underworld of our society. And I think that's a very interesting point, and it's a telling point. Like, what is there that gets constellated when your presidential leadership doesn't bother to go be in the places which are the most have the most underworld elements in them? And I think you're really putting your finger on something. No heroic sense. Then your congressional leaders and your presidential leaders and all these people, they don't go look at the things in the society where people are hurting and where kids are in danger. They don't go look at it. And that's what fascinated me last night. There are all these people that talk all this good game, but what you really want to know is who is it that's going down there and being present there where the dragons are. And that's a really interesting point, yes. Certainly that was the case. She's pointing out that it may well be some of the unconscious dimensions of the hero thing that may have led to JFK's death, at least. Because I know that he was warned by a number of people, first of all, not to go to Dallas, and secondly, if he went to Dallas, not to ride a convertible without a bulletproof top. And so there is that.
Now, there's another thing that complicates that, though, and we won't get into that tonight, but that's the way the king archetype operates here. Because the king archetype always has within it some sacrificial death motif that is related to that. It wouldn't change your point anyway, but it's really king dimension there. Yes, back here.
Winning by the way again, or how would you put that in the minus?
Well, that's fun. I don't want to come up with another conspiracy theory. It was really the dragon. But you know, I want to honor your point. I mean, she says, well, would you say that in that John Kerry was killed by the dragon? It took it as a mythic motif. In the way that this myth cycle operates, you could say that because like the last night we'll do the mythology of the apocalypse, and I'm going to try to remember to bring you a sort of a Xerox of this, the old enemy, the chart in the old enemy, which shows the liberator king coming back in the struggle with the dragons, and you would say that there were undoubtedly evil or demonic forces that killed him. There's no question in my mind about that, and the question about how deeply that ran in the government, or how deeply it ran in the mafia, or how deeply it ran in whatever group engineered that. But clearly that was a dragon. I mean, clearly the dragon got him. And back to her point, I mean, there's always this thing in hero mythology. You know, the hero has got to grow up. The whole idea of the hero journey is to grow up and realize the size of what you face. That when you're a young hero, uninitiated, you underestimate the enemy terribly. And when you get more initiated, you realize how much you're up against and how much help you need. And that's what in that Top Gun movie, you know, the difference between the hero and the warrior, the hero thinks that it's something you do by yourself. The warrior is somebody that realizes you have to have a team. Yes. Let me just repeat this question for the tape. He's saying now, isn't there a spiritual dimension to this hero myth, this hero cycle? And let's hear a few. There's a lot of ways you could respond to that. Let's hear some of them. What were you going to say?
And in not always there's.
Hold, let me just comment on this for the tape. She's talking about the Kennedy experience as having perhaps having some spiritual dimensions that maybe he even was not conscious of, that it was the spiritual dimension may have been the impact he had on people, which he invoked this archetypal pattern. I would argue that it was the king archetypal pattern he was evoking in people's responses. But I think another way to think about it is this, that the spirituality is in the challenge to the hero. It's not given at the beginning whether he's going to respond in a mature, adequate way or not. And so you could even say that the initiatory dimension is the spiritual dimension. It's the question that's put to the hero. Are you going to be able to be faithful here? Are you going to, when the tests come that show whether or not you're going to deal with your grandiosity or not? Are you going to vote for with your feet? Are you going to vote for your hubris? Or are you going to humble yourself before the truth? And so I think the spiritual, one aspect of the spiritual dimension is simply in the challenge, the initiatory challenge that is put to the hero and that nobody knows, including him at the beginning, how it's going to come out. Yes.
The crisis of Jupiter.
Well, there's no question that, yes. Now we're to our last session, of course. When we're thinking about that Cuban Missile Crisis, we're really in the mythic landscape of the apocalypse. And we'll come back to there in a couple of weeks. We're about out of time now. What were you going to say, Dan?
Would you care to comment on, some people say the hero has to die, if Kennedy had to die at that time, because it was As a matter of fact, his program for Stalin Congress and Dr. King had to die at the time he did because he was insulted with potential or power.
Okay. The question is, doesn't the hero have to die? I think archetypally speaking, if you look at it as development, the hero does have to die. The hero has to die and be transformed into something else. And that's what I wanted to point out. See, I believe all these things are interlocking. I think the hero's task is to become a king. See, if you look at the cycle, we'll get this whole thing is related to kingship.
By that, it becomes a Mars.
Do what? By dying, it becomes a martyr. Well, but you see, you got to look at, is this literal death or not? And what you got to, what I think when people literalize myths, then they really have to die. And there are a lot of people who live literally, and they do things, they act out initiatory scenarios and literalize them. And the hero's dying, literally dying, that's the Evel Knievel approach to mythology, and that is not what I think it's about. But I do think in terms of the way the psyche operates, the hero does have to die because the hero is inflated. The hero is grandiose. So when the hero successfully makes it through the hero journey, they are no longer a hero. They have become a fully empowered, in most of the mythology, king or queen. They take on full empowerment, and they take on a public realm with public responsibilities. So that's one. I'm glad you mentioned that, because one of the things I wanted to point out tonight is to remember child, hero. Then we're going to get next week to magician, the shaman. We're going to come back to the shamanic, which is a mature form of this magician thing. I'm going to talk a little bit about review your trickster stuff and all the other magician stuff, and bring these sheets back with you, because we'll talk about that in the context of the shaman next time. And then in the apocalypse, that's where the liberator king makes the appearance. And so there's a whole cycle in this, and I think we need to realize that the flowering of the maturity is full empowerment. It's gotten past the kind of childish grandiosity and into a stewardship of these great energies for the world, for the cosmos, for the city and the cosmos. So we're out of time. Shaman for next week, the mythology of the shaman, the magician for next week, and I'll see you then. Thanks a lot. Welcome to the last session of this series on myth and psyche. Last week we were talking about the hero, and I chose for these two last sessions the shaman, and then for the final session the mythology of the apocalypse. Now, I had a lot of fun choosing these topics, trying to figure out, well, now what will we look at? Because there are so many things we could have looked at. In fact, it'd be fun to do another section of this sometime down the road and pick up on some of the other themes that Campbell picked up in some of his series and continue the series. But here's the way I was thinking about it. I could have lectured on the mythology of the king and the mythology of the warrior, etc., separately. And you know that I've done a lot of work on that sort of thing. And but in looking at this apocalyptic mythology, we will be able to get at the warrior king, the return of the warrior king, and so forth, next week. So we'll be able to touch on lightly on that next week. Now, what I'd like to do in framing this tonight is I would just like to put this in the context of and the way I think it should be contexted, that looking at the shaman, as we call him, And put this in the context of the larger category. As you know, in my work, I believe that I've come to believe that the deep structures of the self that Jung referred to as the archetypal self, I've come to believe that the deep structures of the self is really eightfold in nature, the double, what he called a double quaternio, and that for human beings that there are four couples within, that they're the king and the queen, the warrior couple, the magician couple, and the lover couple. And in my view, there is enormous evidence cross-culturally that this is the case. No one culture ever picks up and highlights any of these in a full way. So I say that just to suggest to you that when I interpret the four quarters of mythology, I always do so in terms of these four lines of development or four functions in the human self that I think have to be developed for a mature self. And as I've said, I believe that one of the four quarters of the psyche has to do with this magician line of development. And within this magician, and this is what I'm giving you is Robert Moore's elaboration and extension of Jung. This is not in Jung, but I have come to believe that these different structures in the psyche are internally related. They're not accidentally related. And that the archetypal self and the collective unconscious has far more structure than most contemporary Jungians believe, and certainly far more structure than any of the archetypal psychologists, so-called, believe. And I also believe that the other dominant traditionally understood archetypes are structurally integrated in a meaningful systemic way. And what I want to focus on tonight is what I believe to be a developmental line in the human psyche between the trickster archetype, the magician in its form as the knower or seer, and the more highly developed form of this, which I think is the shaman. And so I just wanted to put my cards on the table with you, that when I think about this stuff, I think about this in a way based on my research on this, and I really believe there is a developmental line, and I wanted to comment on a little bit about that before we get into particular phenomenology of the shaman. And I will be differing with some people's interpretations of the shaman. I have much more of a normative vision of the shaman than a lot of people tend to have. But let me just start out. The things that, Jung never really talked a lot about the magician archetype. He talked about initiation, right? Birth and death and rebirth. He never really elaborated this relationship that we talked about before, about the relationship between the archetype of initiation, a sacred space, and the magician. Although his assumptions in no way contradict what we've been talking about. Jung talked about, let's just get on the table, the things that are in this sector of the psyche that Jung talked about. He talked about, first of all, the thing you've heard of the most is the wise old man. And, of course, the wise old woman. That is what people hear a lot about. The difficulty I have with letting that stay at that point is that you can be wise in a lot of ways. Wisdom doesn't make you a magician. And so, or to say the wise old man or the wise old woman doesn't really capture this particular part of the psyche, this particular part in your soul. So Can you think of other things that Jung talked about, or figures, or mythical figures, or anything like that that you would put in this part of the psyche, in this particular geography in the psyche? Anybody? Any thoughts? Surely, synchronistic phenomena, Jung believed always exist, comes about in this kind of space in the psyche. I'm thinking that if you read Jung carefully and you look through the works, he will talk about these little dwarfs. Animals sometimes are presented as carrying this particular archetypal significance. You're very aware that it's common for people who are in this magician place to have what is known as familiars. The animals that operate as amplifiers for the person in touch with the other world, so to speak. But Jung will often talk about he'll say, this is the archetype of the spirit. And it's very difficult to get a handle on what Jung means by spirit in this context, especially if you don't know German. And you don't know the word Geist in German, which is central to all German humanistic studies, the word Geist. And so when Jung says it's the archetype of spirit, we read that spirit, it sounds like Holy Spirit or something like that. That's not the connotation for Jung or for German culture. That has to do with the sort of, for Jung, a sort of enlivening aspect to human existence. It is the animating dimension of human experience, and so we would associate that with the way in which being in touch with the archetype sort of overstimulates us. See, so when Jung say this is the archetype of spirit. It's a kind of a general term, but when it appears in your dreams, he often will associate this with this magician space. But there are other things that historically have been associated with the magician in culture. I think we mentioned some of those last week. Let's review some of those. Can you remember any of the other things that one could associate with magician space in opposition to the rulers or whatever? Anybody? You're as tired as I am tonight. Priest, or certainly? Yes, go ahead.
It has to do with anything. I mean, it's the transcendental order.
Yes.
How to theory, how to deal with the
Current.
So,
yeah, anyone who is a technician of the sacred, that is, anyone who takes as a personal role regulating in some way or facilitating or being a helper in that interaction between, he was saying, between the ordinary world and the transcendent order. And I think that is an excellent way to think about it. So in that we would say the prophet in biblical tradition, the healer, and remind me to get back in. We'll get into healing a little bit later. But any of the religious healers, the seer, the one who is the diviner, the one who uses divination techniques. You may go to a psychic fair, where they have all these divination techniques. Well, that's an ancient practice. Human beings have been using divination to try to foretell the future and assess their current situation spiritually for aeons, way back into prehistory. And the clown figure in culture. Now, why would you associate a clown with this kind of space? What is there about a clown?
Clown, it's the gay, ugly gestures.
Yeah. Yes.
And what really clear on, he's not going to listen to anybody. And the gesture would have a way of being able to get, and if it can't like to listen to gesture, and the gesture could be wise, but he can do in such a way, it can be funny or whatever, and it can have a double entendre.
Right. And he doesn't get killed most of the time. Let's hope. If he's good, if his sense of humor is good, he doesn't get killed when he confronts the king with the truth. And so I think that's right. But now it's real interesting to look at the structure of this part of the psyche. This part of the psyche is on the edge. It is liminal. It is on the margin. It is on the edge of the dominant culture and the powers that be. So anytime you see this figure is not going to be preoccupied with ordinary forms of power, political power, so to speak. It's not going to be the center of their concern. They're going to be specialists in other realms. It's not that they're uninterested in geography. They're interested in a different kind of geography. And so that's when they, back here, somebody had the hand up. Yes.
Well, don't like, if they can't feel the, plenty of a person still, a solving field,
I think we're going to get into that. The shamans are almost always healers. And they're healers not only of individuals, but of community and of cosmos. So you just put your finger on what I think is the thing in my view that makes the shaman stand out so powerfully to people, and we intuit there's something extremely special and different about the shaman as compared to other forms of this. And I've come to believe that we intuit something about the spiritual integration of a person who is really a shaman. And we'll get into that in a little bit. Be thinking now. Many of you have looked at this shaman material pretty closely, and I want you in a few minutes just to give us some of the phenomenology of the shaman and what we hear about shamans in shamanic mythology. But let's go over those again now. We talked about prophet, priest, clown, seer, diviner, all of these people that exist in this particular kind of space as technicians of the sacred in some way. I mentioned the trickster figure. As many of you know, I gave a series of lectures on the trickster archetype, potential, and pathology, and that would be an elaboration of what we're talking about tonight, if you want to get deeper into this. The trickster is present at creation in opposition to the more centered, structured powers that be. And the trickster is present for the purposes of establishing the necessary rebellion for a world to exist. And it's very interesting for us to think about the internal need in forming a self to be able to get one's rebellion on the line, get it integrated. Because if one is not able to get one's inner rebel on the line and have it participate in creation, one will never have a self. One will only be in mergers or archaic fusion states with other people, or one will another way to say that is we will never have worked out our individuation, our autonomy, shame, and doubt issues. So our initiative versus guilt issues. So the trickster in mythology and in psychology is that part of the psyche which embodies the necessary rebellion and the optimum rebellion, that there be a world, that there be space for new creativity and new creation. It's interesting that in most mythology, the trickster will disappear as soon as the world is appropriately ordered. And one of the things that I will suggest to you tonight is a shaman as a mature trickster. That is, what we see in persons in whom the trickster is not integrated into a mature self, is we see individuals whose bullshit indicator is on full automatic. And it can't distinguish between that and anything real. And so if your trickster is on full automatic, or you're possessed by it, so to speak, you are cynical about yourself and nihilistic about the world and your role in it and the importance of your life. And it is amazing how many people are dominated by this regress, this immature expression of the trickster. It's very sociopathic. Usually practical jokesters who can't ever speak a serious word are dominated by this thing. But not just that, if you tend to be immensely self-critical of all of your creative efforts, it's probably this trickster thing not integrated, not helping you form your world and not helping you take your appropriate place of rule in your world. So it's important to think about that trickster dimension, I believe, as a component, as the early formative components of this magician capacity, particularly in its rebellious form and its capacity to stand up against power, and in its capacity to use trickery for positive purposes. I keep hoping that Slick Willie will be able to integrate his trickster if he's elected. Because one of the things you could say about candidate Clinton is that he's got a lot of trickster. And it has helped him survive. And it has almost destroyed him. And so just as for him, as for us, as for him, the challenge is on helping this part of the personality do its job for self and world, society, community, family, and having it not go full automatic and create chaos, unnecessary disorder. Yes. That's next week. That the Messiah is more liberator king. Now, one of the interesting things that I feel that one can say is that what I want us to think about is the way in which the mature forms of these different archetypal energies tend to be very similar at their highest expression. And so the way I would think about it is, just as the shaman, I believe, is a very highly developed and integrated form of the magician quadrant, I think the messianic dimension of the king is a very highly developed aspect of the king quadrant, because power can be used to imprison and not liberate. And all of these cultural images of the Messiah are a liberator king. We see our liberator figure that comes under this. For example, in Buddhism, you get a lot of images of this. You get the figure of Maitreya, who is coming to liberate the world from demons. Or you get the wheel king, the image in Tibetan Buddhism of the wheel king, who's coming
to establish Shambhala against the forces of evil. You get in Islam, you get images of the great Mahdi, who will return to establish Allah's true reign. And in Zoroastrianism, you have Sayokant, who is going to return. These are all under this liberator king image, and I think that is very close in the integrated self to this shaman, because it's my sense that in any of these quadrants of the psyche, at the highest, maturest, cohesive level, what happens is that these energies, these lines of development, lead to an integration in a human self which is liberating and healing. And that's true in whatever quadrant, whether it's in the erotic quadrant, whether it's in the power quadrant, or the force quadrant, or the cognitive quadrant that we're talking about tonight. So that's the way I would think about that the Messianic king is not the shaman, but if you look closely at the Messianic king, and you look and say, well, isn't this a shaman? And you would not be incorrect. Because if you look in Mayan culture, the king is a shaman. And if you look at the Christian tradition, the mythology of Christ, the true king is a shaman. And if you look in Judaism and you look carefully at the image of David, he is a shaman too. And so it's a very sophisticated point you're making. Yes, back here.
Wanted to translate that into the thing.
Yes.
What treatment of goes. Let me talk about the sort of fixed.
Yes. Yeah.
And either is burning yam or yen come hat. And what concretely does that one try to do?
Well, very simply, the kinds of behaviors that have gotten him this designation, Slick Willie, it's very interesting. I'm a Southerner, and what a lot of people don't realize is that's a Southern trait. That is, born and bred in the briar patch is not just a black story. That's a Southern story. And Southerners drink in this trickster a lot because of the oppression of Southern culture, and you learn to be a trickster more than you learn that in other parts of the country. And so part of that's just being a Southerner. But this thing about taking different sides, not being able to tell where he really stands, that's classic trickster, because the trickster dimension is a deceiver. And part of the Lucifer images, Satan images, Satan is characterized the way Satan is in these traditions, largely because he picks up a lot of trickster energy. Satan is the rebel. And it is a shapeshifter. And so all that moving around, people have to ask the question today, could one be a successful politician without a lot of trickster? And I would say the answer is no. If you don't know when to tell the whole truth and when not to tell the whole truth, you'll never be elected to any office. And I might add that you won't survive practically any institution that you're a part of. If you're in business, you will not survive long in business if you don't have an adequate integration of your trickster. If you have too much trickster dominating you, you will be telling so many lies that you're going to get caught, and it's going to catch up with you. And you'll have better consequences. This is related to the Jungian concept of the persona. Persona is not a bad thing. You have to have an adequate persona to survive in the world. Because if you're just transparent, there are a lot of sharks out there that are going to eat you. See, and the Jung is very clear about that. Do you see that tie between the trickster and the persona? The trickster really can facilitate the development of persona. In fact, the research would suggest that a very important developmental phase in a child's experience is when they learn they can lie to their mother and have her not get it, not know. And a lot of people don't realize the developmental role of lying to parents. And it is actually extremely important to be able to lie to your parents and be able to tell that they can't tell you're lying. Because that is the way that what we call the magical thinking breaks up. That is, the grandiose, the great mother knows everything I think. And so as long as she knows everything I think without me telling her, I'm in that archetype. And the minute I can lie to her and she doesn't get it, then part of my de-idealization, my necessary de-idealization of my mother has begun. And I'm forming a self. So that's a long answer to a short question, but I just think it's really quite simple. I mean, to look at Clinton, and you can tell that that this is a problem for him, and for Bush. But Bush. The thing about Bush, you see, is the question when it becomes a problem for you. See, if the trickster is working really well, people don't notice it. See, it's amazing, and you just look at that. I mean, it's like if a person has really gotten this thing integrated, they can get away with a lot. And then you have to be concerned about their character and what they're really up to, what their vision is. Because if they either have no vision or they have a vision that is antisocial, then you got something on your hands. We can't stay on this. I don't want to have the CIA and the FBI on me after the election. It's interesting to think, as she says, would this be an example of Hitler? I think that Hitler is more. I mean, I found an interesting discussion of Hitler by Jung you'll look at that little volume of interviews that Princeton University Press published. It was, what's the name of that? It's called Jung Speaking or something like that. It's a wonderful little compilation of his interviews. And they asked him about Hitler. It's during 1930s. And he says that Hitler, they asked him to compare Hitler and Mussolini. And he's and Jung obviously thought that Mussolini was sort of a human man, arrogant human man, but someone that you could relate to as a human being. That here's Mussolini, somebody that you could tell that he would be a good host at parties, and he could drink wine with the best, so forth. And so you could make a human connection with Mussolini. And he says, but with Hitler, this is not the case. There's, according to Jung, he'd say, there's not any human being in there. And he would say that that Hitler would be much more a medicine man type under this archetype. Yes, I think you're getting at something that's really true. That Jung, and I agree with Jung on this, that Hitler was a spiritual being. He was a spiritual figure, and first and foremost, technician of the sacred. Do what?
An invention for the law of mind sulfurs.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot that you could do with that, but just in terms of one of the things we get to remember is get us back to discernment, the way the shaman discerns the evil spirits, and you can see this is what I call a shadow magician. Hitler's a shadow magician. He discerns what evil is, and it turns out that it's all the marginal people in society. Yeah.
The psychic or a technician of ecstasy, because that's what I didn't ask about this time.
Well,
I just think cool and the idea to the men of it doesn't necessarily.
Well, he was a technician of the ecstasy as well, and you got to understand that from an Eliade point of view or a Jungian point of view, that the sacred and ecstatic states is very closely related. That the numinous, if you're very close to it,
will often lead you to ecstatic states. And so, I mean, we could have fun getting into that more. I think it's important to just think about it this way. I don't think Hitler was a shaman. I think Hitler was dominated by that archetypal configuration, and I think that's what gave him such enormous power over the minds of the German people, and his capacity to manipulate symbolism and ritual as well as he could. Yes. Oh yes, I think that did control it. See, anytime you have one aspect of your self structure dominate you and possess you, it will lead to destruction in some way. And so I think that would be a way to think about that. And this is an important thing for us to think about tonight about shamanism, mythology of the shaman. That is, we have to understand that there's this shaman myth, and it is an archetypal structure. And there are a lot of people running around in our society today that think they're shamans, and they're possessed by an archetype. And we need to ask what is this about? Well, in other words, we need to ask what is this about in the human self? That is, we can see, we can hear everybody. There's not a week that goes by that there's not a whole new group of shamans who believe they've had the revelation, the new revelation, the new tribal revelation or something, and they're going to heal us with their latest form of the medicine dance. And the medicine wheel, there's all of that. And it's all rich stuff because it's all coming out of the deep self. All this stuff is coming out. But I think what we need to think about tonight is, what is this? I mean, if you think about this as a part, this is in your DNA. I mean, this is in there in your code. What is this for? I mean, I don't think it's for getting everybody to move to Santa Fe. You know, I don't think that's what it's for. I think this has a purpose in our soul. Yes. He's saying that isn't there a contradiction between the trickster and the prophet? Absolutely. But you have to see that they occupy much of the same space in the psyche, and that what you do is you think about whether this is playing its integrative role for self and society and community. The prophet, when the prophet is performing his or her role appropriately, they pick up all the positive things about the trickster. I mean, the good things about the trickster, they embody. The sociopathic dimensions of the trickster, they don't tend to embody. The trickster, in a lot of stories in creation, they're completely gross and completely without any moral dimension. The prophet would be someone who has got a central vision of what all that capacity is for, and that it is for serving the truth, and it's not to simply. In other words, the healer deceives in order to heal. The healer deceives in order that truth may abound. The trickster, when it's just full automatic, it just loves to deceive for the hell out of it. And so I just want you to get a sense of what I'm arguing. Now, this is not a common argument. I'm simply arguing that this is a sector in the human self, and it's peopled by a lot of different figures in mythology. And I'm just suggesting that that's not chaotic. That's not all over the place. That there are relationships between these figures, and I would put them on a developmental line with the trickster at the lowest level of maturation. Then after that, the seer, or the person we would call the reader, the diviner, because a lot of readers and diviners will tell you the future. They really don't give a damn how it turns out.
They will tell you they have this knowledge and they're going to read it, and it's not a moral vision of knowledge. And this is much more like our scientists today. There are many of our scientists that think they're great magicians, but they're not, in my view, great magicians. They have gotten into this power in the self, but they have not discovered the maturity they need in order to steward their knowledge. And so that gets me to get us to focus together now. Let's focus together now. How much time do we have before our break, Dan? Okay, let's spend some time doing just sharing what you know about the phenomenology of the shaman in particular. Let's stay with the shaman in particular. What is it that you can say about what they do? What do shamans do, according to what you know? The shaman exists on the boundary of society, on the edge in some significant way. And, that's an important sociological concept, the margin or the edge. Yes. There is an initiation process for the shaman that is different from just ordinary initiation for an elder. And we need to spend some time elaborating that you're pointing out there. Yes, back here.
No, keep up with our spiritual balance. The individual behavior, then I can't.
I think that she's saying that they are preoccupied with balance within the individual, within the community, and within the larger world. And I think that in the highest expressions of it, that is true. And see, this is one of the things we want to be aware of. There are a lot of people that say that, shamans are not moral figures. Well, I'm sure that empirically, in terms of going around to see the people that claim to be shamans in any culture, including ours, that's true. A lot of tricksters parading as shaman. But I believe that I would agree with your comment that when you really have one of these beings that's really that developed in this line, that they have a lot of qualities that make them servants of the healing of the community. I'll give you a reference on that before we go tonight. Yes, here.
Reciting an argument between their.
Usually shamans, there are lots of ways you can have an initiation. Sometimes you will have a master that's here in the world with you, and sometimes it'll be an inner master in the inner world. But when we come back to what happens to you when you get into this initiatory process as a shaman, we'll see that that's the same regardless. Now, you were
master of trance.
They are master of trance and they're master of soul travel, you said. Very important. Let's expand that trance to say these persons are masters of the wide range of consciousness that we are capable of as a species. These are persons that are real familiar with the territory in the inner world. I say in the inner world, that's a Jungian way of saying that. In the perennial philosophy, in the other planes of existence, or in the other worlds. So, when we say it's in the inner world, that's a psychological statement. If you open up the metaphysical dimension of all this, philosophical dimension, the point of it is there are worlds that are real, and this person has explored them to the point that it's a competent guide. This person is a guide. So one of the things we can say is this person just doesn't go out and explore just to map things. This person goes exploring. Why? Because, well, you tell me. Why does this person go exploring in those realms? For healing. Why might one need to go into those realms? For healing.
Well, of course, she says it's the wounded healer archetype, and clearly the wounded healer stuff that we hear so much about, that is about the shaman. That is about this particular dimension of the archetype. See, you can get wounded and not be a healer, right? You know, all this stuff about being wounded ennobling you, well, if it doesn't kill you, you know. Now, there's the important point. She says, they retrieve what's lost. So you got to remember that in a lot of these cultures, when we talk about illness, spiritual and physical illness, it has to do with loss of a part of your being. Soul loss, they call it. Now, I will submit to you tonight that that's a good way to think about our emotional and spiritual problems. Soul loss. And there's got to be developed in someone that's working for you as a guide, or in your personality, hopefully, as soon as possible. That part of you that can do some of this soul travel and find these places, these parts that are lost. To go to those places where the lost parts are still existent. So that's a very important part of this. And now that gets us to the question, well, how does the shaman get there? From here to there. And that gets us into the phenomenology of shamanism. So somebody tells us, how does the shaman get to those other places where the soul may be? Anybody? Altered states. In terms of Eliade's thought now, where does the shaman have to go? The shaman has to die. Now, that gives us to dismemberment. Remember, when you talk in shaman, you're talking a dismemberment. And if you look at the imagery of shamanism in many places in the world, you will see a lot of skeletons. Paintings of skeletons, drawing of skeletons, dead persons, or you'll see the figure dressed up in the costume and you'll notice that they're a skeleton. And that has to do with this incredible sense of being destroyed by the presence of the sacred. We might say the ego is not the same as it was before the encounter with the sacred. Here's where you get into a lot of discussion with people about shamanism. They say, well, you know, the shaman is just a crazy person in a tribe. Well, no doubt that the shaman and the psychotic person may have many things in common, but tribal peoples knew that being crazy didn't make you a shaman. But yes.
And the companies to school, they was probably supplying the SOA, the common self, the entertain, making use of the parties that are in order to fund task books day for.
Yes. So you're talking about transformative process. The shaman is imaged in these myths. Wherever you find the shamanic myth, this is a person who understands this transformative plumbing and the maps, and knows the various possible outcomes. So the person is able to diagnose. So you got the discernment part, discerning evil. What is wrong? What is the agent of the illness? But it's not just the scientific interest. This is why you're ill. But the shaman knows the ways of healing. And what else would you say? Not just yeah.
Well, that's hard of relying the origin because being worst visibly to buy that could lead to him being by the reason he could feel that and see the illness believe it.
Yeah. Oh, that's an important thing. All this talk about the way in which
there's some way in which the shaman takes on the illness. Now, takes on the wound, takes on the illness, becomes the illness in some way. Yeah, I mean.
But would you also say that like a mentor or a sponsor in AA would therefore be a shaman because they're gone through that?
I think that probably a really mature, seasoned sponsor in AA is a very shamanic figure in our culture. Because, and we'll see more about why after our break, because, I mean, you start looking at the qualities of this person. It takes a lot of effort to be a sponsor in AA. I mean, that's you can't just talk a good game. I mean, you really have to be there on the line for people, and that's one of the qualities of this individual. But let me, before we take our break, let's get back to that thing about taking in. Now, that is an interesting image. We need to think about that image of the myth of the shamans sucking the illness out, or reaching in, taking this out, and taking it upon the self. Let's hear some of your reflections on that before we take our break. That's a mythic image. Now, what's that about, do you think? You first, and then you.
And it really makes direct hit about it that.
Oh, you mean it could have something to do with empathy? She said for the tape, she said that the person is able to establish a resonance with whatever is wrong in the person or the community. And there's no question about that. And she said that the person takes a big hit of that. And if you just reflect on that about what empathy really is, what empathy really requires, because there's a lot of talk about empathy today. But if you haven't sort of taken a hit of what a person is suffering or a community is suffering, then you're not empathic. You may be able to spell the word and write it up, empathic immersion. What were you doing? I was involved in empathic immersion. But if you haven't taken that hit, there's a real serious question about whether there was any empathy. And there's a lot of confusion about that today in mental health circles. We tend to train a lot of mental health people today that the really professional thing is to not take the hit. And that's real interesting. Yeah.
I would say to more in terms of transfer. Isn't empathy what allows a good therapist to accept and hold and transfer? Well,
he's saying that that would relate to the role of empathy and a therapist being able to allow transferences to occur with someone they're working with and hold it in a tuned way. I think you're absolutely right. Right, and not defend against that. It's like, that's a very sophisticated comment. I mean, and we could spend a long time talking about that. It's like, think about the longing that people have, that we have when we are working with our wound. We have the enormous longing, and that longing is a part of the wound. And so when you bring that out to a healer, if the healer seals up, gets dominated with the magician archetype, if you're possessed by this thing, there are lots of ways of being possessed by it. A very common way for therapists today to be possessed by it is just to be detached. Because at the lowest level of maturation on this thing, it's detachment. Cold detachment. Cold voyeuristic knowledge of your pain. And that tends to be normative among a lot of people today. I mean, people tend to think that's good to get to that point. I think that's wrong, and I tend to think what we ought to do, and what Jungians in particular ought to do, is we ought to look at the vast reaches of human history about the way healing was understood, and we ought to try to learn something from that, because its chances are they knew more about what really works for human beings than the last 50 years knows. Yes. For the tape, let me just say, she's talking about the way this applies to organizational work with organizations, and that the toxicity in organizations and somebody working with an organization, they actually have to do this shamanic thing in many cases if the organization is going to be able to move beyond its own difficulties. I think that's really profound. And see, that's very close to traditional shamanic practice, because that's the tribe. We tend to make everything atomistically individual in our contemporary way of thinking about things. We think of these individual problems, unless you're a family systems person, something like that. But that is more related to the role of the shaman in the group. The shaman comes in, he realizes the toxicity level has gotten to the point that people are getting sick, physically ill, accidents are happening, all sorts of things are going wrong in the village. And if we had a more systemic mindset, we would notice it's not that this is the way it really happens in community. That when the toxic levels get to a certain point, all sorts of things that seem to be not causally related to each other start to happen. People get physically ill. There's all sorts of accidents and so forth. We need to take a break. Let's take about 10 minutes and come back, and we'll get more into these healing dimensions of this. I got a few questions that I'd like to ask, and then I think we ought to talk a little bit about this, dealing with this part of us that this myth reflects. And in order to get into that, I thought it'd be good for us to think a little bit about what you think is reflected in this mythology of the shaman's dismemberment. I'd like for us to think more about that. And what do you think that may be about spiritually or psychologically? Because I know a number of you, and I know that you work in various and sundry places where you are actually doing this kind of thing a lot. And so let's think a little bit about this image of the destruction of the self prior to the initiation. And during the initiation of the shaman. You had your hand up first, and look over here.
Speaking of Galileo, you in a museum, and how was that stored then? That in his effort to conceptualize what he thought was truly operating in the world of nature, it was something that made him archetype in society. And I'm arguing today that now we have a cult that having to reconsider. So we have the king and the magician in terms of Jung, yes, the realm itself of the psyche. He was firstly dismembered by people where he studied his PhD, and that he improved the pain.
Okay, so there is talking
that in go back to treating Corey, then they then got out, and he said it's clean.
Yes. Well, let's get at the principle underneath this. It's like if you really get in touch with this part of yourself and you start using your knowledge to serve truth, and in the context of your community, this will not necessarily make you popular. Remember, I don't know whether I don't know whether I read to you the things about the magician, but in the book, The Myth of the Magus by E.M. Butler, which is a good classical resource on this,
the magician almost always is killed. And that is the developed magician. And and I think that what you're getting at here is that with Galileo or other persons that try to use their magician potentials, their magician capacities to serve the truth, it's very dangerous, because the powers that be are often very committed to denial and deception. And you were going to say something else about this.
About death and resurrection.
Yeah, death and resurrection. Okay, now he's saying that in this initiation of the shaman, following this death and resurrection theme motif, that there's a forgetfulness, that there's a sense in which you are no longer what you used to be. Well, let's. I think that's right. Let's hone in on that a little bit more. In order to get really into this shamanic place in the psyche that these myths are talking about, and one of the things I want to emphasize tonight, second part of this thing tonight, is that we're talking about something that's in each one of us here. This is not just a social role. This is, if you follow Jung's assumptions that we've been following in this course, these archetypal images are images of potentials that are in every person. And so now we need to be talking about this shamanic potential in you is that part that knows how to use knowledge in this way, and it is dangerous business. So that's one thing. Now, what else would you say? Now, think about your own individuation process. Think about the struggle you've been going through as you suffer. Now, this is about suffering. This shamanic dismemberment is about a certain kind of suffering that's initiatory. And what is it that's being torn about here in this place in the soul? What is it that's I think you're absolutely right that we're talking here about something creative coming forth that is new, and it breaks down old structures. And what would we Jungians tend to call that thing that's being broken up? The ego. There is a sense in which, Jung always talks about the way in which the ego, the old sort of narrow ego, the sort of rigid, not very whole ego, this really gets crucified and killed in the process of maturation. So what we're really talking about here is trying to get a mythic context for the suffering we go through. And we get an image here of what might be on the other side of the suffering. If the suffering breaks down these what the Buddhists will call attachments, or the desire body, or those things, yes.
It's kind of called the Colbart Institute for the Treatment of Victims of Torture. And actually there's a union there to volunteers. And I heard a woman speak who is a therapist for one of the victims there. And she said that there are training grounds in the United States where people are trained to withstand torture, and the whole point is to break down the ego, at the point that the person doesn't even know who they are anymore. And it was very interesting because when she was talking about this victim that she treated being thrown in pits of bones and dead bodies, everybody said, but when she started talking about her personal reaction and how she started to disintegrate, all therapists started quoting Nietzsche and Kohut, and it was very defensive. It's one thing to listen to someone talking about their patient disintegrating, but to then listen to the therapist talk about, she started to disintegrate. And her empathic response to that person, it was very threatening.
Yes.
To saying that kind of work would take apart the fragment of something that we think is so.
Yes. Wow. Let me just repeat that for the tape, she's speaking of the work that's done with torture victims here in Chicago, and of the fact that there are places that train people to torture in order to destroy the ego. And I thought, what a powerful example of shadow magician, of the utilization of brilliant understanding, parallels the thing we were talking about earlier about Hitler, about the use of the knowledge of the mind in order to inflict the most pain and suffering and the most evil on people. And there it is, and it's very dominant in our world. If you ask the question, what is the relative proportion of people using magician energy for good and that for evil? I mean, in our world, you'd have to conclude that the shadow magicians got a high score in this thing. So that's an important thing, just to see the sophisticated use of knowledge of the mind in order to destroy it, not for purposes of healing, but for purposes of control, manipulation, and sadistic pursuits. But the other thing you raised about that is also important for us tonight, and that is we need to think about this dismemberment more, and we need to think about also those of you who are working in healing professions, which many of you are in some role. And some of you will get around to this that are not in a social role that is designated healer, or finding yourselves called upon to serve this role in your relationships. We need to think about the difference between the shaman being masochistic and being capable of moving into this pain and healing. So let's stay with that. That's very powerful. I mean, yes.
It could be chronic.
Yes.
The shaman, the schizophrenic goes into the depths and drown, and the shaman goes out and comes back.
I think that's very important in terms of distinguishing between mental illness and a shamanic initiation, that the shaman is the hero who makes it back and doesn't forget what the new knowledge is for and the new wisdom is for.
Also, having some kind of ability to deal with the power.
Yes.
And not be destroyed by it.
Yes. The technician of power dimension of the shaman, the myth of the shaman, is, I think, very accurate one, and that is to say that this is very basic Jungian assumptions about the psyche, and it's not just Jung. Other people in the depth psychologists understand this, that there are these great forces, and if you play it safe in a persona existence, you won't have to worry about it too much. But if you find the crack in the cosmic egg, as most of us have at some point, and you start exploring, then you start dealing with this dismemberment business. And I just wanted to say a little bit more about that before we talk about taking the shaman's survival, and also before we stop tonight, about our shamanic responsibilities as individuals. But just on this whole business about the suffering, I want us to stay with that because it's so key to the shamanic experience, and that is the redemptive outcome of suffering if this shamanic thing has been successfully traversed. And could you say some more about that? Can you comment on that? Yes, the ego death. There is a certain kind of ego death. Now, my colleague Joseph Pasek in the Jungian Society has an approach to Jungian psychology which is very relevant here. He's always emphasizing the importance of
destroying ego-centered ways of being in the psyche. And in a sense, a lot of what Dr. Passig talks about is really related to this shamanic myth, I think. Because there's a sense in which if the suffering that is redemptive is, if one survives it, and the old ego has died and been reborn into something larger that is much more, that corresponds much more to the to what the Buddhists call the diamond body, or what the Christians called the imago Dei. That is, there's a much larger self that emerges, and that self is not nearly so egocentric and preoccupied with the narrow narcissistic interest. And I think that is one of the things that we want to keep in mind, is that dismemberment, that's not masochism, and the coming out on the other side of it, there is something that has died, and that is that narrow little narcissistic self. And there's something that is much more of a healer. It takes its place. Yes.
Being in any form, but I can start to see it.
Yep. Yeah, there's a shift in the center of gravity. She's saying that she's noticed that that when she's gone through a lot of this initiatory suffering, and that she's noticing a change in her work, in which she's less preoccupied with her sort of conscious competence issues. And it's very interesting that in the initiatory process, that stage, the mastery in initiation is, so it is beyond conscious competence to larger, wider usage of that competence. And I think that is part of this process. And we don't have much time, so let me turn it to this other thing. Now, so what we're suggesting here is that this myth of the death, the dismemberment, chopping to bits of the shaman, is about the experience of the ego as it tries to individuate, and it suffers individuation, suffers the encounter, the wounds to the grandiosity, the unconscious inflation and grandiosity, and I hate to tell you this, but it doesn't stop as you get older. You keep running into some places where you haven't been dismembered yet, and that's very unpleasant to realize, after that you're going to keep doing that. But the question I wanted to raise with you, and Charles, perhaps you can address this too when you make your comment, is how not to be masochistic. And how is this different from masochism? And how does the healing person try to protect them? Make your comment, and then we'll see if anybody can address that, because I don't think we want to leave here thinking that that the recommendation in this mythology is that people be masochistic and in their healing role. But did you have a comment you want to make before then?
And part of it, I learned just that I was drawn to the fact that a lot of time, we like to be ego, especially with ego, and so you saw it in social mistrust and reality. Yes, man. So we had to roll it up simultaneously of needs, some rejecting of some parts of the social reality, and one's living in, and that is become good as it able to get also frightening
and dangerous
situation. And I just want to wait back conversion.
Yes. I think there's a sense in which, and Charles is getting at, that this part of you doesn't have an easy conscience.
about things that are wrong in the community, in the society. Carlos Castaneda, whether any of that stuff ever came from any anthropological observation, he certainly described this dimension of the psyche in his books. And he made it very clear that the shaman is a warrior. And I think that Carlos Castaneda's writings about the warrior nature of the shaman are brilliant. I mean, wherever he got this, it's brilliant, because it's quite clear that when this part of your psyche gets up online, it doesn't use knowledge just to be a voyeur, and it doesn't use knowledge just to diagnose. It uses knowledge to move in, to engage destructive forces in the society. And that's why it's so dangerous to be involved in this. In most cultures, the shaman is hated by those with power because of this kind of thing. Yes, yes. Well, I think that he's referring to emotional experiences and the emotional pain that leads to anger, we might say rages. I think that's the kind of thing this myth is about, suffering through and coming out on the other side of. This part of the psyche is that which is able to bring these powerful, say, anger, like you see the images in the Christian myth of the angry Jesus, angry about what he perceived to be people that were hypocritical. So I think that's part of this, about this myth. Let's focus a little bit though on how if you're in touch with this part of yourself, whether you're a professional psychotherapist or social worker or substance abuse counselor or priest or whatever, whether you are a professional or not, and you're in touch with this part, what does the myth say about survival? I mean, I want to suggest to you that this is not a recommendation of masochism. Yes, back here, and then you.
I've remember something in the literature where it said that one dad's a Kelfer, and Kelfer is the one that needs this down, yes, and things that have to do with a particular patient. And in the book, something on a male viewer who had female helper, and she split the him, and she trained him, and she was his dad.
Yes. There's always that guide talk, right? And it's all over the place. It can be a partner of the other sex. It can be an animal. It can be a spirit on the inner world coming in. It can be something we would say today in the New Age community that is something is channeled. Jungian would say, well, it's I do active imagination with this figure and it helps me. But clearly the idea of guides or helpers is very key. And how do we relate that? See, that is a way of saying that's humility, see. Like, I'm not doing this all by myself. And that's a very important thing you're pointing to there, don't you think?
Kolkata says it there. It is just that the emphasis not on the last self. I think for me personally, the hardest people for me to treat are adolescent adults, because deal with their embrace of my feelings, my adolescence, my guilt as a parent of an adolescence, and you're all with something there. And I can identify with her as myself. I can want to be a better mother as her mother. I can want to right the wrongs I did with my daughters, and spirit comes kind of that those with patient correct feel much energy is. The something is doing like the adults is kind of let down with it. And with the children, there's something going on in this. And you don't remember old, that they're correct to sit adults here.
And so with those, it doesn't seem to you that you're quite near being burned out yet. You may feel a little more burned out with adults. Some of you other therapists, and Jung, don't just sit there like the Buddha. You gotta give us a profound comment here in a minute. Go ahead, Jude.
Couple of things, and I'm going to stick to this, but I do not to here, most of some other things, but just a moment that I want to really raise the question of whether or not this number makes this the only operative metaphor, so the suffering, because there are other forms of suffering that certainly you've identified the other types of one-time, though, the Shaman were caused.
Yes.
But dismemberment and remembering, is very important. There's such things as, there with minus a flight of thought. Then is better able to hold the water. And so there's certain feeling and searing experience.
Yeah, that's an alchemical image, I think. And certainly all this Jungian interest in alchemy, there's no question that that's directly related at the archetypal level to this shamanic thing. And she's emphasizing the heating metaphor. And Eliade goes bananas on the heating image. And I think that's very key. But then again, I know you often put this in the context of the refiner's fire, the burning out. And so we can see how this is related to these other shamanic images. It's like something is getting burned up in this process. And so it's the inessential or the things that are not serving wholeness get burned up. So that whole imagery of purification or the refiner's fire or all of this fire imagery in mystical traditions. In fact, let me recommend this little book, not just because I have a chapter in it, but this book by Frederica Halligan and John Shea. This book, the Fires of Desire. Actually, there was a wonderful man, Gosen, who was a psychiatrist in New York City, who was at that conference, and it was a conference on Jungian psychology and spirituality, and he died unexpectedly very shortly after this conference. But he has Gosen's got a wonderful essay in there that directly treats these issues and the psychology of these issues. And there are other excellent articles that relate to our discussion tonight in that book. But anyway, so I think it's important to keep these images. But then how does this shaman in you survive? And now, but let's focus on not being masochistic, because I don't think that the healer who's a mature healer is into being masochistic and suffering anything that's not necessary. So what do they do to keep from? You want to comment on that, and then somebody.
One definition that makes opposite sense for me is right sufficient asceticism as to try to the accusation. Remember, the ego is said basically that because it's suffering about it, that other people, and that's especially the same that with true art, perhaps cause which is greater than that ego.
Yeah. Okay, so there's a sacrificial. She's raising the martyr, which raises what you would consider the archetype of sacrifice, and that's another thing we should have more. We should have courses on his sacrifice, because Jung had brilliant things to say about that archetypal pattern. And here's where it relates to this, because sacrifice is not masochism. It is more like what you're saying about being related to the martyr, the true martyr. It is suffering which is necessary, not suffering which is unnecessary. And and she's also pointing out that this relates to the king and the true king. And I think it does archetypally, because
because kingship and sacrifice are so closely related as to be indistinguishable. And that is where you can see the direct relationship between shaman in this aspect of the psyche and the king or queen in the other aspect of the psyche, that sacrifice is characteristic of it. And it is not masochistic, though. It is that which is necessary, that there be world, that there be creation, that there be shalom, that sort of thing. But let's get down to how this is done. Now, some of you know Zen, and some of you know other Buddhist forms. I know, and we've got some Buddhists here with insight into this. Is there wisdom that you know about from these traditions about how the healer manages not to get crazy? I hear somebody.
I think the safety is within the reality of time. I didn't used to believe in time. So the older I get, the more I really do then decide. Time is a great freeing thing. And I think if I were to were in that situation where we would have limits and unity, shared ideas with our patients, then it would be very easy to lose ourselves. But I think we're succeeded in knowing that we are going to be with this person for a certain amount of time. And
a sense of limits.
Lose ourselves and know that it's a trust thing. It's happened enough in the past. I mean, when we start out, we don't know if we'll be able to lose ourselves and get ourselves back. But I think we get into a rhythm that we know that we can lose ourselves, and then we'll start to come back to ourselves.
So you're really talking about what's traditionally known as boundaries, limits and boundaries. Right. The healer always knows about containment. And I've addressed this in my lectures on sacred space and transformation. But that is a very important point here. That is containment and knowing the limits of what one can do at a particular time, what one can't do. And so there's always the issue of insulation. And one of the things you'll notice people doing about this is, you mentioned the thing about the therapist who started to decompensate in the face of the pain. Well, we need to be very conscious about this. If this shamanic thing in you is online and you do take on the attunement, this will be disorganizing for you to a degree. And so there has to be some consciousness about what you do to reorganize. Or we say to use the self-psychological thing, you start to frame that. How do you reintegrate? What helps you re-regulate? What helps the self become more cohesive again? And let's just comment on that. What are some of the other things you know that individuals have done to it? Yes.
One of the laws of second space would be as containment.
Yes,
he's trying to down there clear about that is still on
genius. Yeah. Here's where the closeness of the clown to this stuff really makes sense. You can see how this operates in the soul. Because you're not in touch with your clown. See, the Buddhists are the ones that have got this clear. They're much clearer about this than many traditions. Because in Buddhist tradition, you will often see the master and the fool as the same person. There is a lot of wisdom about that. The laughing Buddha is not just a little a shelf ornament. And so this is about the sense of humor. And there have been many important things said about humor in psychotherapy, but we've got to think about the humor in the psychotherapist. Because the tendency to take oneself too seriously in this business is fatal, and you got to read a little Mark Twain, if you get too much into this place. And that'd be clean off the
messianic inflation a little bit. That was Sheldon Kopp. If you meet the Buddha on the road, kill him. He wrote a book by that name. Like all of us therapists, Sheldon Kopp was constantly bedeviled by this tendency toward magician inflation. But the whole thing about embodiment. See, this thing tends to not want to be embodied. The whole magician energy tends to want to detach and be disembodied, become Plato, go into Platonic forms, And see, this is the thing I think is very interesting about the image of them in the myth of the shaman, that this individual is very much aware of physical reality. You can't find a shaman who is not a master of physical reality. And you see this again in the Castaneda stories, but you see it in the comparative anthropology of this. They know about the herbs, they know about the trees, they know about the body and all the locations in the body. They're not at all put off by having to suck toxic agents out of various orifices of the body. So the shame, this being doesn't have any shame. He's shameless. The shaman is shameless. And I think that's very important to get a feeling for, because, if you've got issues about embodiment is a problem, you've got lots of shame issues. And so there's a sense in which you can really see the way in which this healer has to kind of get back into the body, and that is where the therapist that doesn't get massages, I worry about. The therapist that doesn't get body work, I worry about. The therapist that doesn't understand about ritual showers. Yeah, Joe.
Using examples from cultures and histories that, yes, I don't know why that should be so. I would assume in the United States, Tammy Faye Bader is probably the shaman scalpel who has touched more people than anyone else in the United States. And we have all few tradition of Pentecostalism, praise going, et cetera, et cetera. We've lost down that. It's been surprising that
Speak for yourself now, Joe. Right? Well, let's get into it now, because how much time do we have?
It's the only area where we have anything that touches large numbers of people in varying degrees of authenticity, as it strikes me. And it has marvelous healing effects on some. And then also there's the issue of just simply witnessing these things. What effect does this have?
Does everybody hear what he's talking about? He's talking about Pentecostalism and a lot of the evangelical phenomenon. Now, there's no question that if you look at a lot of folk religion, and there's a lot of folk religion that's not Tammy Faye Baker. I mean, if you look at the contemporary sociology of religion, you will find we have the rush hour of the gods here in the United States. And read my friend Gordon Melton's Encyclopedia of American Religions. Get volume 2 of his Encyclopedia of American Religions, and you see that Joe's point is really incredibly powerful point. There is enormous shamanic kind of practices going on. When I was first doing my research on this archetype of the magician, I did field research, ethnographic field research for about 10 years, going around being in groups with people that were doing this stuff. And I was very, very jaded and negativistic about it when I started. I could have been characterized as an anti-cultist. And as I learned about the things you're talking about, Joe, I began to realize that there was some very good healing work being done by non-credentialed, quote-unquote, people in our society. I remember once going out here to one of our Chicago suburbs with one of a schizophrenic friend who was going to have a healing experience, and he found there was this druggist out here in one of these western suburbs, and this druggist, playing this shamanic role, took this person through some regressions that were enormously sophisticated, and I was amazed at the skill that this person had. It was life regression, but I think that this guy practiced all of the above, and that began to change my opinion about folk religion, where this stuff is practiced a lot in our society, and totally changed my opinion. All the standard mental health system had to offer this guy was medication, and these folk practitioners offered him some therapy, and so I think you're right about that. There's a lot of this, and the dangers, of course, are the same as they always were. They're not any different now than they were. I mean, because...
Well, I think there's something, though, in the mental health discussion, not what...
Yes.
Yeah, but what is so close to us.
Yes.
And we almost don't.
Can you comment on that, why that's the case?
You spend there 2 hours talking about Krishna.
Yes. Tribal culture. Yeah.
And nobody would think that's of that every Sunday on Channel 38 you can see somebody playing, whoever it is, Mother Judge or Daughter Judge or whatever, was supposed to have been recently been cured of cancer by somebody. These things going on all around us.
Absolutely.
And
well, that's the assumption.
It's more with the stigma. We don't want to look.
Well, mental health, well, he says we don't want to look at it as that close to home. You got to understand, mental health practitioners have a financial investment in not looking at this, because we would like to have a monopoly. The psychiatrists want a monopoly, the psychologists want a monopoly, the social workers want a monopoly, and all this sort of thing. I mean, there's the Marxists knew some things. And
now it's turning much dismantled. And
Well, no, it's not what I would throw in there. What we would have tempered made because so there's a mythology that operates the mythological community, kind of a felidized lost mythology. And you will look at an exotic person who calls themselves a shaman and say, wow, that can teach us something, when the people within his own culture, as quite fraudulent and as being no better than that.
yeah, but you see, I think
We'll hold him up because we see him through foreign eyes.
Jimmy's fault. Not that it was very effective. Is to out and how to use some coaching.
let me just comment. This is a complicated business, and we're not going to get through it tonight. But let me say this: that the whole issue of the relationship between this archetype and this mythology and the mental health profession is a very complicated one. I've got a book that's about to come out on this, and just called The Magician and the Analyst. My sense is you've got to understand the magicians have always fought with each other. From Elijah and the prophets of Baal on to they're always fighting each other. And I think what we got here is we got competing magicians, and they all have pecuniary interest. And the question of who's the greatest charlatan, the Tammy Faye Bakers and so forth, or our mental health establishment, is that's a moot question. Lots of evidence that that there's a lot of chicanery goes on a lot of places. The trickster gets into all of our expressions of magician. The other thing, though, is that the challenge to us that I think Joe's also getting at is that it's very interesting why we don't put more effort into what is known as ethnopsychiatry today. That is the cross-cultural study of this at a serious level to get at healing. learn something about healing. And just let me recommend a book to you before we stop. It's a book edited by Lawrence Sullivan, who is the head of the Harvard Center for the Study of World Religions. And it's just called Healing and Restoring. And it's a cross-cultural study of this thing we've been talking about tonight. It's an excellent compendium, and it was generated out of this Project Park Ridge project on religion and medicine. It's an excellent series, and this book gives you a good, solid cross-cultural study of healing and restoring, which is that which comes under this mythology and this archetype yet in.
Type effects as well, so I saw to all three as well.
Well, what I wanted us to get at, Dan is talking about social role in the individual. What I wanted us to get at in closing was to emphasize that in most human cultures, there is an understanding of dimensions of responsibility for this kind of understanding that is not simply limited to the specialist. There's always specialists, but in most traditional cultures, there was much more of an understanding that you can't delegate all of this to the professionals. You know, that when you became an initiated member of the group, there were important parts of this knowledge and wisdom and investment in healing that you as what we would call a layperson carry. And if you study the teaching stories from different cultures, you will see that the community members have to be involved in this. And one of the things we have to be aware of is that, for example, in our state here in Illinois, we just sort of get into our denial about the necessity for the community, for the public to be really involved in the issues of mental health and healing for our population. And it's an abysmal situation here in our state now. And this shamanic thing in us, I think, would get us more seriously invested in being aware of what's happening to the mentally ill in our state. Now, let's think about next week. We're out of time for this week. Next week, we're going to focus on the mythology of the apocalypse, the cosmic initiation, so be thinking about the Apocalypse 2000 that's coming up. We're going to be hearing a lot more about apocalypse as we get closer to the year 2000. So I'll see you next week, and don't forget to vote. Well, I want to welcome you to the final session of our 6 weeks on myth and psyche, and I'd like us to spend the night not only working with the mythology of the apocalypse or last things, but I'd also like us in our discussion time tonight to reflect, as I said earlier to you, on the way in which these different themes in mythology really have an internal relatedness, and that they all reflect our collective unconscious and our and themes of selfhood. And I'd like us before we finish tonight to at least reflect on the public dimensions in this mythology. So let's just get started. What I will do this evening is just to raise a number of the themes in the mythology of the millennium or the apocalypse, and I've brought a number of text that I'm going to read. Those of you that may not be familiar with the sacred text where this mythology appears. But I'd like to start by just saying we live in a time in which this mythology we're dealing with tonight is going to get increasingly more powerful. And one of the things that I would recommend for everyone who is interested in this topic is to study the events around the first millennium, the turn of the first millennium. Particularly, there's a book called The Pursuit of the Millennium, which details a lot of the events around the latter part of 999 and the expectations around the turn of the first millennium. And one of the things that is not really received as much attention quite yet in the press and among scholars is the extent to which very shortly now we're going to be flooded. Here we are in 1992, almost at the end of 92. Very shortly now we're going to be flooded with a lot of collective, what we might call hysterical contagion with regard to the turn of the millennium. Recently, those of you who are living here with us in Chicago heard of the groups here in the city who were expecting the end of the world on, what was it, October the 26th, I believe. And this was, excuse me? Yes, right. Right. This group is one, what we need to understand is this group that was reported on with great sort of tongue-in-cheek by the press. This group is one of the hundreds upon hundreds of groups, religious groups that are looking for the end of the world to come up very shortly, who really believe that we are now in it. But my basic thing I want to say to you is, you ain't seen nothing yet. In fact, the person that I have learned the most about this stuff from is my colleague Douglas Gillette, who for many years has been collecting text and mythic images from the apocalyptic traditions, and we have a manuscript that we were calling Apocalypse 2000, Mythology of the Millennium, in which we look at the initiatory themes in this material. But the publishers have not quite yet realized what an enormous market there's going to be about books on this topic very shortly now. I saw a recent discussion about this, but it's really interesting, the way in which people move in and out of awareness on this topic, in and out of reflection. I haven't really seen any very sophisticated reflection on this topic recently. Let me call your attention to some very sophisticated books that have already been published on this. I was hoping to be able to find my copy of The Old Enemy, which I will comment on in a minute before I get started, but I've loaned that to someone, and I'd hoped to get you copies of a chart from that, but you're going to have to look at that Forsyth. It's by Forsyth. It's called The Old Enemy, yes. Okay, and maybe at the break you can look and show them that chart in there where the comparative chart on the different traditions about the return of the liberating king. It's called The Old Enemy. And it's really, ostensibly, it's a book about different images of evil. But now, not long ago, there was a conference on the apocalypse back in 1987. James Hillman and a group of folks gathered, and it was the proceedings of the conference was published under the title Facing Apocalypse. And it was edited by Valerie Andrews et al. And I recommend that you look at this little book. It is a nice little series of reflections about this. It was held about 5 years ago. Now, since we're here in Hyde Park, and there are a few really bright people here in Hyde Park, One of them is Bernard McGinn, and he has written this excellent book. Was published for the first time back in 1979, Columbia University Press, called Visions of the End, Apocalyptic Traditions in the Middle Ages. And I'm going to include our presentations of different mythic materials by reading one of the selections he gave later. But it's an excellent book which brings together a lot of medieval apocalyptic text. But what I want us to realize is that this topic is going to become very, very much a public phenomenon as we close in on 1999. And we'll be able to discuss later tonight some of the reasons why it's going to be an enormously powerful kind of experience for all of us. I mean, there are a lot of things happening in the world right now which really feed a mythic view of apocalyptic interpretation of the world. But what I wanted to do was to begin by reading from some text about the end, about the apocalypse, from some of the text which my colleague Gillette has compiled. This first one is from the ancient Egyptians, and let me just read some of these. I won't be able to do but just a few, but this will give you some of the framing of the way in which this has been thought about. This is about the divine plan to destroy human beings. It happened that Re, the god who came into being by himself, when he was king of men and gods altogether, then mankind plotted something in the very presence of Re. Now then his majesty, life, prosperity, health was old. His bones were of silver, his flesh of gold, and his hair of genuine lapis lazuli. And then his majesty perceived the things which were being plotted against him by mankind. And then his majesty, life, prosperity, health, said to those who were in his retinue, "Pray summon to me my eye, the sun. Shu, Tefnut, Geb, and Nut, the powers of nature, as well as the fathers and mothers who were with me when I was in Nun, as well as my god Nun also. He is to bring his court with him. Thou shalt bring them secretly. Let not mankind see, let not their hearts escape." And then Re said to Nun, "O eldest God in whom I came into being, O ancestor gods, behold mankind which came into being from my eye. They have plotted things against me. Tell me what you would do about it. Behold, I am seeking. I would not slay them until I had heard what you might say about it." And then the majesty of Nun said, "My son Re, the God greater than he who made him and mightier than they who created him, sitting upon thy throne, the fear of thee is great when thy eye is directed against them who scheme against thee." And then the majesty of Re said, "Behold, they have fled into the desert, their hearts being afraid because I might speak to them." Then they said in the presence of his majesty, may thy eye be sent, that it may catch for thee those who scheme with evil things. So there's the first and one of the oldest themes. The eye of God is going to catch those who are plotting evil against God. See? And this we're going to see later in the Judeo-Christian tradition, the way in which this gets related to the idea of the coming of the day of the Lord. This is an account of the day of the Lord when reckoning comes. All right, here is from the Papyrus of Ani, also Egyptian. Osiris, the scribe Ani, says, "Homage to thee, O bull of Amenta. Thoth, the king of eternity, is with me. I am the great god in the boat of the sun. I have fought for thee. I am one of the gods, those holy princes who make Osiris to be victorious over his enemies on the day of weighing of words. I am thy mediator, O Osiris. I am one of the gods, born of Mut, those who slay the foes of Osiris and hold for him in bondage the fiend, Sibal. I make Osiris to be victorious over his enemies. I am with Horus, who guardeth the left shoulder of Osiris in Shechem, and I go into and come out from the divine flames on the day of the destruction of the fiends in Shechem, the day of destruction of the fiends. There's an appointed day where this will come about. Fear follows after thee, terror is upon thine arms. Thou art embraced by millions of years in the arms of the nations. Mortals go around about thee. Thou smitest down the mediators of thy foes. Thou seizest the arms of the powers of darkness. Every god feareth thee, for thou art exceedingly great and terrible. Thou avengest every god on the man that curseth him, and thou shootest out arrows. Thou livest according to thy will. Thou art the Lady of Flame. Evil cometh among those who set themselves up against thee. Hail, thou who art embraced by flame. Hail, devourer of the shade. Hail, thou whose eyes are of fire. Hail, thou flame which comest and goeth. Hail, crusher of bones. Hail, thou who shootest forth the flame. Hail, thou whose legs are of fire, who cometh forth out of the darkness. Hail, thou destroyer. So there's one of the themes. The God as destroyer of the evil which has come about after the creation. This is from Hindu text, from an early Vedic hymn. This is spoken by the god Indra. Like wild winds, the draughts have raised me up. The draughts have borne me up as swift steeds a chariot. Frenzy has come upon me as a cow to her dear calf. As a carpenter bends the seat of a chariot, I bend this frenzy around my heart. The heavens above do not equal one half of me. In my glory I have passed beyond the sky and the great earth. I will pick up the earth and I will put it here or there. From the hymn of the primeval man, also Indian. When the gods made a sacrifice with the man as their victim, spring was the melted butter, summer the fuel, and autumn the oblation. So there's the sacrifice of man, see, to create seasons. So that's one of the things we ought to be aware of, is this sacrifice motif that comes back up in here through the back door, constantly coming back up. And so one of the things we want to think about tonight is to tie this thing back to the beginning of the course. We need to think about the relationship between this stuff and creation, because there's a direct internal relationship that we've been talking about on and off, but we need to keep that in our minds. From ancient Hebrew text. And then the Lord rained on Sodom and Gomorrah brimstone and fire from the Lord out of heaven. And he overthrew those cities, and all the valley, and all the inhabitants of the cities, and what grew on the ground. Desolation is left in the city, the gates are battered into ruins. For thus it shall be in the midst of the earth among the nations, as even an olive tree is beaten, as at the gleaning when the vintage is done. Terror and the pit and the snare upon you, O inhabitants of the earth. He who flees at the sound of the terror shall fall into the pit, and he who climbs out of the pit shall be caught in the snare. For the windows of heaven are opened, and the foundations of the earth tremble. The earth is utterly broken. The earth is rent asunder. The earth is violently shaken. The earth staggers like a drunken man. It sways like a hut. Its transgression lies heavy upon it, and it falls, and it will not rise again. On that day the Lord will punish the host of heaven in heaven, and the kings of the earth on the earth. They will be gathered together as prisoners in a pit. A lot of this is from Isaiah. Behold, the Lord will lay waste the earth and make it desolate, and he will twist its surface and scatter its inhabitants. And it shall be as with the people, so with the priest. As with the slave, so with his master. As with the maid, so with her mistress. As with the buyer, so with the seller. As with the lender, so with the borrower. As with the creditor, so with the debtor. The earth shall be utterly laid waste and utterly despoiled, for the Lord has spoken this word. The earth mourns and withers, the world languishes and withers, the heavens languish together with the earth lies polluted under its inhabitants, for they have transgressed the laws, violated the statutes, broken the everlasting covenant. Therefore a curse devours the earth, and its inhabitants suffer for their guilt. Therefore the inhabitants of the earth are scorched, and few men are left. They will be shut up in a prison, and after many days they will be punished. And then the moon will be confounded, and the sun ashamed. For the Lord of hosts will reign on Mount Zion and in Jerusalem, and before his elders he will manifest his glory. Then from Isaiah 65, For behold, I create new heavens and a new earth, and the former things shall not be remembered or come into mind. But be glad and rejoice forever in that which I create. For behold, I create Jerusalem a rejoicing, and her people a joy. I will rejoice in Jerusalem and be glad in my people. No more shall be heard in it the sound of weeping and the cry of distress. No more shall there be in it an infant that lives only a few days, or an old man who does not fill out his days. For the Lord shall die 100 years, for the child shall die 100 years old, and the sinner 100 years old shall be accursed. They shall build houses and inhabit them. They shall not plant and another eat. For like the days of a tree shall the days of my people be, and my chosen shall long enjoy the work of their hands. They shall not labor in vain, or bear children for calamity. For they shall be the offspring of the blessed of the Lord, and their children with them. Before they call, I will answer. While they are yet speaking, I will hear. The wolf and the lamb shall feed together. The lion shall eat straw like the ox, and dust shall be the serpent's food. They shall not hurt or destroy in all my holy mountain, says the Lord. And from Jeremiah, Thus the Lord, the God of Israel, said to me, Take from my hand this cup of wine of wrath, and make all the nations to whom I send you drink it. They shall drink and stagger and be crazed because of the word which I am sending among them. So I took the cup from the Lord's hand, and made all the nations to whom the Lord sent me drink it, Jerusalem and the cities of Judah, its kings and princes, to make them a desolation and a waste, a hissing and a curse, as at this day. Pharaoh, king of Egypt, his servants, his princes, all his people, and all the foreign folk among them, all the kings of the land of Uz, and all the kings of the land of the Philistines, Edom, Moab, and the sons of Ammon, and all the kings of Tyre, and all the kings of Sidon, and all the kings of the coastland across the sea, all those who cut the corners of their hair, all the kings of Arabia, and all the kings of the mixed tribes that dwell in the desert, all the kings of Zimri, all the kings of Elam, and all the kings of Media,
all the kings of the north, far and near, one after another, and all the kingdoms of the world which are on the face of the earth, and after them the king of Babylon shall drink. Then you shall say to them, Thus says the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, Drink, be drunk, and vomit, fall and rise no more because of the sword I am sending among you. And if they refuse to accept the cup from your hand to drink, then you shall say to them, Thus says the Lord of hosts, you must drink. For behold, I begin to work evil at the city which is called by my name. And shall you go unpunished? You shall not go unpunished, for I am summoning a sword against all the inhabitants of the earth, says the Lord of hosts. You therefore shall prophesy against them all these words, and say to them, The Lord will roar from on high, and from his holy habitation utter his voice. He will roar mightily against his fold, and shout like those who tread grapes against all the inhabitants of the earth. The clamor will resound to the ends of the earth, for the Lord has an indictment against the nations. He is entering judgment with all flesh, and the wicked he will put to the sword, says the Lord. Thus says the Lord of hosts, Behold, evil going forth from nation to nation, and a great tempest is stirring from the farthest parts of the earth. And those slain by the Lord on that day shall extend from one end of the earth to the other. They shall not be lamented, or gathered, or buried. They shall be dung on the surface of the ground. And that's called Mythology of the Apocalypse. And we can go on and on with the material from the Hebrew Scriptures. Hey, little Jimmy Swagger coming out here. My shadow here. I don't have my piano. I do a little gospel and cry a little bit for you. Oh, there's so much stuff. I'm still going through Daniel and Zephaniah. Essene text. You've heard of the Essenes? This is from, in fact, if you haven't read the war text of the Essenes, that is some of the most powerful apocalyptic literature. I'm just going to read you a little bit, but there are some really good translations. The War Scroll. This is some of that material. And then the sons of righteousness shall lighten all the ends of the world progressively, until all the moments of darkness are consumed. Then in the time of God, his sublime greatness shall shine for all the times of the ages, unto gladness and blessing, glory and joy and length of days shall be given to all of the sons of light. And on the day when the Kittim fall, there shall be battle and rude slaughter before the God of Israel. For this is the day appointed by him from former times, for the war of destruction of the sons of darkness. On this day shall approach for tremendous slaughter the congregation of the gods and the assembly of men. On the day of misfortune the sons of light and the lot of darkness shall battle together for the power of God, amid the tumult of a vast multitude and the cries of God and men. And it shall be a time of distress for all the people redeemed by God. And among all their afflictions there will have been nothing to equal it. From its beginning, see, and now that's interesting. Even for the chosen folk, it will be a time unequaled in terms of their own difficulties. From its beginning until its end and final redemption. And on the day when they shall battle against the Kittim, that is the enemy, he shall save them from slaughter in this battle. For 3 lots the son of light will be strongest to overthrow ungodliness. And for 3 lots the army of Belial shall make answer to beat into retreat the lot of God. And the battalions of infantry shall melt the heart, but the power of God shall strengthen the heart of the sons of light. And in the 7th lot the mighty hand of God shall subject the sons of darkness to all the angels of his empire and to all the men of his lot. And thou wilt battle against them from heaven above. goes on and on and on. And in these war scrolls, it gives us an elaborate discussion of the last battle and prediction about the terrain. If you ever want to see, I'd like to talk about the archetypal space of the plane of struggle that is in the warrior sector of the archetypal self. If you want to really get a good description of that geography, just read the war scroll. Christian text. This is from Matthew. And another parable he put before them, saying, the kingdom of heaven may be compared to a man who sowed good seed in his field. But while men were sleeping, his enemy came and sowed weeds among the wheat, and went away. And so when the plants came up and bore grain, then the weeds appeared also. And the servants of the householder came and said to him, Sir, did you not sow good seed in your field? How then has it weeds? He said to them, an enemy has done this. The servants said to him, then do you want us to go and gather them? But he said, no, lest in gathering the weeds you root up the wheat along with them. Let both grow together until the harvest. And at harvest time I will tell the reapers, gather the weeds first, and bind them in bundles to be burned, but gather the wheat into my barn. Just as the weeds are gathered and burned with fire, so will it be at the close of the age. The Son of Man will send his angels, and they will gather out of his kingdom all causes of sin and all evildoers, and throw them into the furnace of fire. There men will weep and gnash their teeth, and then the righteous will shine like the sun in the kingdom of their Father. And from Matthew, 24th chapter. And Jesus answered them, take heed that no one leads you astray, for many will come in my name, saying, I am the Christ. And they will lead many astray, and you will hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that you are not alarmed, for this must not take place, but the end is not yet. For nation will rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and there will be famines and earthquakes in various places. All this is but the beginning of the sufferings. Then they will deliver you up to tribulation and put you to death, and you will be hated by all nations for my name's sake. And then many will fall away and betray one another and hate one another, and many false prophets will arise and lead many astray. And because wickedness is multiplied, most men's love will grow cold. But he who endures to the end will be saved. And this gospel of the kingdom will be preached throughout the whole world as a testimony to all nations. And then the end will come. So when you see the desolating sacrilege spoken of by the prophet Daniel standing in the holy place, then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. Let him who is on the housetop not go down to take what is in his house. And let him who is in the field not turn back to take his mantle. And alas for those who are with child and for those who give suck in those days. Pray that your flight may not be in winter or on a Sabbath. For then there will be great tribulation, such as not been seen from the beginning of the world until now. No, and never will be. And if those days had not been foreshortened, no human being would be saved. But for the sake of the elect, those days will be shortened. Then if anyone says to you, Lo, here is the Christ, or there he is, do not believe it. For false Christs and false prophets will arise and show great signs and wonders, so as to lead astray, if possible, even the elect. Hang on to that idea of the elect. There I have told you beforehand. So if they say to you, Lo, he's in the wilderness, don't go out. If they say, Lo, he's in the inner room, don't believe it. For as the lightning comes from the east and shines as far from the west, so will be the coming of the Son of Man. Wherever the body is, here the eagles will be gathered together. And it goes on and on and on. I better read this part because this is really classic apocalyptic imagery here. Immediately after the tribulation of those days, the sun will be darkened, and the moon will not give its light. The stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of the heavens will be shaken. And then will appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven, and then all the tribes of the earth will mourn. And they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. And he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. So on, so on, so on.
It's just because they can, and that's casting really what of inheriting to grow some.
Well, some of them, if you remember, some of them were imaging the building of the New Jerusalem and the happiness of the people in Jerusalem in the Hebrew text. Here comes the references that get to that in Revelation. But I mean, you need to understand that in apocalyptic, the emphasis isn't on the restoration at first. It's on judgment. It's on desolation and the blasting away of the failed creation. You got to understand what we got here. Remember, the first theme we were talking about creation. You got to remember this is related to creation. We had unspoiled creation, and then humans got it. This is the theme. Unspoiled creation, wonderful gold, and then humans got it and turned it into lead. See? And so you see this now. Now think about this in relationship to our initiatory themes, the death and rebirth themes that we talked about in terms of the magician and the shamanic stuff. I mean, you can see how this stuff is held together in terms of regeneration. But here you've got the death and rebirth again, and we're hearing all this stuff about death. Here's from Revelation. This is what the liberal Christians never read, you know. They forgot this is in there. Then I saw heaven opened, and behold, a white horse. He who sat upon it is called Faithful and True, and in righteousness he judges and makes war. His eyes are like a flame of fire, and on his head are many diadems. And he has a name inscribed which no one knows but himself. He is clad in a robe dipped in blood, and the name by which he is called is the Word of God. And the armies of heaven, arrayed in fine linen, white and pure, followed him on white horses. And from his mouth issues a sharp sword, with which to smite the nations, and he will rule them with a rod of iron. He will tread the winepress of the fury of the wrath of God the Almighty. Then I saw an angel coming down from heaven, holding in his hand the key of the bottomless pit and a great chain. And he seized the dragon, that ancient serpent, who is the devil and Satan, and bound him for 1,000 years, and threw him into the pit, and shut it, and sealed it over him, that he could deceive the nations no more, till the 1,000 years were ended. After that he must be loosed for a little while. And then I saw thrones, and seated on them were those to whom judgment was committed. And I saw the souls of those who had been beheaded for their testimony and for the word of God, and who had not worshipped the beast or its image, and had not received its mark on their foreheads or their hands. They came to life and reigned with Christ 1,000 years, and so on. Then I saw a great white throne, and him who sat upon it. And from his presence earth and sky fled away, and no place was found for them. And I saw the dead, great and small, standing before the throne, and books were opened. Also another book was opened, which is the book of life, and the dead were judged by what was written in the books, by what they had done. And the sea gave up the dead in it, death and Hades gave up the dead in them, and all were judged by what they had done. And then I saw a new heaven and a new earth. For the first heaven and the first earth had passed away, and the sea was no more. And I saw the holy city, New Jerusalem, coming down out of heaven from God, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. And I heard a great voice from the throne saying, Behold, the dwelling of God is with men. He will dwell with them, and they shall be his people, and God himself shall be with them. And he shall wipe away every tear from their eyes, and death shall be no more. Neither shall there be mourning, nor crying, nor pain any more, for the former things have passed away. And he who sat upon the throne said, Behold, I make all things new. He said, Write this, for these words are trustworthy and true. And he said to me, It is done. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. To the thirsty I will give water without price from the fountain of the water of life. He who conquers shall have this heritage, and I will be his God, and he will be my son. But as for the cowardly, the faithless, the polluted, as for murderers, fornicators, sorcerers, idolaters, and all liars, their lot shall be in the lake that burns with fire and brimstone, which is the second death. And we wouldn't want to leave our Muslim brothers out. When the sun shall be darkened, when the stars shall be thrown down, when the mountains shall be set moving, when the pregnant camels shall be neglected, when the savage beast shall be mustered, when the sea shall be set boiling, when the souls shall be coupled, when the buried infant shall be asked for what sin she was slain, when the scrolls shall be unrolled, when the heavens shall be stripped off, when hell shall be set blazing, when paradise shall be brought nigh, then shall a soul know what it has produced. No eye seer by the slinkers, the runners, the sinkers, by the night swarming, by the dawn sighing. Truly this is the word of a noble messenger having power, with the Lord of the throne secure, obeyed, moreover trusty. So when the trumpet is blown with a single blast, and the earth and the mountains are lifted up and crushed with a single blow, then on that day the terror shall come to pass, and heaven shall be split. For upon that day it shall be very frail, and the angels shall stand upon its borders, and upon that day 8 shall carry above them the throne of thy Lord. On that day you shall be exposed, not one secret of yours concealed. Then as for him who is given his book in his right hand, he shall say, Here, take and read my book. Certainly I thought that I should encounter my reckoning, so he shall be in a pleasing light, in a lofty garden, its clusters nigh together. And this is in the paradise. Eat and drink with wholesome appetite for what you did long ago in the days gone by. But as for him who is given his book in his left hand, he shall say, Would that I had not been given my book and not known my reckoning. Would it had been the end. My wealth has not availed me. My authority is gone from me. Take him and fetter him, and then roast him in hell. Then in a chain of 70 cubits length insert him. Behold, he never believed in God the Almighty, and he never urged the feeding of the needy. And therefore he today has not here one loyal friend, neither any food, saving foul pus, that none excepting the sinners eat. And when the terror descends, abasing, exalting, when the earth shall be rocked, when the mountains crumbled, and become dust scattered, and you shall be 3 bands, companions of the right, companions of the left. Those are the brought nigh the throne in the gardens of delight. Thrall of the ancients, and how few of the latter folk, and so on. It goes on and on. So the point being that if you look through these traditions, let me give you one Norse one, and then I'll read you something from Hildegard, and then we can try to get at the structure of this. This is a Norse text. An axe aids, a sword aids, shields will be gashed, there will be a wind age and a wolf age before the world is wrecked. First of all, Midgard will be wrenched and racked by wars for 3 winters. Fathers will slaughter sons, brothers will be drenched in one another's blood, mothers will desert their menfolk and seduce their own sons, brothers will bed with their sisters. Then Fimbulets, the winter of all winters, will grip and throttle Midgard. Driving snow clouds will converge from north and south and east and west. So the end will begin. Then the children of the old giantess in iron wood will have their say. The wolf Skoll will seize the sun between his jaws and swallow her. He will spatter Asgard with gore, and his brother Hetat will catch the moon and mangle him. The stars will vanish from the sky. The earth will start to shudder then. Great trees will sway and topple. Mountains will shake and rocks come crashing down, and every bond and fetter will burst. The dead and the giants sail toward confrontations with the gods. He's go on. We'll let Hildegard, you've all heard of Hildegard of Bingen, have the last word on this. Then I looked to the north, and there were 5 beasts standing. One was like a fiery hound, though not burning, one like a lion of tawny color, another like a pale horse, another like a black pig, another like a gray wolf. They were all turning to the west. In the west, before the beast, something like a hill with 5 peaks appeared, so that a single cord was stretched from the mouth of each of the beasts to each peak of the hill. The cords were all somewhat blackish, especially the one which came from the mouth of the wolf, and seemed part black and part white. Behold, in the east I again saw above the cornerstone that youth that I had previously seen clothed in a purple tunic, above the corner of the shining wall and the stone wall of the building. Now he appeared to me from the navel down, so that you might see him gleaming like the dawn from the navel to the groin. There was at that place something like a lyre with its cords lying crosswise. From there to the bottoms of his feet, that is, to a measure of 2 fingers set across from above touching the heel, he was shaded. From the 2-finger measure through the whole of his feet, he appeared brighter than milk. The image of the woman before the altar in front of the eyes of God that I saw earlier was now also shown to me again, so that I could also see her from the navel down. From the navel to the groin she had various scaly spots. In her vagina there appeared a monstrous and totally black head with fiery eyes, ears like the ears of a donkey, nostrils and mouth like those of a lion, gnashing with vast open mouth, and sharpening its horrible iron teeth in a horrid manner. From that head to the knees the image was white and red, bruised as with many a beating. From the knees to the 2 white transverse zones, which crosswise seemed to touch the bottoms of the feet from above, the image appeared to be bloody. Lo, the monstrous head removed itself from its place with so great a crash that the entire image of the woman was shaken in all its members. Something like a great mass of much dung was joined to the head. Then lifting itself upon a mountain, it attempted to ascend to the height of heaven. A stroke like thunder came suddenly, and the head was repelled with such strength that it both fell from the mountain and gave up the ghost. After this, a stinking cloud suddenly enveloped the whole mountain. The head was surrounded with such great filth in the cloud that the people standing by were struck with the greatest terror, as the cloud stayed upon the mountain somewhat longer. The people standing there beheld it, and struck with much fear said to one another, "Woe, woe, what is this? What does that seem to be? Who will help us, and fortunate as we are? Who will deliver us? We are ignorant about how we've been deceived. Almighty God, have mercy on us. Let us return. Let us prepare the covenant of Christ's gospel, since we have been bitterly deceived."
And behold, the feet of the aforementioned female image appeared to be white, giving out a brightness above that of the sun. I heard a voice from heaven saying to me, even though all things on earth are tending toward their end, so that the world with all its powers now weakened and oppressed by many hardships and calamities is bowed down to its end, nevertheless, the spouse of my son, though much weakened in her children, will never be destroyed, either by the heralds of the son of perdition or by the destroyer himself, however much he will be attacked by them. At the end of time, she will arise more powerful and more secure. She will appear more beautiful and shining, so that she may go forth in this way more sweetly and more agreeably to the embraces of her beloved. The vision which you saw signifies all this in mystic fashion.
Thank you.
So we just have a few minutes before we want to stretch our leg, take a break. I wanted to have you feel these texts so that you can get some sense of the libido in them, the energy in them, and to get some sense about this incredible power of these endings. I mean, if we had time, we could just go on and on and on and on and on with this, and you begin to get a sense about the way in which the enormous energy, flooding of energy around this apocalyptic theme has been so widespread, many cultures, many times. This is the same kind of energy that gets to flooding in you when you start getting into your death and rebirth fantasies. This is the same kind of press toward cutting away that the new can be born. You see, what I want us to get at later is to see how this is the dark before the dawn. And you've got to get a sense for the mythic cycle. Remember, we had the birth of the divine child into the darkness, the world. You got to get a feel for the way in which what we're coming up on here is the darkness before the dawn. In other words, it matters a great deal whether you see the mythic structure of this or whether you're a secularist, assuming that the earth is going to be ended by pollution or by the latest fantasy. What's the latest fantasy you've been reading about it? You've been watching the newspapers lately about how they think the world may end in the year 20, whatever it is. Read about it. They've discovered this comet that the specialist in this particular one has predicted that it's going to intersect the path of the Earth. He predicts this year, and the particular, not this year, but there's a certain year, and now that's just kind of that the fantasy of the end of the world around being hit by a comet is being talked about a lot now by scientists who are now finding all these craters where Earth has been, in fact, hit by asteroids or things like that prior. But the thing is that the mythic imagination structures fantasies around that. And what we have to do is to get a feeling about how this press toward the end is related toward the clearing away before the new beginning. And we'll come back to that after our break. Let's stretch our legs, and then we'll come back and I'll say a few more things about it, and then we can discuss it. I wanted to call your attention to the particular structure of the apocalyptic imagery that is recounted in The Old Enemy. It has a different flavor than these texts that I was reading to you from tonight. it puts it in the context of the mythology of kingship. And what you see played out in that is the imagery which is so prevalent around the world of the struggle between the demon king and the true king. That has been a very, very prominent part of apocalyptic imagery. You could hear that in between the lines if you read between the lines carefully, and if you know about the mythology of kingship in the history of this, of our mythological traditions, then you could hear the mythology with regard to the return of the liberator king in that. If you don't know the king imagery, then you wouldn't realize that this is kingship imagery. But in the Old Enemy, it's quite clear. It's made quite clear that the apocalypse is about a return. And here I want to just refresh, your memory in terms of your thinking about, for example, the return of Ulysses home. In fact, one of the things you might want to do in terms of reflecting on this imagery is watch the film Ulysses. It's an old one of these old epic films. But if you look at it in this context, you'll get a real feeling for this same thing that we're talking about. The way that the Old Enemy points out the structure is the king has been away, and the king has been sort of disoriented or unconscious or preoccupied or something. And while the king has been away, his spouse and his children have been oppressed by monsters usually. And so what happens is that the world represented by the realm and the queen have been oppressed. And so with the return of the king to consciousness or to awareness, and when he, as they say in mythology, and when he came to himself and returned home, slays the monsters, liberates the queen and the children, and then the mythic concept of cosmos is reestablished. And that is another powerful mythic motif. If you haven't looked at mythology of kingship, you can see it in the John Perry book, Lord of the Four Quarters, and in our book, The King Within. So what you've got here is essentially a clearing away of a desiccated, deteriorated cosmos and a regeneration of the world. Now let me just open it up for you to note things about apocalyptic imagery that you have seen in your studies or in your observations of apocalyptic imagery in popular culture. I mean, it's all over the place. Any other themes you want to have us just note? Let's just take a few moments and see if there are any other themes that you want to put on the table here as a part of apocalyptic imagery. Yes. The flood, absolutely. The deluge, the archetypal motif of the deluge. And how does that fit this thing? I mean, how would you relate the flood imagery to this whole motif? Okay. Now for the tape, she's talking about the astrological dimensions of this kind of mythology. There's no doubt about it. In fact, we don't have time really to lay out a lot about the fantasies of the New Age, but the whole idea of the New Age is coming right out of apocalyptic imagery, and the astrological ideas about the culmination of the age of Pisces and the age of Aquarius, the coming of the age of Aquarius. The musical hair is really directly grounded in apocalyptic imagery. So, for those of you that are too young to remember that, I think it's still on its old videotape somewhere. All of us aging 60s people will laugh about that. Other motifs, themes of that you've noticed in apocalyptic imagery that you think are significant that we need to name. Anybody else want to add something?
Could I just done something to the flood energy had to know and how humanity is day?
Yep. I skipped over Noah and the flood because I thought everybody would probably know that one, but it's true. I mean, Noah, all the Hebrew scriptures are full of this imagery. If you just think of this particular motif and read Daniel or Ezekiel. My colleague here, Andre Lecoq, has done marvelous things in studying and explicating the apocalyptic imagery in these texts. Okay, so now let's take a few minutes and what's this about in terms of the self? Let's just what I want us to do now before we get through tonight is I want us to talk about how this operates in the self, in the individual psyche, as we think of it, and then how it comes back around to thinking about the challenges of our time. Yes, for our listeners, he's bringing up the emphasis on right and left in this mythology, and that's very widespread. The sort of identification of the left hand with evil and the right hand with the good, and the importance of the sense of the polarities here, and the danger of sort of losing one's balance. That's real.
In sense, I mean, I'm talking about capitalism, problems, that's.
Well, it would be interesting, see, because a Jungian looks at this stuff, and we what is interesting to think is the whole idea of splitting in the self vis-a-vis holding a tension of opposites, or holding a balance, or holding cohesion against the threat of our splitting. Now, let me just suggest this to you. When the psyche is in danger of splitting, this is not just a Jungian understanding. Most contemporary psychoanalysts with any dynamic insight are very aware of this. When the psyche is very much in danger of splitting, there will often come a kind of a paranoid phase in which the environment suddenly becomes very threatening, and the individual will move into fantasies that are very apocalyptic in nature. In fact, one of the sources of a lot of apocalyptic fantasies are in the fantasies of schizophrenics in acute phases before they're medicated, before they're given antipsychotic medications. One of the places that I'd recommend that you look at this, one of the best places to get the sense of the tie between this kind of mythology and the individual psyche is the work of John Perry. And you should look at his books, The Self and Psychotic Process, and particularly the compendium, the kind of later book he did called The Roots of Renewal in Myth and Madness. For our topic tonight, that's a very important book. And anyway, all of John Perry's work is very fascinating with regard to this particular role of apocalyptic imagery in the transformative processes in the individual psyche. And what he did was to work with schizophrenics in an inpatient setting, doing ritual with them with the staff to try to let them act out some of these
rituals of regeneration, which he was fascinated. John Perry had studied so much. He began to be interested in this mythic imagery when he began to realize that he was hearing mythic contents from his patients. And he began to look for parallels in mythology and began to realize that from the fantasies of a lot of the schizophrenic patients, he was hearing materials that sounded for all the world like the coronation rituals and New Year rituals of sacral kingship in the ancient Near East. And he was stunned by the extent to which this stuff he was hearing these parallels, and that's all laid out for you in those books. But so in terms of the individual self, what Perry argues is that when an individual self has not been able to move very far toward wholeness, in other words, when it has closed up or organized in an inferior way, we might say the complexes which serve as the basis of the personality have been organized in such a way that they are really not very life-enhancing. Or we might say the individual has developed in such a way that the persona is so flawed and so wooden and so isolated from life that it is crippling the individual. And then the archetypal self, a Jungian might say, will begin to organize a revolution from beneath. That is to say that the deep structures of the self which press toward wholeness, press toward more balance, will begin to, shall we say, attack the persona from within. And this is one motif that's very central in Jung's psychology. Now, this again, remember, there's a difference between Jung and some of the so-called post-Jungians, because there are a lot of these people that throw out the basic fundamental precepts of Jungian psychology on some dubious grounds. They throw out this idea of the archetypal self, which is the template for wholeness. There's no way for them to relate to this kind of thing, but Perry is much more in a classical tradition which affirms that there is something in us which dislikes our attempts to make our lives small. Or there's something in us which, using the mythic imagery, hates our attempts to be one-sided, and will come with an earthquake from within to crack the surfaces of the persona. And so from a classical Jungian point of view, there is something that is pressing that will break the persona, and if the individual has courage after that is broken and perseveres, there may be a New Jerusalem, so to speak, born in their life. Yes. Yes.
It's resistant, temperate and calm, fast, but in the
Okay, well, let me first speak about what I think Jung is meaning about that, and then I'll say something more about what I think about it. I think Jung typically is very concerned that we realize the way the psyche, the human psyche, is organized in terms of opposites. And he studied human mythology so much that he's noted that practically every system of human traditional thought presents human beings as trying to balance opposites. And so one of the very fundamental things he means when he's talking about the move toward wholeness, he's speaking of having us become more aware of the psyche's tendency to toward what he called enantiodromia, which is a principle that if you get one-sided enough, the other side of the opposition will constellate in your unconscious, and it will come, we might want to honestly say, blasting into your life through the back door. And this is what happens when people get too pious and anti-sexual, and then find themselves acting out sexually in ways they would never have dreamed that they would have done. And there are a million other ways. People, they get so nice that they totally deny their aggression, end up committing murder and rages. And so wholeness for him is a very dynamic concept in that sense. Now, I don't want to suggest that there's not also a mystical Jung who's not really a psychiatrist, but who's sort of a mystical theologian. When he has his mystical theologian hat on, he's talking about something far more, or what you might say, far more transcendental. He's talking about something much more Gnostic. We're going to have a conference coming up in February here on Gnosticism and Jung, and you might be interested in looking at the Gnostic Jung, because when he's got that hat on, he's thinking about fullness in terms of the mystic pleroma. And wholeness, then, when you get into that side of Jung, is something that is fuller than we could ever imagine out of our egos. And he's thinking about the anthropos, which is the great, what I would call the great self within, which is far larger. Just thinking about the other personality within you, which is far larger than your number one personality. So there's different Jungs on this. And then, of course, when Jung got into typology, wholeness tended to take on a typological meaning. Like if you were too much of a thinking type, you needed to develop your inferior feeling, and that would be a movement toward wholeness. Or if you were too much of an intuitive type, you needed to develop your sensation, and that would be a move toward wholeness. Or if you were too extroverted, you would need to develop your introversion, and so forth. Now, in my own work, as many of you know, I think that wholeness was far more understandable in its content than Jung thought. I think that the oppositions that are built into the deep structures of the self are much more clearly understood to be a balance between eros and aggression, and between ordering and a kind of a prophetic rebellion. And those are dialectics. Those are the fundamental dialectics in the self, which have to be balanced for wholeness. But anyway, so the struggle in the regenerative processes in the self, imaged by apocalypticism, is from a classical Jungian point of view, the self with a capital S, acting upon the partiality of the ego. So one way to think about this stuff in terms of personal psychology is in the context of Edinger's work. So I want to just call your attention again. I've mentioned it before in the class, but to really elaborate this stuff in the realm of personal psychology, get Edinger's books, Edward Edinger's books. And if you look at the sweep of Edinger's work, especially that Ego and Archetype book, you'll get a sense about the way in which apocalyptic imagery is a way of talking about some of the things that happen on the way to an ego-self axis. And there will be, if you've lived a very constricted, narrow, little ordinary life, you better watch out, because Moby Dick lurks in the unconscious. And so it's no accident that Edgar did a book on Moby Dick. So I want to call your attention to that. Yes, Joe. Well, and also, I mean, he's pointing out the way in which he sees this sort of apocalyptic, we might say apocalyptic affects, and the lives of people who are terminally ill. I think the books on death and dying have certainly pointed that out. What I think is interesting is also mentioning that there's not too much emphasis on the particular moral transgressions. And I think that's instructive to us, because actually this is not about being moralistic. It's probably the reason that there's probably not more emphasis on the individual transgressions is this is not really about being puritanistic. This is about regeneration. And so we need to even think about the regenerative press of the rage of the terminally ill patient. And since many of them lack a mythic framework, and they may not realize that a lot of the rage they're experiencing is the rage of this liberator king part of the self, who is coming in the psyche with a great sword as a harbinger of rebirth. And see, that's why Jung in his later years would always talk about the archetypal self is envisioning a new life. And so, I mean, what you're saying is intriguing. Joe, I hadn't thought of this, but it's intriguing to even think about the way in which terminally ill people may be experiencing in their affects something that's far more mythic than they think it is. They may think it's all personal, when it may be, in fact, very much a part of their expectation of another life. But that would be really interesting to think about. To think about a lot of acting out in the context of terminal illness as being a unconscious mythologizing of the environment. And here again, now Jung was really, in his latter years, he was very, very concerned that we'd be aware that this deep self in us, this archetypal self in us, this great self in us, is thinking about the next life. And so if a person has not had much of a way, let's put it this way, if our people have not been helped to participate in a mythic reality, then facing death, probably in facing death, they get dragged into a mythic landscape unconsciously, which is painful for everyone.
They commitment they followed. Your comments about timing poison men are too later, or living under the Setzian Latham Empire. Then one gets with mortality. If one aided to say that in a solution each of it, the Egyptian.
Certainly. But I mean, Jung would just say that that these individuals are being able to participate in a cultural form which matches their psychic structure, and those that try to go through these great transitions without any cultural support of this mythic dimension are really being impoverished. I mean, the question about the relationship between self and cosmos, as a public dimension is another thing. What time is it, Dan? Okay, we've got some time for that. And this is a good place to look at this. That is, we need to realize that in secularized society, we're not doing a very good job of helping people with life transitions in a kind, which embody these transformational motifs. We've got teenagers that have bodies that understand initiatory process, and they want to act out initiatory dances, but they don't have anybody that is equipped intellectually to help them dance through their initiations. And so they get into gangs and they try to create these things themselves. And the society responds with brilliant ritual knowledge, ritual genius, by creating prisons as sacred space. I'm not kidding. All of these prisons are our ritually tone-deaf attempts at containment, at ritual containment. If you've ever been in a maximum security prison, you will see what I mean, because there's all of this ritualization of taboo and of ritual insulation of the inside from the outside, keeping the dragon, keeping the belly of the beast isolated from the nice society on the outside or the gates. But you see, this is not just with teenagers. Every transition state in modern secularized society, and I include with that people who are not, as Jung pointed out, not participating in any mythos consciously. Then if you have a midlife crisis, you have no ritual containment for those deaths and rebirths, and you stumble your way through that. Our culturally tone-deaf response to that sort of thing today is called divorce. Just as prisons are the pseudo-ritualization process having to do with adolescence, divorce is the pseudo-ritualizing process having to do with midlife transitions in our culture. And if the divorce didn't work, addictions have been, people have tried to substitute in earlier life of addictions. And we go on and we get up to terminal illness, and what we have is the pseudo-ritualization of American medicine. And I don't know how many of you have been seriously ill lately, but when you're seriously ill and you go try to check into a hospital, and you know anything at all about ritual process, you will be amazed at the needless, kind of ritually tone-deaf pseudo-ritualization processes that you have to go through before you ever get to your bed. The next time you get hospitalized, think about this course, and think about the process of trying to get to your bed, and it will show you how ritually tone deaf our modern and dominant contemporary secular culture is. So it's no, it is fascinating to think about all this stuff, particularly in the context of apocalyptic mythology, because now in our modern ritually tone-deaf society, when people think about apocalypse, here again, we tend to want to concretize it. And so the whole Cold War has been a ritually tone-deaf attempt to act out a lot of this apocalyptic imagery, which was supposed to be rituals of regeneration and New Year rituals, death and rebirth rituals around the New Year. But in our brilliant modern civilized ways, we build nuclear bombs. And it's very interesting now. George Bush has gone through his apocalyptic fantasy of being the great Lord of Light, that on the Armageddon plain there, he had his fantasy of defeating the great demon king. That was his fantasy, of course. I noticed Hussein shooting his gun in the air as Bush was defeated. But anyway, that whole thing, that whole Mideast war was an acting out. It was an acting out. It was a ritual slaughter of Iraqi males I mean, we have you got to get some of these new books that are beginning to seep out about actually what happened in that war. But we made that a ritual. That was a ritual phenomenon for the self-esteem of the American people, essentially. And we still to this day have not pressed our journalistic establishment to release all of the pictures that exist of the actual carnage that occurred, so that we could have our ritually tone-deaf, secularized acting out of this apocalyptic mythology. It's gradually beginning to seep out now, and people are beginning to now find out more and more about how unnecessary that war was, and how it was sort of unconsciously arranged and set up by this hand, while this hand arranged to have it occur. So what I'm suggesting to you is that enormous amounts of our contemporary so-called secular humanistic life is dominated by these ritual motifs and mythic motifs. And by our not being conscious of these things, we are condemned to acting these things out in very inferior ways. Yes.
Yeah. There are a lot of those questions that I thought of when we were talking about the millennium and how why the possibility material would come up on or one if that would be acted out. And I mean, we would be on a native mind that they told us, even it's keyful act out. If I was open on this, then I was wondering what you thought.
Yeah, I want to address that because I want us to get back to the actual historical time that we're in. We got about 10 minutes? About 10 minutes. Okay, good. Yes, back here.
Well, there's a thing that I found while reading that in the May of flying not to between they can look.
Absolutely.
I mean, basically, it's seen must see the ends of personal family.
Well,
So what things had to wait for I this position.
Well, that's you're thinking of the group of zealots that died at the top of the mountain in Israel. Masada. I was just in Masada recently, and I talk about an apocalyptic landscape. I mean, if you are on Masada and you know about the events at Masada, you see this apocalyptic motif acted out right there. You've got the legions of evil coming to the mountain, and you've got your valiant sons of light and daughters of light willing to fight to the death. But the Essenes are more mysterious. We're learning more and more about them, but there's still a lot to learn. But you're right, it is a matter of groups. And different groups, particularly groups that really get into a messianic identification. In this book that I mentioned to you, this Visions of the End, it is a careful discussion of many different groups that have done just what you're talking about, have actually acted this out throughout medieval history. And it's not just medieval history. This is throughout many different cultures. I mean, we could look at we could look at the same thing. The ghost dance religion in North American, Native American tradition was an apocalyptic kind of scenario. But let's get to the present. You see, if Jung is right about the way this stuff operates, this is the kind of thing that Doug Gillette and I have been trying to get people to be aware of. And you know, it's just like it is amazing the way in which people turn a deaf ear to any of Jung's social insights on these things. But Jung would say, well, you know, if people don't wake up to the unconscious, then this stuff is going to get acted out. unconsciously. He used that principle in predicting the rise of Nazism in Germany and predicting what was going to happen to the German people long before it occurred. And according to von Franz, he was predicting a real acting out in our time. Now, a lot of people today are into this fantasy that the Cold War is over. And that fascinates me no end, because it's so obviously patently denial. Because the fact is that the nuclear warheads have not been removed from the Russian missiles for the most part. And the other part is, it's amazing to me that people have begun to act just like Communist China does not exist. Even though Russia is selling its nuclear hardware to Communist China right and left for cold cash. And what they're not selling to Communist China, they're selling to a lot of other militant states. And yet all these people are running around saying, well, we don't have any threat of nuclear problems anymore. Well, that is this nice little fantasy that the Mideast War was the war to end all wars, but that's just a mythic motif. But we don't have to even think nuclear. Think about the ecological thing. You know, did you hear that story today about the tree that they were studying that had the herb that cured AIDS? And they went back and it had been chopped down, of course. And you have to think about this. You know, you get all these people in our country and around the world today who are otherwise fairly intelligent people. I mean, you know, if you gave them an intelligence test, they would score at least average or probably above average. All these people that to think, anybody that's pressing the environmental agenda is a ozone head bozo or something. But the interesting thing is that if you look at this in the light of Jung's work, you think, well, isn't it interesting how all of these folks in positions of leadership are going to see to it that we have an ecological disaster? Isn't it interesting how the psyche can arrange for an ecological disaster simply by arranging to have denial until it's too late to do anything major to change it? And one of the things you do is you just strengthen the persona so it can say, well, I don't care if the ozone hole has just increased until it's almost now over Chile. That it has deteriorated another 12% in the past year. That is simply not, nobody's proved to me that this is caused by our blah, 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 blah. See? And so if Jung is right, people will unconsciously mythologize the actual historical environment. You get this? What happens is when you don't have a mythic hermeneutics, when you're not consciously working on your mythic dimensions, you will tend to mythologize your actual historical environment. And then you will be like the fundamentalist Christians who, if you go out here to Wheaton, you and I could go out here to Wheaton. We could go other places in the city, close by. But if we went to Wheaton, we'd find all these people who cannot wait for there to be more Mideast war so that the temple can be rebuilt. And so that then the Messiah will come back. And it's not just Christians. There are large numbers of Hasidic Jews today who feel that if they can provoke enough things about Temple Mount, that the Messiah will come. And so we have a lot of people today who cannot distinguish between historical time, a la the common stuff, and these mythic visions of their particular tribal group. So we're about out of time, but let's just reflect on that. What I think is very important for us to do is to continue the job that Joseph Campbell started widely for the general populace. In other words, why have studies in myth and psyche? Is it just a matter of a few weird folks that would come out on a Monday night to study Jungian perspectives on culture? Or are there some deeper reasons to be doing this? And, of course, Jung's point of view and our point of view at the Jung Institute is that that understanding consciously the way in which the human psyche mythologizes is probably the only way to be free of compulsive mythic acting out in either one's personal life or in the public life. We're out of time. I will stick around to chat with you for a few minutes. You have been a great class. It's been a pleasure to be with you in this sacred space, and thank you very much for coming.